Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. Today, I tell you what, I had a long queue of Casual Criminalist episodes to record, and I was like, yes. I printed out the giant stack of scripts that I read before the show is one of my writers, if you're new here, is one of my writers, in this case, David writes me scripts, and I was like, finally, I cleared it out. I cleared out the stack of scripts, I'm up to date. And then immediately I get an email from David, and he's like, hey Simon, finally done with the Bra Strap Strangler. 40,000 words. I'm like, oh, it's just a half a novel, David. And so now I am behind again. But today, we begin. It almost certainly will not be the only day that I record this episode, because 40,000 words is, it's a lot of words. So settle in, everybody, and get ready for a bit of a wild ride, because today we're talking about Jack Unterweger. It was the night of December the 11th, 1974, in the small village of Erzwarsbach in West German state of Hesse. 18-year-old Margret Schaefer was returning home from a casual evening of hanging out with her friends at the local bowling alley. I went bowling last week. Oh my God, Simon, this script's already 40,000 words long. You want to talk about the bowling that you did last weekend? Get it together. I went bowling with my kids. My daughter beat me. She's 5. It was embarrassing. I'm so bad at bowling. 10-pin bowling, not like bowls. Let's talk about comfort really quick, shall we, guys? Look, if you've been settling for average underwear, it's time to upgrade. I, for the longest time, was a boxers person. I couldn't deal with briefs. Briefs, I was like, you go through life and you're like, oh, I've always worn boxers. Let's try briefs. Maybe there's something to that, because boxers are not perfect, especially if you're like doing some sports or doing some gym or, I don't know, just sitting at a desk for really long. You're readjusting yourself. It's not nice. And I was like, let's try briefs. Let's give briefs a go. No, it was not for me. And then Sheet sponsored. I was like, this was years ago now. And I'm like, okay, send me a pair, because I'm not a briefs guy. And honestly, it's like the best of both worlds. You get the comfort of boxers. It kind of feels like briefs just feel like they're pushing everything into the wrong place, whereas sheath, they put everything in the right place because they're built to your anatomy, guys. So there's different pockets for different things, and especially in the summer, especially for sports, gym, that kind of stuff, this is just really the best solution. It's really nice. It's comfortable. It's stretchy. I got that first pair of sheath, and then now my underwear drawer is just sheath. It's the dual pouch design. They're just great underwear. I don't know what to say. You get yourself a pair, use my link, of course, and then I think you'll find yourself buying even more pairs because you really like them. So go to sheath.com/criminalist, use the code criminalist for 20% off your first order. Your future self will thank you. It will. I'm a big fan. And back to today's video. She was just walking up the front path to her front door when Margaret was approached by a friend and neighbor, 18-year-old Barbara Scholes. They made small talk for a few moments. Margaret had not seen her friend for several months. Barbara had run off to Switzerland with a German boy who was dodging military service. 1974. Oh, I suppose West Germany. Kind of still post. Would there be? Okay. Military service. I guess this thing is quite common in the past, wasn't it? Oh my God, Simon, 40,000 words. Come on. After a few weeks, however, Barbara had broken things off with a German boy and shacked up with a 24-year-old Austrian named Johann. He was only 5'6" with a boyish face, yet dashingly handsome and charismatic. It's like, yeah, would you rather be like 6 foot tall and, medium looking, or short and dashingly handsome? I don't know. I'd definitely lose a few inches to get some dashing handsomeness. He was also charismatic. Barbara quickly became infatuated. Johann had a reassuring degree of confidence about him, with just a tantalizing hint of danger. A bad boy, an attractive sociopath, a tale as old as time. Except his name's Johann and not Jack, who's the antagonist of today's episode. What Barbara Scholes did not tell Margaret was that while staying in Switzerland, she and Johann had become part of a throuple with another girl named Maria, who was 16 years old from Austria. I don't know what the legality of that was back in the time. I know Europe's definitely a little bit more flexible with the old, I don't mean flexible. That sounds like, that's a very weird way. I'm not sure why I said that. I apologize. They just have a lower age of consent than famously America. Maria and Barbara adored Johann. At his direction, they worked as prostitutes in Zurich to bring in some spending money. Johann, my dude, what are you up to? Johann played the role of their pimp. So he's pimping out his 2 concurrent girlfriends. What's going on? What's your life? After a few months, the hooking money started to slow down with the onset of winter and the Christmas season, so Johann suggested they travel up to Erzbach in West Germany. Barbara could use her key to enter her parents' home, and they could rob the place. Oh my, Johann, you... I don't know why that's what made me like, oh, he's a bad influence. I mean, he was making them become sex workers, so I guess a little bit of robbing her parents is less bad. I don't know, I don't want to judge, whatever. I mean, I want to judge Johann. Johann's a piece of shit. The throuple lit out from Switzerland for West Germany. They stopped off in Frankfurt, where Johann booked them into a hotel. 16-year-old Maria stayed behind in Frankfurt, while Johann and Barbara continued onward to the village of Erzbach. Arriving on the night of December the 11th, they quickly realized to their dismay that Barbara's parents were inside the house, asleep. Uh-oh. Johann suggested that they find someone else to rob, but it was just then that Barbara Scholl spotted her neighbor, Margret Schaefer, walking up her front path. Barbara asked Margret, "Do you have to be home straight away?" "No," Margret replied. "Would you like to hang out with me and my boyfriend?" Barbara asked. Margret said that sounded good. The two young women walked down the road to a 4-passenger car where Johann was waiting. He introduced himself to Margret as Jack. Uh-oh. First I was like, oh, okay, it's not Jack. It is Jack. Johann is Jack. A rather uncommon diminutive version of Johann in Austria. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that Jack was a version of Johann, so there we go. And a much more common diminutive for John in English-speaking countries like the United States. Yeah, I didn't realize that. It was only recently I realized that Jack is a short version of John. But Jack's also a name in itself. Barbara got into the front passenger seat. Margret climbed into the back seat. Jack asked the two girls if they'd like to go somewhere for a drink, and they said yes. So they drove to a nearby town. Jack parked the car across the street. Before they could get out, Jack turned to Barbara and asked, "Do you have anything else you want to tell her?" "No," Barbara replied. "Now I'll get to the point," Jack said. Suddenly, he grabbed Margret by the front of her shirt and dragged her up into the front of the car between the driver's and passenger's seat. Margret was frightened. Understandably so, and asked Jack what he was doing. He replied, "Nothing will happen to you if you stay calm and don't put up a fight." Jack took the belt from Barbara's trench coat and tied Margaret's hands behind her back. Then he shoved her to the floor between the front seats with her head down and her legs up. In that position, squeezed between the seats, she could not easily move. "Why are you doing this to me?" a terrified Margret asked. "Shut your mouth unless you want something to happen to you," Jack snarled in reply. Jack rifled through Margaret's purse and found 30 West German marks, worth about $77 in modern US currency. He also found Margaret's house key. He asked the 18-year-old girl if her parents were home and if they kept any money there. Margret said that her parents were not home and they always kept 100 marks, the modern equivalent of 256 American, in a dresser drawer. Keeping the victim on the floor of the car, they drove back to Margaret's house. Jack stayed in the vehicle to keep Margaret from escaping. Barbara got out. She used the house key and let herself inside, taking the money and also stealing some of Margaret's clothes. Because why not, apparently. God. Barbara returned to the car and put the clothes in the boot, and then climbed into the passenger seat. Jack started the car and took the main road out of the village, heading south. Margret remained on the floor with her hands tied behind her back. She was crying. Whenever she asked Jack what he was going to do to her, Jack told her to shut up. Not far out of Erzbach, they stopped at a county service station for some gas. Barbara got out and filled the tank. Then she went into the station, paid the clerk, and came back out. Oh my God, I know this is 40,000 words, but I just have to stop on something there. The word clerk. And I said, I think it was a previous casual criminalist script. I was always confused, because there was a clerk called Clark or something. And I was like, why am I finding this so confusing? Why do I think the word clerk is Clark? I feel like I knew this, but that I was wrong. And the other day I came across a British person who said the word Clark, and I'm like Clark? Like the person who works in the shop? And they're like, yeah, Clark. And so I'm like, I think it's clerk. And they're like, no, British is Clark, American is clerk. And I looked it up and both are acceptable in Britain. And apparently, especially in the south, I think it was even the southeast, where I'm from, it was just a little regional thing that people would call clerks, Clarks. Boom! Mystery solved. Months, maybe years after it first arose. 40,000 words whistle, let's carry on. After she got back into the passenger seat, Jack said to her, "It's time to make your friend disappear." They drove for about an hour. On the outskirts of the town of Herborn, Jack asked Barbara if she knew of anywhere quiet, preferably in the woods. Barbara directed Jack down a country road with tall trees looming on either side. They drove for another 5 minutes. Then Jack stopped the car. He untied Margaret's hands and pushed her into the back seat. He ordered her to undress. Margret refused to comply. Jack leaned into the back of the car and punched Margret in the face. Then, manhandling her, Jack proceeded to tear off her clothes. He handed each item to Barbara. Of particular interest to them was the expensive fur coat that Margret was wearing. As Jack stripped the victim naked, Margret asked Barbara, "What is he going to do to me?" Barbara replied, "I don't know." Having finished stripping off her clothes, Jack got out of the car, leaving the two young women alone for a few seconds. Margret asked, "Barbara, can't you help me? What does he want from me?" Barbara didn't say anything. She merely shrugged. Jack opened the door to the back seat and dragged Margret, completely naked, out of the car. It was dark. It was cold. A thin layer of snow was on the ground. Jack asked Barbara, "Do you want to come with me?" "No," Barbara replied. Jack leaned into the front of the car and removed a thick iron rod that was sitting on the dashboard. He also took care to remove Margaret's bra from the pile of her garments. Then Jack grabbed Margret by the arm and marched her, barefoot, off the road and into the woods. After walking for a few hundred meters, they approached the base of an old larch tree. Jack ordered the scared and shivering victim to stop. It was there that Jack Unterweger struck Margret Schaefer repeatedly with the iron rod in the head, neck, and upper body, knocking her to the ground. He then penetrated her with the iron rod while he masturbated. Next, Unterweger climbed on top of the victim and strangled her with his bare hands, but he didn't kill her. Instead, he took out Margaret's bra, used a knife to remove the elastic band from the left side, wrapped the bra around the victim's neck, tied a granny knot, and garroted her. And there, terrified and losing consciousness naked in the snow, Margret Schaefer died. After 15 minutes, Jack Unterweger returned to the car where Barbara was waiting. He got back into the driver's seat and handed Barbara the iron rod, which was now bloody with clumps of hair. "What did you do with her?" Barbara asked. "Oh, what the do you think he did with her, Barbara? Wake the fuck up!" Unterweger simply replied, "There's no way she can snitch on us now." On the drive back to Frankfurt, they tossed the iron rod out of the window. They found a dumpster at another roadside service station, and Jack threw away the pair of boots he was wearing. He explained that a heel had broken off of one of them when he was in the woods with Margret. A little further down the road, they found another dumpster and threw away most of the clothes Margret was wearing. They kept her fur coat. Meet Jack Unterweger. Johann Jack Unterweger was born on August 16th, 1950, in Judenburg, Austria, the bastard child of Theresa Unterweger and an occupying US soldier. Jack Unterweger has told a lot of highly publicized lies and half-truths about his life that have utterly distorted his story. Even today, mainstream television shows, Wikipedia, true crime podcasts, and most of the YouTube videos you'll find on him uncritically repeat those lies as fact. So in this episode, we're going to set the record straight. Ooh, I like doing that. Theresa Unterweger was also an illegitimate child. Born in 1929 in the Wimmitz Valley of the Carinthian Alps, South Austria. Her father was Ferdinand Weisser, who lived in a small village in the countryside. Her mother was Ingrid Unterweger, who lived in a neighboring village. After spending her infancy with her mother, Theresa came to live with her father and his living partner, Maria Springer. Maria also had two children, Charlotte and Fritz, who were about Theresa's age. As a child, Theresa was willful and dishonest and became something of a petty thief. In 1940, when Theresa was 11 years old, she started scamming the Nazis. Well, can't have a problem with that. The war had brought rationing to Austria, and Theresa would travel to the regional provisions office claiming that she was collecting ration tickets for the old and infirm people in her village. She relied on her young age and innocent appearance to sell her story, then she'd sell the rationing tickets to a black marketeer. It sounds like a very simple scam. "Hello, I'm here to collect the tickets for the old people. Oh, here you go, young girl." In 1942, at age 13, Theresa Unterweger... she was 11? I thought David just said her young appearance. Her appearance was young because she's 11. At the age of 13, 1942, Theresa Unterweger returned to her mother's village to live with her. 3 years later, the war ended, and 16-year-old Theresa left home to start out on her own. For the next few years, she worked as a waitress and a barmaid in various towns and cities across Austria, mostly Vienna and Salzburg. Theresa Unterweger was also rumoured to have committed the odd theft and run some petty scams, which is probably true. Jack Unterweger claims that his mother also regularly worked as a prostitute, but there's no government or police record of this, and in later years, Theresa denied it herself. And Jack Unterweger didn't know his mother long enough to have learned what she did or didn't do in her youth. He likely made the prostitute part up out of thin air to make his backstory sound more tragic than it really was. Unterweger claims that his father was a man named Jack Becker, an occupying US soldier from New Jersey, and that is where little Johann got his diminutive nickname. According to Unterweger, his mother met Jack Becker at the Italian city of Trieste in autumn of 1949. Quoting here, "Of my paternity, I only knew a name, Jack Becker. The GI came from Trieste. His home was in New Jersey. Perhaps he gave coveted dollars or silk stockings for it. Perhaps it was a great but doomed love between the soldier and a girl who was too young and without the means to be my mother." There is no record that Theresa Unterweger ever travelled to Trieste or Italy in general during this time. She stuck to working in Austria. In reality, Unterweger's father was likely a US soldier named Donald van Blarcom, with whom 20-year-old Theresa had a brief fling in the city of Salzburg in December 1949, and whom she later married when they met again in 1943. Johann Unterweger very much resembles Blarcom in appearance. As for his diminutive nickname growing up, it was always Hansi, not Jack. The Jack thing was something Unterweger invented for himself years later, likely adopting it from one of his favourite American authors, Jack Kerouac. At any rate, Donald van Blarcom was the one who likely got Theresa pregnant in December 1949. She was shortly after convicted of fraud and sentenced to a few months in prison. She was released in August 1950 and went into labour while travelling by car to the city of Graz. She was taken to a hospital in the town of Judenburg, where she gave birth to Johann Unterweger on August the 16th. Johann spent the next year and a half with Theresa, when she was arrested again in early 1942 for yet another fraud and sent to prison. It's like, yeah, she probably did do those early scams, didn't she? Because she's got a bit of a track record, doesn't she? Johann was sent to live with Theresa's father Ferdinand in the Wimitz Valley of the Alps. Theresa was released from prison in 1953, but it was generally agreed amongst the family that a twice-convicted felon was not a fit mother for little Hansi. So Theresa did not return to the Wimitz Valley to collect her child. Instead, she met Donald van Blarcom again and married him. She thereafter disappears from her story. Doesn't really sound like your decision to make, though, to be honest. The family deciding that she's not fit to raise her. I don't know. Go and get married to the dad, and that seems like an unexpected nice outcome, and then take the child and be on your way. Be a nice little family together. Why can't these things just be nice? Oh, right, yes, Simon, because this is a true crime podcast about the bra strangler. Of course it can't be nice. Unterweger has claimed that his mother's abandonment did him a lot of psychological damage, and this may or may not be true, but it certainly wasn't as cold and stark as Unterweger painted it. His mother didn't just abandon him to live with an abusive grandfather. Ferdinand was not abusive. Instead, it was generally agreed that Hansi would have had a better upbringing in the Carpathian Alps. Unterweger also told the lie that years later he went to Salzburg to find his mother, but only found Theresa's sister Anna, who was working as a prostitute. Unterweger claims that Anna was later murdered by a client, but here's the thing. Theresa had no sister. Well, that lie is easily shut down. I feel like just with a lie like that, it's just where you just discount the whole rest of everything that ever comes out of your mouth related to this. Unterweger also claimed that his grandfather was an abusive drunk who did not properly feed or clothe him. They apparently lived in a little shack without electricity or running water. Because the place was so small, they slept in the same bed. According to Unterweger, Ferdinand was also a career criminal who raised little Hansi to be the same. Quote, "My eyes burned from the smoky air in a low little room. The women prattled, the men played cards. I was the house and court fool, a slave, educated by my grandfather to be a fraud's accomplice. I sat on his lap, playing dumb. Later I moved to my uncle's lap and betrayed his cards to Grandpa. I was the ace in his sleeve. His fists were my teacher, and I was a good student." I don't believe it. I'm like, this just sounds too, I don't know, like a story, doesn't it? Unterweger also claims that when he was older, he used to help Ferdinand with rustling livestock. All of this is untrue. In reality, from 1952 to 1958, Johann Unterweger grew up in a cozy cottage with multiple rooms, electricity, running water, and his own bed. Ferdinand loved and spoiled his grandson. Whenever little Hansi wanted a new toy, Ferdinand would save up and buy it for him. He also carved his grandson some toys out of wood, including a sled and a large wooden truck that the little boy could sit in and push along with pedals. As for not being properly clothed, there's a little picture of little Hansi receiving his first communion at a church in a navy blue suit that his grandfather had bought for him. Ferdinand could be strict and enjoyed the odd dram of schnapps, but he was not an abusive drunk. Yeah, there's a big difference between like, yeah, he drank. And then it's like, yeah, but he drank. There's a big difference. Having a little schnapps is not being an abusive drunk. And again, it's just like everything this guy says, potentially a lie. Meanwhile, Johann Unterweger's primary caregiver was his grandfather's live-in partner, Maria Springer. She doted on the boy and cooked for him. Maria's daughter, Charlotte, still lived with them. In 1952, Charlotte had a daughter named Gertrude, who grew up with Johann and was perfectly well-adjusted, eventually earning doctorates in both psychology and political science at university. Getting that vibe that old Johann here is not a made psychopath. He's one of those born psychopaths. In short, this was not the abusive home that Jack Unterweger later portrayed it as in order to provide a plausible sob story that blamed his criminal nature on an unhappy childhood. Maria Springer's daughter, Charlotte, claims that Johann started to show behavioral problems at around 6 years old. He was dishonest, selfish, and prone to throwing violent tantrums when he didn't get his own way. His grandfather's indulgent attitude only exacerbated this problem. In short, Johann sounded like a spoiled brat. Charlotte also made comparisons to the behavior of his mother, Teresa, with whom Charlotte herself had grown up. In 1958, Maria Springer and Ferdinand Weiser parted ways, and for 2 months, Johann Unterweger lived alone in the Wimmets Valley with his grandfather. Ferdinand was 58 years old at that point, not in good health, and never had been Johann's primary caregiver. So, the 8-year-old was sent to live with Ferdinand's younger sister in a neighbouring village. Johann's spoiled behaviour evolved into delinquency in school, and by his teenage years, it was clear that the boy was a lost cause. In case you were wondering, there are no reports that Johann tortured animals, the classic sign of a childhood psychopath, but that's not to say he didn't, we just don't know. In later life, he was diagnosed with psychopathy and narcissistic personality disorder, the same combination as Ted Bundy. Yeah, it's a pretty dangerous combination right there. And as we shall see, Unterweger also shared Bundy's predilection for sexual sadism. In 1966, at the age of 16, Johann Unterweger was caught committing petty theft and was given probation. Over the next 4 years, he was charged with multiple counts of robbery, car theft, burglarizing houses, and fraud. He did various stretches in juvenile detention and later adult prison for several months at a time. Every time he was released, Unterweger would almost immediately re-offend, another common sign of a budding psychopath. This is like, I know that 3 strikes law in America gets a lot of bad press. I feel it mostly because it's like, wasn't marijuana, like possession, one of the things that could lead to a 3rd strike and then it's like you're in prison forever? I understand the logic of putting in place a law like that when it's like, okay, this person seems to just be beyond fixing and maybe they just belong in prison forever because every time we let them out, they go back to being a very naughty boy. And I'm not saying, like, I don't want to be flippant. This guy hasn't murdered anyone yet. He's just burglarizing and doing some fraud, which I think we can just describe as naughty. These are major crimes. In the summer of 1970, just before he turned 20, Unterweger dated a 16-year-old barmaid named Meta in the village of St. Gilgen, near Salzburg. He got her pregnant, but Unterweger was not around to see the birth of his illegitimate daughter, Claudia. This is because a few months later in the autumn, Unterweger kidnapped a different 16-year-old girl and attempted to force her into prostitution. Wait, he did... What? He's dating a 16-year-old barmaid and then he kidnapped someone. But the girl escaped and Unterweger was arrested. He was found guilty at trial and sentenced to a year in prison. For kidnapping a 16-year-old? Are you smoking crack, Judge? Immediately upon his release in October 1971, Unterweger was arrested for car theft. This time, the judge threw the book at him as a chronic reoffender and sentenced Unterweger to 15 months in prison just outside the town of Wals. It was with this unusually long sentence for car theft that Unterweger later tried to paint the justice system as unfair and broken. Dude, you got a year for car theft because you got a crazy record, dude. No one thinks this is unfair. No one. And in his own accounts of his crimes, Unterweger always left out or minimized his mistreatment of women. After all, a pimp and a kidnapper of teenage girls would hardly win public sympathy. Upon his release from jail in January 1973, now 22, Unterweger traveled around Italy, Austria, and Switzerland for 3 months. Unterweger paid his way through the journey by periodically working as a waiter. In addition to this, he likely supplemented his income with theft, fraud, and pimping. Witnesses said that he always had money, even during periods of unemployment. Also, during this period, women in all 3 countries made police complaints against Unterweger for harassment and assault. Several of the complaints made allegations that sounded quite violent. This is entirely unsurprising, given what else Unterweger was accused of doing at the time. It's certainly unsurprising given the cold open to today's episode, where he beat a woman with a metal bar to death in the woods and did other things. Margret Schaefer, in all likelihood, was not his first murder victim. Marcia Hovarth. 'Cause 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 ' On the morning of April 1st, 1973, a 34-year-old male witness was fishing with his son at Salzach Lake, just to the north of Salzburg. Suddenly, the man heard shouts and a group of boys running towards him. The boys directed his gaze towards something in the lake, something about 20 feet from the shore. A dead body was floating on the surface. The man departed to fetch a policeman. When they returned, the officer tried to pull the body toward the shore with a long tree branch. It didn't work, so the witness snagged the body with his fishing line and reeled it in. Forensic technicians arrived at the scene at 11:10 a.m., and the corpse was that of a young woman, mid-20s, 5'2", roughly 100 pounds. She was clothed in a brown jacket, white turtleneck, but was naked from the waist down. Her wrists had been bound together with a red necktie. Her ankles had been tied together with brown pantyhose, and she was gagged with medical tape that had been wrapped several times around her head. She had swollen, blackened eyes, implying that the killer had punched her repeatedly in the face. No other wounds were apparent on the body. The victim was taken in for an autopsy, and it was determined that she'd been dragged into the lake while she was still alive. Because her hands and legs were bound, the victim had drowned. Time of death was estimated at between midnight and 2 a.m., April 1st. They found traces of semen in her vagina, but no trauma or tearing. Police developed a hypothesis that the killer had consensual sex with the victim before turning violent. Of course, it was just a hypothesis. Not all rapes result in trauma or tearing. On the morning of April 2nd, the following day, a Yugoslav immigrant worker named Marto Horvath reported his wife Marcia missing since the evening of March 31st. Horvath showed the police his wife's passport photo, and he was duly taken to the coroner to identify her body. Marcia Horvath was 25 years old, born near Zagreb, Yugoslavia. She and her husband had married in 1970 and immigrated to Austria to find work. Marcia had found employment as a maid. On the afternoon of March 31st, her husband had gone into Salzburg to watch a movie. When Marta Horvath returned home that evening, his wife was already gone. A neighbor told Horvath that Marcia left the house at 6 p.m., taking the bus into Salzburg. We do not know why, but after that she disappeared. On April the 3rd, a policeman found one of Marcia's shoes by the Salzach River, just downstream from the lake. That same day, a fisherman snagged a woman's purse in the river, and inside was Marcia's wedding ring. She'd likely taken it off that night. Marcia's skirt, bra, and panties were never found. The police inquired after the necktie found on the body, even finding the store who sold it in the town of Wels, 115 kilometers northeast of Salzburg. Unfortunately, the store clerk could not remember who bought the tie, but did recall a young man in his 20s looking at swatches for a new suit. The police posted pictures of the necktie around both Wels and Salzburg, but no clear suspects were uncovered. The case went cold. It's now believed that Jack Unterweger was the killer. Yeah, so he stole that tie, right? Like he was in there pretending to look at samples and he swiped a tie. Unterweger was questioned about Horvath's murder over 2 years later, in June 1975. He could not account for his whereabouts on April 1st, 1973. He initially tried to lie, saying he was in prison in Germany since late February and the beginning of March, but this is not true. Bro, there's going to be records of that, even in the 70s. Someone's going to have a record of whether you're in prison or not. You got to go with an excuse that can't be checked. Just be like, oh, 1st of April 2 years ago. How about I don't remember? Like, hey, Simon, what were you doing on the 1st of April 2 years ago? I don't knows, dude. How would I possibly know this? Be like, I'll check my calendar. And the calendar will just be like, there'll be nothing. It'll just be like a regular day, maybe with a meeting. It's like, what did you do that evening? I have no idea. Probably went home. Unterweger had tried to cross the border from Switzerland into West Germany on April the 4th, 1973, 3 days after Horvath's murder. It was only then that Unterweger, an Austrian felon not permitted into West Germany, was apprehended by guards at the German-Swiss border. As for the early hours of April the 1st, he had no alibi. Unterweger could very likely have been in Salzburg the night of Horvath's murder. The granny knot used on the necktie and pantyhose binding the victim's wrists and ankles was the same type of knot that Unterweger later used on his other victims. Oh yeah, it's also the only knot that everyone knows. Like, if it's not like, oh yeah, no, that was found with a bowman's knot, then you'd be like, oh, that's a bit weird. A bowman's knot? Is he a sailor? It's like, no, he just did a granny knot, because that's the knot that everyone knows. I don't think that's particularly conclusive. Do I think he did it? Fuck yeah, I do, but not from the knot. Furthermore, in February 1983, a 52-year-old male witness came forward to police, claiming that his daughter Manu had witnessed the murder of Marcia Horvath. Police tracked the woman down. In January 1973, Manu, then 17, had been working as a chambermaid in a hotel in the town of Wels. It was at the hotel that she met Unterweger. He had just been released from his 15-month stretch in prison just outside Wels. Unterweger did not tell Manu that he was a recently released prisoner, but said that he worked as a waiter in Switzerland. Unterweger told Manu that he could get her a job in Switzerland, but proposed that they first take a holiday to Italy. According to this account, 17-year-old Manu became Unterweger's travelling companion for the next 3 months, something that Unterweger had previously neglected to mention to the police. After vacationing in Italy, they headed to the city of Basel in Switzerland, where Unterweger got a job as a waiter. He did not get Manu a job, but kept her isolated in their apartment. When Manu once tried to leave the apartment on her own, Unterweger beat her up. Just because, he didn't think he was enough of a piece of shit already. On March the 14th, Unterweger told Manu that he was having trouble with the Swiss police, and so they fled back to Austria. They stayed in the town of Wels for 2 weeks, where Unterweger brought a car from Manu's mother. On March the 31st, they drove up to Salzburg. They checked into a hotel and had dinner at a restaurant. Returning to their hotel room, Unterweger told Manu that he was going out to meet a German friend to discuss a bit of unspecified business. Manu stayed in the hotel room and eventually fell asleep. At 1 a.m., she was woken up by the sound of police sirens. There had been a car crash outside. It was then that she noticed Unterweger was back in the room, standing at the window looking at the wreck. Manu did not know when he had returned. Contrary to what her father said, Manu did not witness the murder of Marshal Horvath, but her testimony placed Unterweger in Salzburg on the night of question and absent around the estimated time of death. On the morning of April 1st, they drove back to Wels. Unterweger dropped Manu off at her parents' house and drove off without a word. 2 days later, on April the 3rd, Unterweger sent Manu a telegram from a hotel in Basel, Switzerland. He claimed to have fallen ill and needed Manu to look after him. The young woman immediately hopped on a train and arrived that evening. Unterweger admitted that he was not ill and just wanted to see her. Manu noticed that he had collected newspaper reports about a murder near Salzburg. When Manu asked about them, Unterweger told her it was none of her business and threw the newspaper clippings into the trash. Not suspicious at all there, Jacko. Manu departed Switzerland the next morning, April the 4th. She returned to her parents' home in Wels. She would never see Unterweger again. Sounds like you escaped an extremely grim alternate path in life, Manu. He was held in German custody for 4 months until August 1973, whereupon he was deported back to Austria. After receiving Manu's testimony, police interviewed Jack Unterweger while he was in prison again on April 1st, 1983. It was the 10th anniversary of Horvath's murder. Unterweger was confronted with the testimony, placing him in Salzburg on the night of March 31st and April 1st, 1973. Unterweger was uncooperative, wishing to preserve the number of privileges that he had received for good behavior, saying, quote, "I don't want to discuss this. Among the 600 prisoners here, I hold the second highest position, and I don't want to lose it. I live in safety with a number of advantages. Why should I risk them? It is senseless for me to discuss unsolved cases with you." Then, after some thought, Unterweger finally admitted, quote, "There may be something to Manu's story. It's all very grey, but I have a vague memory of spending a night with her at a guest house in the city, and I have some recollection of a car accident nearby, but that was certainly before the night of March 31st, 1973, or perhaps it was afterward." I mean, it sounds like very evasive, but also, it was many years ago. I don't find it realistic that people would remember. When the police pointed out that the car accident in question happened on April the 1st at 12:45 a.m., Unterweger burst into tears and said, "If you keep this up, I'll go back to my cell and hang myself." Alright, it's a bit odd. After a while, Unterweger calmed down and said, quote, "I admit that I spent a night with Manu in a guest house in Salzburg from which I observed a car accident, and I did leave her in the room to loaf around the neighborhood near the train station and meet some old friends. As for the newspapers Manu saw in my hotel room, I admit that I was interested in the case, just like a lot of people were." Bro, but people aren't collecting clippings. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm interested in this piece of news. I'm not collecting clippings about it. That's some psycho shit right there. The admission validated almost all of Manu's testimony. The Austrian police approached the Staatsanwaltschaft to put Jack Unterweger on trial for the murder of Marcia Horvath, but they refused to prosecute. By then, other events were at play that buried the case and caused one of the most shameful public scandals in Austrian history. Why? What? Why would they prosecute him? He's going to kill many more people, I get the feeling. This script's really long. There's going to be many more deaths. To this day, the family of Marcia Horvath has received neither closure nor justice. Well, I hope he's dead now, right? I hope he goes to prison for something else at least. Serpent. After his release from West German custody in August 1973, Unterweger spent the rest of the year and the first half of 1974 at large. The longest stretch of time he'd been out of prison since 1966. He moved to Innsbruck in the Austrian Alps, where he worked as a waiter and a gas station attendant. Then, from January 1974, he worked as a part-time DJ at various dance clubs across the country. He was frequently on the road, moving freely around Austria. A slew of complaints from women alleging harassment and assault again followed in his wake. One of the worst allegations came from Salzburg. On the night of May 13th, 1974, a teenage girl named Daphne had just left a local bar near the Salzburg train station. She was approached by Jack Unterweger. He pointed to his Ford Mustang parked just across the street and offered Daphne a ride home. There is no explanation as to how Unterweger could have acquired the relatively expensive sports car as a part-time DJ, but it is likely that he was also committing theft, fraud, and running prostitutes again. Daphne thought that Unterweger was well-dressed and handsome, and the sports car impressed her, and so the young woman accepted his offer of a ride. Instead of driving her home, Jack Unterweger drove out of Salzburg and into the countryside. He pulled the Mustang aside into a field surrounded by high hedges. The car got stuck in the mud. Angrily, Daphne exited the vehicle and began to walk away. Unterweger threw her to the ground, punched her repeatedly in the face, and pushed her head down into the mud. He removed the victim's shoes and stockings and used the stockings to bind her hands behind her back. Then Unterweger dragged the victim back into the Mustang and penetrated her with a thick iron rod while he masturbated. When it was all over, Unterweger took out a knife, cut the victim's bindings. He asked her, "Are you going to tell anyone about this?" Daphne replied that she wouldn't tell her soul, and Unterweger seemed unconvinced. Yeah, not surprisingly, he's unconvinced. Because immediately, I'm not going to tell anyone. Please, come here. There's a psycho. Just then, two men in another vehicle drove into the meadow to see if they could be of assistance. Unterweger got out of the Mustang and pretended to be upset that his car had gotten stuck. While he was talking to the driver of the other vehicle about how to free his sports car from the mud, Daphne sprang out of the Mustang. She ran over to the other vehicle and spoke to the second man in the passenger seat, saying that she was being held against her will. The mood of the two men toward Unterweger radically shifted. Daphne climbed into their car, and they departed without helping the perpetrator any further. The two men took Daphne to a police station, as you f***ing should. Good job, guys. I like that. Let's go. Because I know there's so many more words left in this script. I know that not even this. The police are going to drop the ball again, and he's going to somehow be free, despite the fact that he just, we've already used the R word. He raped her, and then how is he going to get away with this? Daphne identified the man who had assaulted her as Jack Unterweger. He was arrested and tossed in jail awaiting trial. Okay, so far so good. However, while he was detained, Unterweger somehow smuggled a large amount of painkillers into his cell and took an overdose. It did not kill him. As a result of the attempt, however, it was transferred to Salzburg Psychiatric Unit. Doctors claim he made a full mental recovery and released him in August 1974, around the time of his 24th birthday, while Austrian prosecutors were still building a case against him for the Salzburg assaults. I hope that they released him into the custody of the police. Unterweger lost no time skipping the country. What's going on? Wait, what? He was in prison or in jail. He tried to off himself, allegedly, to get put in a psychiatric unit. They fixed him in the psychiatric unit, and then were like, okay, and off you go. It should be, and then, okay, off you go, back to prison. What? He headed to Zurich, Switzerland, and he can leave the country? What's happening? Where in 1974 he met Barbara Scholz from West Germany and 16-year-old Maria from Austria. The two girls fell completely under Unterweger's spell. They worked as prostitutes for him in Zurich. Then, in December, Unterweger devised a plan where they would drive to the village of Ursbach in West Germany to rob Barbara's parents. They crossed the border without incident. Maria stayed in a hotel in Frankfurt. Oh, this is the cold open, while Unterweger and Barbara headed north towards Ursbach. The plan failed when the two discovered that Barbara's parents were home. That is when they saw Margret Schaefer, Barbara's 18-year-old friend and neighbor. They kidnapped her, robbed her, and then Unterweger murdered her. Margaret's body was discovered 3 weeks later on New Year's Day in the woods outside of Herborn by a group of hunters. Police at the time had no solid leads. Upon their return to Frankfurt on the following morning of December the 12th, Unterweger and Barbara, rejoined by Maria, robbed a small jewelry store. As misdirection, Unterweger told the owner that they were members of the Baader-Meinhof Gang, a notorious far-left organization that was trying to bring communism to West Germany. Just made a video about them the other day. Interesting stuff. Then the trio exited the store, ran down the road with their loot, turned the corner, got into the car and fled back to Switzerland. Unterweger pawned some of the jewels and booked them into a posh hotel in Basel. To continue the flow of income, Barbara and Maria resumed hooking on street corners. Meanwhile, Unterweger hatched his next little plan. Maria was only 16, and she could not legally consent to staying with Unterweger in Switzerland. So in mid-January 1975, Unterweger decided to call her parents in Austria and demand ransom money from them. Maria's parents swiftly contacted the police. Yes, as you might. Unterweger had given them wire details to send money to a bank in Basel. When Unterweger entered the bank... What are you doing, dude? A swarm of Swiss police descended upon him. Of course they did. The Swiss authorities moved on the hotel the trio were staying at. Maria was brought into police custody and returned to her parents. Barbara was arrested and tossed in a cell. Yeah, if this isn't the end of his story, I don't know what's going on. And I know it's not, because there's so many more. On January the 30th, it came to police attention that Barbara Scholes was from the village of Ursbach and lived next door to a recently deceased murder victim, Margret Schaefer. Barbara was questioned about the murder by police on the off chance that she and her scumbag boyfriend were connected. By this point, after 13 days in jail, the 18-year-old was scared. The idea of running around with an attractive psychopath had lost its luster. She freely confessed the events of December 11th, 1974, and did not skimp on the details fully implicating Jack Unterweger in the murder of Margret Schaefer. I hope you cut a deal. I mean, I don't, because you deserve to have some punishment for your role in this. But you really could have cut a deal here. And that should have been the end of Unterweger's story, but it wasn't. What are you going to do, police? How are you going to f*** it up this time? You've already had so many chances, police! 15 years later, in 1990, Jack Unterweger was staying in Frankfurt to attend its world-famous book fair. He heard that Barbara Scholes had settled down in the city. Thanks to her confession, she had escaped legal consequences for acting as Unterweger's accomplice in the murder. Oh, there we go. Okay, good, so she did cut a deal. Unterweger looked her up and swung by her apartment. She's not in, witness protection or something, or at least had her name changed? Uh-oh. And how's he not in prison forever? He murdered someone! He murdered someone! He murdered someone! How's he not in prison forever? Unterweger looked up her address and swung by her apartment. He later said of the encounter, she was a bit surprised when she opened the door to find me standing there, but we ended up having a nice reunion. What? A few days later, Barbara Scholes sent Jack Unterweger a letter which read, I let you stay over because I thought it might help me understand what in my youth I saw in you. You who sent my life in a direction that it never should have gone. You haven't changed. You'll do something criminal again. Barbara. P.S. Please return the radio you stole from my apartment. Now, it should be noted that in addition to the murder of Marsha Horvath on April the 1st, 1973, and the murder of Margret Schaefer on December the 11th, 1974, Jack Unterweger is implicated in the murder of several other women in Austria, Switzerland, Italy, and West Germany throughout the first half of the 1970s, in addition to dozens of allegations of kidnappings and rape. Due to lack of forensics, most of these allegations are unprovable, but credible. The man was, in all likelihood, a narcissist, a psychopath, serial killer, a sadist, a sexual predator, cut from a similar cloth as Ted Bundy, an attractive monster. He would never stop hurting women for as long as he had the opportunity. He should never be free. The question was, how long could the authorities keep him behind bars? Given the preponderance of evidence and witnesses, how about forever? High art and tabristophilia. In February 1975, Jack Unterweger was deported back to Austria and locked up in Salzburg prison, where he would await trial for the kidnapping, aggravated assault, and rape of 4 young women in the country between August 1973 and May 1974. Shortly after arriving in Salzburg prison, Unterweger began a diary. It came with pre-printed dates for 74 and 75. Under the date, December the 11th, 1974, Unterweger merely wrote, "Murder of Margret Schaefer." Normally when we have people writing down their crimes, which as everyone knows, the first rule of catch criminals, don't write down your crimes. Normally they're being a bit more subtle about it, but this guy's just straight up, yep, that was the day I did the killing. An entry in his diary from February reads, "No theme is more poetic than the death of a beautiful woman. Women are like cheese soufflé. When they are fresh from the oven, they are crisp and fresh on the outside, but the filling isn't yet mature and it's hard to digest. When they become older, the crust may not be so pretty, but then the filling develops. There is an age at which a woman must be beautiful in order to be loved, and there is an age at which a woman must be loved in order to be beautiful." Dude, you just sound like a f***ing edgelord, bro. This isn't clever. It's just cringe. On July the 16th, Jack Unterweger stood trial for the violent sexual assault of 4 Austrian women. He pleaded not guilty. During the trial, Unterweger took the stand in his own defense and denied ever meeting 3 of the 4 women. As for Daphne from Salzburg, with whom Unterweger was seen by witnesses, Unterweger claimed that he did not touch her and merely tried to give her a ride home, got lost and got stuck in a muddy field. When the prosecutor brought up Daphne's young age, Unterweger said he wasn't particularly interested in teenage girls and that he, quote-unquote, only had 5 teenage sexual partners between August 1973 and January 1975. Given Unterweger was arrested with 2 teenage live-in lovers, several journalists observing the trial began to wonder what young women saw in this glib and dangerous predator. Well, he's extremely charismatic and handsome, no? Isn't that that's probably what they see in him? The physical wounds on Daphne and the 3 other women, their testimony of the attacks, supplemental witness testimony, and circumstantial evidence placing Unterweger in the various locations during the times of the assaults proved decisive. Jack Unterweger was convicted of 16 felonies, 4 for each victim. A judge sentenced him to 3 years imprisonment. What? What's going on? And if you're of the opinion that 3 years is a horrifically light sentence for 4 violent sexual assaults, you're right. No shit. That's less than a year per violent sexual assault. And as we have described, these were violent, horrific assaults. But the Australian Criminal Code had been dramatically softened during the 60s and 70s to the point of gross overcorrection. Prosecutors consoled themselves that there was still a murder trial that would likely put Unterweger away for a life sentence. Excellent, let's get on that. Yes! Under a treaty with West Germany, the Austrian courts took the responsibility of trying Unterweger for the murder of Margret Schaefer, despite it happening to a German citizen on German soil. Oh, because he's Austrian? The trial was scheduled to be held in May 1976, the following year. In the meantime, Unterweger would continue to rot in Salzburg prison. Good, where he belongs. Prison. In September 1975, while Unterweger was still awaiting trial, he received a letter from a woman. Sonia Eisenstein was a budding author and journalist who had found out about the Margret Schaefer murder case from a friend. Sonia looked up the case in the newspapers and saw a picture of Jack Unterweger. She became intrigued. Here was a man who looked so fresh-faced and boyishly handsome, and yet he'd murdered a woman. She became curious to know more about him. Oh, this is the hybristophilia bit, isn't it? Which means women who like dudes in prison for horrible crimes, like Ted Bundy's fangirls. She became curious to know more about him, and so Sonia Eisenstein wrote Jack Unterweger a letter. He wrote back. A correspondence ensued. At no point did Sonia Eisenstein bother to research the specific details of how Margret Schaefer was killed. Seriously? Of the 4 convictions for the brutal sexual assaults on young women that Unterweger had just received, Sonia was also completely ignorant. And so, when the handsome rogue told her that he'd killed Margret Schaefer by accident because she reminded him of his mother who had cruelly abandoned him as a child, Sonia believed him. Bro, you could just look this up. I know it's the past, but there's court records and stuff. According to the dashing stranger, he had struck Margret fiercely in the head, blacked out, and the next thing he knew, she was dead. He expressed deep remorse and sadness for his actions and told Sonia that he was thinking of taking his own life. Sonia compassionately encouraged him to stay positive and hopeful. Unterweger sent her a poem. You come to me again, you don't forget me, until the end is agony and the chain breaks. Still you appear strange and distant, and alive. Death, you stand like a cool star over my distress, but then you will be near and full of flame. Come, lover, I am here. Take me. I'm yours. Look, I don't know anything about poetry, and honestly, I've heard apparently amazing poetry, and I'm like, I don't get it. It just seems like nonsense. This doesn't seem clever to me, so I'm not clever enough to get poetry. But this doesn't seem very good. But I don't know. I just don't know. As a literary woman herself, the angsty, if amateurish poet had, shall we say, a profound effect on Sonia Eisenstein. Here was a man who was not only a handsome, misunderstood rogue with a traumatic childhood, but a brooding artist. Sonia wrote back, praising Unterweger for his work and encouraging him to develop his talents. Perhaps he could find in his writing a sort of spiritual redemption. And further, maybe by showing the world his remorse and repentance, he could, as Sonia put it, write his way to freedom. Sonia, you don't even know what he did, you idiot. Jack Unterweger's trial for the murder of Margret Schaefer was held in May 1976. Sonia Eisenstein did not attend, and thus did not learn the details of the callous slaying, and despite admitting the crime to Sonia, Jack Unterweger pled not guilty in court and vigorously denied having committed the murder throughout the trial. But Barbara Scholz's testimony held sway over the jury, as did the broken boot heel found at the scene, and Margaret's fur coat being found in Unterweger's hotel room when he was arrested. Bro, this is it for you. Surely. I get the feeling it's not, but it should absolutely be. On June the 1st, he was pronounced guilty. Woo! There we go. The judge handed him a life sentence. Yes! Unterweger appealed the verdict, but it was upheld on October the 19th, 1976. And that's it, guys. Yes! It's not it. There's so much more to do. But this seems like the happy ending already. Under Austrian law, a life sentence carried a minimum of 15 years before a person was eligible for parole. On average, people hit with life sentences in Austria usually serve 18 to 20 years before being freed by the parole board, assuming they demonstrated good behavior in prison and remorse for what they'd done. Unterweger was transferred to Stein prison in northeast Austria to begin serving his sentence. Sonja Eisenstein wrote Unterweger commiserating over the verdict, but was not surprised given he had admitted his guilt to her. Again, Sonja encouraged Unterweger to write. He confided in Sonja that after beginning his crime spree at the age of 16 in 1966, he hadn't finished high school. Sonja offered to pay for Unterweger to finish his schooling via correspondence. Unterweger accepted and eventually got his diploma 2 years later, in February 1978. Sonja, what the is wrong with you? I mean, I don't know. It's this hybristophilia thing, isn't it? But it is absolutely mad. After the trial, Unterweger quickly realized that publicly denying that he killed Margret Schaefer would likely destroy any chance he had at parole because he would be seen as an unrepentant murderer. Shortly after his appeal was rejected, Unterweger reversed course and stopped proclaiming his innocence. Instead, he fed the public the same story he had told Sonja, that he had murdered the 18-year-old girl accidentally because she reminded him of his mother and traumatic childhood. And that ties back all the way to the lies in the beginning of the episode, right? With him telling this story about his traumatic childhood when actually it was kind of all right. Meanwhile, attitudes towards prison reform were shifting in Austria to Unterweger's clear advantage. In 1970, the SPO, the Socialist Party of Austria, had swept into power. The following year, 1971, they attained a clear majority in parliament, a feat that was repeated in the 1975 election. The Minister of Justice from 1970 onward was a jurist and politician, Dr. Christian Broder. He passed several laws for prison reform based on the concept of resocialization rather than using prison as a deterrent. I mean, prison, it can be both. It should be both a deterrent and a way to fix people. Broder believed that prisoners should not be punished, but should be treated in the same way that a doctor treats illness. I mean, sure, for some offences, but for some, like, no. It's not an illness. You're just a psycho, which I suppose might be an illness. But you're still a psycho. This sprang from the new idea dominant in academia at the time that criminals were entirely the product of nurture, never of nature, and they were created by harsh childhoods and/or poverty, a narrative that Jack Unterweger was already studiously adopting for himself. Yeah, it makes sense, but I don't think that's the case, because as we said, his childhood was all right. He's just a psychopath, straight up. Born psychopath, in my opinion. The doctrine rejected the idea of a mixture of nurture and nature, since the latter would mean crime would be an eternal problem. Dr. Broder spoke of a period of social engineering that would one day result in a, quote, prisonless society. Yeah, good luck with that, mate. One of Broder's acolytes was Dr. Wolfgang Döhlesch, director of the Justice Ministry section for penal executions. In 1977, Dr. Döhlesch visited Jack Unterweger in prison and swallowed his story about remorse and repentance hook, line, and sinker. For Döhlesch, Unterweger was proof that even the most chronic offenders could be resocialized. He granted Unterweger several privileges, such as government-paid access to any books he wanted, free use of the telephone, television, newspapers, music, and no limit to the number of visitors he could receive. Good old Wolfgang began to refer to Unterweger as, quote, the poster boy of the successfully rehabilitated offender. It's not going to work out well for you, I'll tell you now. Thus, Jack Unterweger's potential parole from prison was no longer something that would just be nice for Jack Unterweger. It became a political issue, a goal that had to be reached, a crusade. Did he somehow manipulate this for himself? It's really, fortuitous. After the poster boy of successful rehabilitation got his high school diploma in February 1978, Sonja Eisenstein paid for Unterweger to take a correspondence course on creative writing. Unterweger set about the task with aplomb. Yet not all was well in paradise. Sonja Eisenstein was starting to get a little creeped out by some of the things Unterweger would write, with one too many unsettling references to death, sex, rape, and women. Sonja also got the impression from their letters that Unterweger wasn't always being completely honest with her. And so, she eventually did her due diligence and looked up the details of what he'd done to Margret Schaefer in 1974. Oh my god, why are you just doing this now? Sonja Eisenstein was sickened by what she learned and cut off correspondence with him. Sonja, you could have saved yourself so much time. What's up with you, Sonja? Never smile at a crocodile. After Jack Unterweger completed his creative writing course, he started writing children's stories. Oh, that's appropriate. Of course he did. Using Dr. Wolfgang Döhlesch's government connections, he began submitting the stories to the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation, or ORF. Döhlesch was perfectly happy to exert his influence over the government-funded broadcaster, since it was good publicity for the Justice Ministry's resocialization program. Ultimately, 50 of Jack Unterweger's playful, bubbly tales would be broadcast on national radio, touching the lives of many Austrian children and garnering public acclaim. Do they know where this shit comes from? That's nuts. People were fascinated by the fact that the stories were written by a convicted murderer, yet a monstrous murderer at that. Unterweger told the media that he wrote the vibrant, happy narratives to contrast the misery and loneliness he felt as a child when his mother abandoned him to live with an abusive drunk. This way, he said, other kids could have a happier childhood than he did. A Viennese music teacher and single mother was so moved by Unterweger's stories that she visited him in prison, believing that his stories were, quote, full of love. Full of manipulation. Right from the start of Unterweger's literary career, he was conscious of PR. By choosing to write children's fiction, he cleverly manufactured a sympathetic image of himself. Of course, some of the children's stories Unterweger had blatantly plagiarized from drafts and outlines written by Sonia Eisenstein, which she had unwisely shared with him. What the f***? Next, Unterweger started writing poetry with darker, more adult tones that reflected his purported self-hatred, struggles with guilt, troubled past, and time in prison. He hoped to publish this collection of poems as an anthology. We now know that he plagiarized at least one of the poems from author Hermann Hesse. The 6,000-word anthology was published in 1982 under the title Raging Eye. There was usually a ban on prisoners publishing their writings, but Unterweger conscripted good old Wolfgang Deulich to waive the restriction on his behalf. God, he's got that charisma, doesn't he? He's got that riz, as the kids would say. Around the same time that Unterweger began work on his poetry collection, he started the mammoth task of writing an autobiography. The intent was to sanitize his reputation, provide a troubled childhood as a plausible explanation for his crimes, and to dramatize his inner suffering and remorse. For years, it had been alleged that Sonia Eisenstein wrote the outline and most of the early drafts of the work. The 2024 linguistic study found that most of the autobiography matched the pattern of Unterweger's own writing, but a foreign voice was present here and there in the narrative. So it's possible that Eisenstein wrote some of the sections before she broke off contact. The autobiography, which Unterweger christened Purgatory or Journey to Prison, a report of a guilty man, took several years to finish. In 1982, the same year as the publication of his poetry book, the literary magazine Manuscript began printing sections of Purgatory in a serialized release to a small audience of German-speaking intelligentsia. The following year, the publishing house Maro released the full 66,000-word book across Austria, Switzerland, and West Germany and started laying plans for translated versions. Purgatory was given full-page review in the West German newspaper Die Zeit, which brought the book to the attention of its million-strong readership. To be clear, Purgatory never became what we'd think of as a bestseller. The majority of people in Austria and Germany never read it, but it was celebrated by a small group of intellectuals who found the raw narrative composed by an imprisoned murderer too enticing to resist. Yeah, I mean, you could see why. I get what, it's probably not bestseller material, but you can see why some people would be interested in this. I think, we can look at the number of books that have been successful. It's just like, what's this book about? It's like, it's just a dude who went to prison and he talks about being in prison. There's also YouTube videos about people who are in prison and stuff. It's, people are interested in that. They're interested in, this world that isn't theirs. And the government liked the book because it aligned with their ideological assertions. The Ministry of Education added Purgatory to the curriculum, and it became required reading for thousands of Austrian teenagers between 1984 and 1992. That is f***ing wild, though. Purgatory opens with Unterweger melodramatically contemplating self-erasure, as we say here on YouTube, in a manner designed to evoke sympathy. Quoting it, although I am loathed to be honest, normally, and I'll give David the benefit of the doubt here, and relying on that it's important, or we're going to use it to dump on him a little bit. But even when we generally do that, I don't like to read quotes from people like this, because even if, they wrote these words, they wanted the words out there, no matter how cringe they are, and I'm generally pretty loath to give people a platform, people like this a platform. So maybe I'll cut it out, but I'll give David the benefit of the doubt on this short little section here. My hands, sweaty with fear, were twisted onto my back, and the steel shackle snapped around my wrists. I awake, trembling. Fearfully, I gaze into the unknown darkness for the next few minutes. Sometimes during these moments before dawn, I think I should take my leave. A new package of razor blades sits ready. Also a long leather strap. I've prepared for the moment of the last decision. I imagine my body going to sleep with a final convulsion, fleeing from this lonely, vegetative life. Is that the answer? It's a bit, self-indulgent, isn't it? In case you were wondering why in the hell a prisoner would be given razor blades, those and other grooming implements were courtesy of Dr. Deulich as part of Unterweger's many privileges. The title of the book is also manipulative in a way. Purgatory, a sort of halfway house from which you might access heaven or be doomed to hell, was first developed by the medieval church in the 12th century as a real physical place where souls went, and then adopted as official dogma 100 years later. It reminds me of that TV show. It's not The Quiet Place. That's a movie. The Good Place. And they're in purgatory or whatever. I like that TV show. Then it became extremely confusing. I feel like I might have missed a few episodes. Then I'm like, wait, where are they? What's going on? Why are they back in the world? And now they're back in purgatory? What is happening? I'm more confused than when I watch Lost. I'm sure someone's made the joke before, but I just realized, like, Lost, the TV show, also the title of that, an excellent way to describe how I felt watching the series. I watched it again for a second time last year, and I was still a little bit confused. And I'm, like, ready for the ending. And I'm like, okay, trying to put it all together. Still confused. And then I see like people making these like giant video essays on YouTube explaining how Lost is awesome and no one understands it or blah, blah, blah. And I watch those and I'm still confused. And like, I might have a normal sized brain, but I still feel like, I don't know, it's confusing. J.J. Abrams, what the hell? It was fun though. I did enjoy it. By comparing prison to purgatory, Unterweger was implying that his sins weren't too bad. Oh mate, are you having a laugh? If he was immediately cast into hell, that was eternal. Hence, abandon all hope ye who enter here, in Dante's Inferno. But landing in purgatory retains the hope that Unterweger would be forgiven for his crimes and allowed entry into heaven. Or, to abandon the metaphor, allowed re-entry into Austrian society. In retrospect, it's shocking how transparent all of this was. The rest of the book reads like a tragedy. Abandoned as a child, a tortured upbringing, training as a criminal by a drunken scoundrel, and the haunting memory of his absent mother. The majority of the book is devoted to establishing the sob story, and to leave the reader with the impression that Unterweger was doomed to become a criminal from the start. The accounts of his crimes are more fleeting, abstract, and designed to bring sympathy back to him, not his victims. I don't understand how the Austrian government could have possibly looked at this and been like, yes, this guy, he's who we want on the curriculum. In the 80s! Until 1992, Austria! What the f*** are you up to? In fact, Purgatory does not even mention the 4 sexual assaults or the murder of Margret Schaefer directly. Unterweger's hazy account of his crimes cuts off with his being locked up for car theft in 1971. Well, yeah, dude. It's like no one wants to go and read the book about the murderous pedophile who's now in prison for all his horrible crimes. They want to read the story of, oh, what's he in prison for? Oh, a little bit of light fraud. What did he do? Oh, he stole a couple of cars. What's this one for? Oh, well, I don't know. He, smuggled some marijuana or something, you know, that Mr. Nice book. That's a cracking read. And it's kind of like, yeah, because he's kind of like a harmless, no, he's not harmless, drugs hurt people and whatnot, but, you know, mostly harmless. He's not like a murderous pedophile, for example. When the literary magazine Manuscript first serialized his autobiography in 1982, Unterweger wrote to the editor, quote, "Please add nothing about the killing and the life sentence because of the emotions and the relatives." Bro, that is not your reason. And if the editor of the magazine didn't see through this, I wonder if they need to get their vision checked, their brain checked, because they might have a tiny brain and no one's told them. Of course, most people who read the book were usually aware that Unterweger was actually incarcerated for killing a woman, something that he'd explain away in interviews by prefacing it with an account of his unhappy childhood, and then saying he blacked out while beating Margret because she reminded him of his mother. The only thing related to the killing that Unterweger included in Purgatory was the lie that he'd once been a featherweight boxing champion, implying he didn't know his own strength when he started hitting Margret in the head. Bro, if you are a featherweight boxing champion, you're going to know your strength better. Like, I've never hit anyone. I don't know my strength. You are going to, but if I was a boxer, then I f***ing would, wouldn't I? I mean, like, hit someone in the face. Obviously, I'd like punch people in the arms. We used to call them dead arms at school. It's like you punch someone and then the arm goes to sleep, you know? Been the recipients and the perpetrator of many dead arms in my time. Mostly the recipients. As alluded to earlier, Unterweger also makes the claim in the book that in the 1960s, he traveled to Salzburg to try and find his mother, Theresa. Instead, he only found Anna Unterweger, Theresa's aborted sister. Wait, she didn't have the sister, though. Unterweger claims that Anna was a prostitute who showed him kindness but was later tragically killed by one of her clients. But there was no sister. Instead, in May 1967, Unterweger must have seen a headline in the Salzburger Nachrichten about a woman named Anna who shared his last name but was not a relative and was not a prostitute, being murdered by a man named Franz Kracher, an ex-convict from Stein prison, where Unterweger now resided. Oh, she's dead, so she can't sue him? But holy you can't just be saying that, dude, in a book. I mean, you can, because she's dead. There's no... Is that true? I don't know if it's true in Austria as well. I kind of just, you know... Her estate could sue? I don't know. Unterweger thought that the newspaper reference to Anne Unterweger was enough to fool anyone who did surface-level research into the question, and it turns out he was right. Yeah, people don't really dive deeper. And if someone does, like nowadays, they'll just make a YouTube video about it that no one will see, or even if millions of people see it, it'll be swiftly forgotten, and that person will generally continue on with their career or whatever they were up to, unless it was particularly horrific, which in this case it was. So, I mean, but this was before the internet. Congratulations. Among the intellectuals who thought Jack Unterweger's Purgatory was just brilliant were two Nobel Prize winners for literature, Elfriede Jelinek and Günter Grass. The General Secretary of the Austrian Authors' Council, Gerhard Roos, Australia's foremost expert on criminal sociology, Dr. Arno Pilgrim, Austrian Broadcasting Corporation journalist Peter Humer, Austria's preeminent sexual psychologist and intellectual successor to Sigmund Freud, Dr. Ernst Bornemann, high-profile Vienna arts and entertainment lawyer George Zanger, and of course, Alfred Coleridge, author, philosopher, and editor-in-chief of Manuscript magazine. Really? It just seems so self-indulgent. And also, you've got to remember that he f***ing killed someone brutally. Jack Unterweger took great pride in telling people about the Austrian celebrities and intelligentsia who had expressed their admiration for him over the telephone, to which he had free and unfettered access every hour of the day. And here's what's interesting about all the luminaries and intellectual heavyweights who were hoodwinked by Unterweger's fraudulent history. Not one of them, not a single one, did the research and read the court transcripts to find out exactly how Margret Schaefer died. I mean, to be fair, they're not interested. This isn't really what they're rating. They're rating his writing, I assume, which I think is self-indulgent, but maybe there's something to it. Look, I don't understand, like, highbrow stuff like this. It's not me. I watched what's that Patterson movie about the poetry? I think I've told this story before. I watched that and I was like, this poetry's garbage. What are we talking about? And then I found out it was all written by a really famous poet. And I'm like, oh my God, I just don't understand it. I was talking to my dad and he's like, oh my, it was beautiful. And my parents are very much like into this kind of, what do they call it? Like cultural thing, highbrow thing. Like my parents, like they go to art galleries and museums. And I mean, look, I get it. I like it as well, but they're very much higher brow than I am. And they were like, oh, it was beautiful. I'm like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. If they had, they would have quickly discovered that Unterweger had not blacked out and beaten her with his fists. He had stripped the terrified 18-year-old girl naked, marched her into the woods, bludgeoned her repeatedly with an iron rod before penetrating her with it, then strangled her manually before garroting her with her own bra. None of the intelligentsia had reason to doubt Unterweger's version of events because he was telling them what they wanted to hear about the origins of criminality, mostly from childhood trauma and societal injustice, about nurture over nature, about a man as a blank slate, about the potential for social engineering to one day give us a utopian world that was free of crime. And I do get that, but I also think they, even if they are aware of this, they're rating the work itself. And I think sometimes you can detach people from the work. Like, does it feel weird watching one of my favorite movies, American Beauty, now that we know that Kevin Spacey allegedly is a bit of a weirdo? Yes, but his other movies, which are less on the nose, no. I think Kevin Spacey's still a fantastic actor, and I like watching him act. But when you have stripped a girl naked and bludgeoned her to death in the woods, that's a different level of depravity, and I'm pretty happy to say, no matter how good your book, f*** you. Not to say, oh God, you can get into trouble for putting things on a f***ing scale, like from like truly horrific to like mildly bad. Not saying where I think Kevin Spacey falls on any of that, but you can still get in trouble for it, so but obviously this is worse, isn't it? With Unterweger dangling a massive carrot of confirmation bias in front of them, none of them stopped to wonder what he might be planning to do with the stick. Jack Unterweger, respecter of women. In early 1983, Austrian police received witness testimony implicating Jack Unterweger in the murder of 25-year-old Marisa Horvath in 1973. Despite his earlier denials, Unterweger's ex-girlfriend Manu confirmed that Unterweger was indeed in Salzburg on the night of the murder. He was also absent from Manu's sight during the estimated time of death. Unterweger was confronted with all of this in a police interrogation at Stein prison on the 1st of April 1983, the 10th anniversary of Horvath's murder. After bursting into tears and threatening self-erasure, Unterweger eventually wound up admitting that there might be something to Manu's story, and he was likely in Salzburg on the night in question. He still denied the murder, though, of course. The Austrian police took Manu and Unterweger's testimonies, along with the tie Unterweger had likely purchased in Wels and then wrapped around Marisa's wrists. and also the tire treads by Lake Salzach that matched the car Unterweger was driving to the Statens Wohlschaft. They also had samples of semen found in the victim's vagina. In 1983, it was too early for DNA tests, but they could run a test to see if the blood type matched Unterweger's. Maybe a slick defense attorney might get Unterweger off the charges by dint of reasonable doubt. But the evidence was certainly enough to bring him to trial for the murder of a second young woman. This would have destroyed the public image Unterweger had so painstakingly built over the past 7 years. Margret Schaefer was supposedly a tragic accident, but another woman the year before, it wasn't going to look good. Yet, the Statens Wohlschaft refused to prosecute. The unofficial reason given to investigators was that Unterweger had already received one life sentence, so why bother wasting taxpayer money trying to give him another? Because he's not going to be in there forever. It's a life sentence in Europe. He'll probably be out after like 6 years, going on with his merry way. Give him as many as you can, you f***s. Allegedly. Meanwhile, private entries in Unterweger's prison diaries recovered years later strongly imply that high-ranking officials stepped in to quash the case. Dr. Wolfgang Dolisch is mentioned by name, and given that Dolisch and his chief, Dr. Broder, the Austrian Minister of Justice, had a vested interest in Unterweger being paroled one day, it seems probable. But what that would mean is powerful figures within the Austrian government knew there was evidence that Unterweger had killed another woman, but they were determined to give him his freedom anyway. For politics, for a prisonless society, and to avoid the embarrassment of having sunk 7 years of special privileges and national publicity into the guy as their poster boy for rehabilitation. And if so, part of the blame falls on the Austrian government for what was coming. It seems unlikely that he'd write that if it wasn't true. Like, what's he got to gain by writing that? That there was a conspiracy to keep him to set him free. That does not look good for him. I get the feeling this is true, allegedly, in my opinion. It's just a feeling. While the Horvath investigation was quietly swept under the rug, Unterweger was planning an event at Stein Prison where he would deliver a reading from Purgatory in front of an audience of writers, intellectuals, journalists, and government officials. He got permission from the prison warden on March the 24th, 1983, and the following day he wrote a letter to the President of Austria, Rudolf Kirschlager, telling him of the event. On April the 7th, Unterweger was informed that the President and Justice Minister heartily approved of the reading and wished him their congratulations. I mean, I get it if like some random journalist or whoever reads the book and is like, oh my, this is mighty good. How does the president and what was the other guy? And the justice minister not know about his background? It seems insane that they would know this background and be like, oh yes, that sounds like a good idea. You could read your book where you say you were a car thief, but actually you brutally murdered a woman in the woods and sexually assaulted her. Horrifically. I mean, man. You. And blind politicians. On April the 13th, he got word that his reading from Purgatory would be televised. You me, bro. A week later, Jack Unterweger stood in front of a prestigious audience in the prison auditorium while simultaneously being beamed into millions of homes. There he was, 5'6", boyish face, gentle voice, a reading of his painful childhood. The editor of Manuscript magazine, Alfred Kollrich, said of the event, quote, "He was so tender, and at that moment, we decided we had to get him pardoned." Pardoned? Man! A pardon was very different from eventual parole after the 15-year minimum for a life sentence. Oh, there we go, 15 years. But that is still not 6. I was kind of being facetious. But that's still a bloody good reason to have as many other 15 years stacked consecutively on top of that as possible. Please, let's do that. It meant Jack Unterweger's immediate release. For his part, Unterweger started telling people the lie that he'd made amends with Margret Schaefer's parents, and that even offered to pay for part of his education. In 1983 and 1984, journalists, artists, and academics joined the chorus calling for his pardon. But this is pointless. This is so stupid, because all of these people are arguing that he is a model of rehabilitation. If you pardon him, it takes away that whole thing. You should have a record. You've paid your debt to society, yes, but you should pay it. And that shows reform. Not getting a pardon's the opposite of that. It's like, what's his face? Joe Biden's son, Hunter. Do you think he learned a ton of lessons from that? Probably not, because his dad pardons him. I mean, I'd do the same, but it's not right. This culminated in 1985 with an aggressive media blitz calling for the freedom of a talented writer and ultimately repentant and misunderstood man. How about you just let him keep writing his nonsense from prison? And as much as the government wanted to hold Unterweger up as a rehabilitated criminal and awaited the opportunity to let him out on parole, an immediate pardon was a bridge too far, thank God. The political pressure mounted until Austria's president Rudolf Kirschlager made a public statement pointing out that under Austrian law, a life sentence brought with it a minimum of 15 years, and Unterweger had only served 10. Well, yeah, but a pardon is a pardon, isn't it? It's different. It's outside the scope of the courts. Privately, Kirschlager told Unterweger that he was not yet matured enough in the resocialization process to be released. How very sensible of you. I don't know why I said that with a slight sarcastic tone. That was really sensible. In the meantime, Jack Unterweger continued to bask in the limelight and indulge himself with the numerous special privileges that were thrown his way. In 1984, Unterweger began writing a stage play called End Station Prison, again drawn from the fanciful version of his tough life that doomed him to jail. The play was first performed in 1986 at the Vienna People's Theatre. Unterweger was allowed to attend, dressed in a tuxedo with a bow tie. The guard on him was minimal. Outside, he was mobbed by fans, journalists, and photographers. He told a reporter it was odd that the first time he had stepped foot in a theatre in his life would be to see a play that he had written. After the play was over, Unterweger was in the lobby schmoozing with a crowd of admirers when he was approached by a 32-year-old woman and a 15-year-old daughter. The old woman introduced herself as Meta and reminded Unterweger of the brief relationship they'd had in St. Gilgen in 1970. Then she introduced Unterweger to his teenage daughter, Claudia. He embraced them both. Claudia was just a year younger than the 16-year-old he had kidnapped and tried to force into prostitution just a few months after meeting her mother. I have no words. This is insane. Following their introduction at the Vienna's People Theatre, Claudia regularly wrote and visited Unterweger in prison. A few years later, in her early 20s, Claudia had children of her own who would refer to Unterweger as Grandpa. I have no words for how insane this is. As for End Station Prison, it was a tremendous hit with critics, not so much as the general public, and was performed on stages all over Austria and West Germany. Unterweger applied for a government grant to write a second play, and despite the fact that his room and board and television, books and stereo were already paid for by the taxpayer, he received it. Yeah, immediately I'm like, for what? He's living a life of prison leisure. It's like, if I was in prison, I'd be like, what the f*** else am I going to do except, I don't know, write. Learn to write a book. Knows, what else are you going to do? Just like read? Lift weights? I don't know, what do prisoners do all day? I guess they have chores and stuff. They do tasks. I watch that Orange is the New Black show. Although they do seem to still hang around a lot in that show, don't they? Unterweger dubbed the play A Scream of Fear. Although on the surface it was supposed to be about the fear of AIDS, Unterweger infused it with a different subtext. For example, at one point the protagonist, Jürgen, has the line, "Many lies are often the truth, just as the truth is often regarded as lies. Who knows the difference? Winners never get hauled before a court, only losers, because a winner transforms every lie into the truth." Whoa, it's close to home, isn't it there, mate? In 1987, while he was still working on Scream of Fear, Unterweger published a second small poetry collection called Reflections. In 1988, he published a compilation of all his children's stories that had been broadcast over national radio for the past decade, saccharinely called When Children Live Love. Ugh, cringe, bro. Around this time, Unterweger was approached by a production company who wanted to do a film adaptation of his book Purgatory. It was directed by literature, theatre and film critic Willy Hensler. Unterweger asked Hensler to leave out mention of the murder of Margret Schaefer from the film, just like he'd done with the book. Again, Unterweger cited the feelings of Schaefer's family as the reason. The movie was well into production before Hensler actually took the time to discover exactly how Margret Schaefer had died. And he's like, oh no, I've sunk so much time and money into this, no! Meanwhile, Unterweger and Hensler co-wrote the screenplay, and Unterweger became intensely frustrated with Hensler's refusal to sanitize the criminal history of the film's protagonist. Good for you, mate. I like that. He sent Hensler a torrential downpour of angry letters. As the film neared completion, Hensler privately asked the warden of Stein Prison, Karl Schreiner, if Unterweger was really rehabilitated. Schreiner's reply was, "Jack hasn't become a better man. If he were released, he might mistreat a girl. But he's learned so much that he would never again commit a major offense because he understands it wouldn't be worth the risk of going back to prison." That seems a little bit blind to the fact that people think they're smarter than they are, and he would commit crimes. He'd just think he's not going to get caught this time because that's what he's learned. Not that he's learned the punishment doesn't make up for the crime. He's a monster. He's going to do more crimes. I promise you that, and it's not just because we've got an enormous amount of script still left to go. The film adaptation of Purgatory premiered in 1988 to rave critical reviews. Like with his book, the film was not seen by the majority of the Austrian populace. Unterweger was allowed to attend a screening at the Wales Film Festival, again under minimal guard. After the showing, Unterweger came on stage for a Q&A session. The crowd cheered and applauded. Unterweger sat beside the director, Willy Hengsler, and the prison warden, Karl Scheiner. Unterweger answered several questions where he waxed lyrical about how writing Purgatory allowed him to confront his childhood, his deeply rooted resentment toward his mother, and to overcome his criminal impulses. Then came an awkward question, because neither the book nor the film mentioned the murder of Margret Schaefer. There were people in the crowd who weren't entirely clear on why Unterweger was in prison. On the subject of redemption, an audience member stood up and asked, "With your book and now your film, you found a kind of success, but could a rapist ever find true success?" The questioner meant this as hypothetical, as in, could a criminal who had committed a heinous offence ever truly be rehabilitated and function again within society? But Unterweger misunderstood. He replied, quote, "Your question is based on an error. I've never raped anyone. I have far too much respect for women." Bro, tell that to the f***ing girl that you bludgeoned to death in the woods, you f***ing animal. Neither Hengsler nor Schreiner, who were also sat on stage, decided to correct the record by pointing out that indeed Unterweger had raped women. He was convicted of doing it to 4 of them, convicted of violating another before he brutally murdered her, and was accused of raping still more women over a 5-year period from 1970 to 1975. Instead, the film's director and the prison warden remained silent as the grave. You f***ing cowards. So there you have it. Sorry about all the swearing. I'm just a little bit upset about this, to be honest. It's just kind of unbelievable, isn't it? So there you have it. As far as the crowd was concerned, Jack Unterweger was a respecter of women. In 1989, Unterweger began work on a second autobiography called Dungeon, which provided a sanitized account of what he did after his release from Wels prison in January 1973, taking up where he left off with his incarceration for car theft. The book includes mention of his travel companion Manu and their trip around Italy, Switzerland, and Austria. Unterweger describes numerous criminal activities he engaged in at the time, mostly theft, hijacking, and assault, with the details sufficiently changed and left vague to avoid any criminal charges. Unsurprisingly, the book does not include any reference to his trip to Salzburg or the murder of Marcia Horvath. The book ends with Unterweger being captured by border guards while trying to cross into West Germany on April 4th, 1973. The book's central thesis is that a great deal of Unterweger's criminality was rooted in class conflict. As a member of the lower class, he was frustrated with his lot in life, and he took his rage out on those with wealth and privilege. Crime in Unterweger's thesis was often an expression of rage by the oppressed against their oppressors. The thesis played well with the Austrian intellectual circles that had embraced him, and it was likely chosen for that very purpose. In one part of the book, Unterweger describes being with Manu in Rome and running out of money, so he posed as a male prostitute and got picked up by a middle-aged man driving Mercedes. The man drove him to an unlit road where Unterweger held a knife to his throat, intending to rob him. What follows bears a startling resemblance to his modus operandi for targeting women. I tied his hands behind his back with shoelaces. I drove further down the Via Casalina until no more houses were visible. There was nothing around. Darkness. In a meadow obscured by bushes, I stopped the car. End station. I got out, went around the car, and opened the passenger door and jerked him out into the cool evening air. His cries brought my rage to a boil. I ripped off his pants and strewed them like the other pieces of his clothing in the nearby bushes. Out of me broke forth the hateful cynicism. I spat on him and kicked him, all the while cursing him with my tirades of hate. My body felt agitated, as though filled with ants. I wanted to say so much to him, but had to suppress it so as not to betray myself. I went to work on him without seeing him. He was only an object. I observed my movements in slow motion. The swift blows of my fists were accompanied by shrill cries, and I couldn't calm myself. I heard him, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. I don't want to read this. I feel like I'm giving him too much platform. So he does this. He just defiles the guy, basically. Not sexually, but just, it's unpleasant. There are echoes of Unterweger's MO from both the murder of Margret Schaefer and the rape of Daphne from Salzburg in this account, but Unterweger altered the narrative so the victim was a wealthy, privileged man, not a scared teenage girl. Instead, the rich man was someone who preyed on rent boys who were desperate for money, all to reduce the sympathy for the victim, while Unterweger got to surreptitiously relive elements of his crimes in front of a readership of thousands, including Austrian high school students. It's still f***ing terrible, though. Just because it's a John doesn't make it any more right. He's not, I don't know. That's like, if you want to, I feel like you've got to put it in the position of like, okay, think about it as if this was a man soliciting sex from a sex worker. Is the man preying on the sex worker, or is this a exchange of not good services for money? Like, I don't know. I personally don't have a problem with prostitution. I think it should be legal. Sex work, to use the right term. I think it should be legal. So in this case, I think, obviously, if it's a male prostitute or a female, obviously if it's a male sex worker or a female sex worker, I don't think it should matter. I get why this elicits less sympathy, but it should still elicit sympathy. This is just, the fact that this makes it okay is kind of weird. This was all to reduce sympathy for the victim, while Unterweger got to surreptitiously relive elements of his crimes in front of a readership of thousands, including Austrian high school students. He refers to seeing the victim as an object, which accords with what we now know about his psychopathy. And Unterweger changes the wetness in his pants to the result of urine, when in all likelihood, as a sexual sadist, he's probably describing something else. Naturally, to avoid pushing the parallel account too far into incriminating territory, Unterweger does not kill the man, he lets him go. A rich man, soaked in a poor man's piss. That same year, 1989, Unterweger was interviewed about the upcoming book by ORF arts journalist Peter Humer. The interview took place in his cell at Stein Prison, was broadcast over the radio. Humer remarked, with a touch of pomposity, "From the experience of your childhood arose a second leitmotif of your life, in addition to the search for your mother, namely the constant desire for revenge. Am I to understand that this hatred and desire for revenge is, so to speak, a collective condition experienced by the lower classes, to which even a child is susceptible?" Wow, solid. Is he a journalist? Journalist, dude. Talk about a leading question, mate. Unterweger replied, "It is a collective condition that also seizes children because it is everywhere in society. Many put up with it, perhaps complain. Then there are individuals who are seized by it and ultimately explode." Humer observed, "That is what you describe in your second upcoming book as aggression, rage, impotence, and omnipotence." Mate, who are you into? Stop it. How are you a journalist? This is not journalism. "Correct," Unterweger replied, "because in the moment that you spread fear and see another tremble with terror, you get a crazy feeling of triumph, even though you know you've done something bestial." Humer echoed part of his statement as a question. A feeling of triumph? Leading question. Let me guess what his reply is. Yes. Yes, Unterweger replied. What a shock. I mean, I saw that there, but it's like predictable, isn't it? "Because you observe how you torment the other, how the other must serve you and suffer, and you can't hold yourself back." In reality, what Jack Unterweger is describing here has little or nothing to do with class conflict. He is describing the urges and experiences of a serial predator, one that the Austrian government planned to set free, in all likelihood, to thunderous applause. It's sick, dude. This is just, it's crazy how this story has been twisted by him. It's desperately impressive in some ways. Auf Wiedersehen, Jack. As the 15-year minimum of his life sentence approached in January 1990, the Judges' Senate reviewed Unterweger's case and found that he was worthy of a parole hearing. Unterweger was subjected to a psychiatric examination, which concluded that the prisoner was a remorseful, empathetic person who had confronted the root of his criminality, learned the error of his ways, and no longer posed a threat to society. Oh, but look how much script we have left. We know he's a massive threat to society. The court-appointed psychiatrist added that Unterweger's literary career gave him a useful outlet toward which he could channel his energies. The parole hearing was scheduled for April 27th, 1990. And so, the pressure was on. The media was flooded with writers, artists, philosophers, academics, and experts in criminology and jurisprudence calling for Unterweger's release. The SPO was still in government after 20 years, though their hold on power had decayed, as inevitably happens after such a long period. They were now a minority government. The president of Austria was now Kurt Waldheim, a member of the conservative OVP, whom the SPO and other critics accused of being a secret Nazi war criminal. Holy shit. Politically speaking, there was much riding on the government's effort toward rehabilitation of Jack Unterweger. Gerhard Reuss, General Secretary of the Austrian Authors' Council, wrote, "Apart from general humanitarian considerations, the credibility of the Justice Ministry with respect to rehabilitation stands or falls with the person of Jack Unterweger." Man, authors just with their words, bro. Just be like, I'd like to see him set free because it'll show that we can rehabilitate people. How about you just use plain English? Or plain German, I suppose, in your case. Similarly, ORF journalist Peter Humer said, oh god, this guy. Journalist. Sorry, I don't know anything about him, except for that sloppy radio interview. He said, as we know, the rehabilitation success of our prisons is not overwhelming. I don't say that to be critical. I mean only that the example of Jack Unterweger as a successfully rehabilitated offender would be a significant and opportune result. I hope, Peter, that when he gets out of prison and you find out about all, I'm sure, the further horrific crimes that he's going to commit, that you feel a slight twinge of guilt, because, in my opinion, you absolutely should. The quote continues, otherwise one must doubt the earnestness of the state's dedication to rehabilitation. End quote. There was a quiet threat in both those statements. Free Jack Unterweger, or we will turn against the minority government. Meanwhile, the experts said he was ready. Scholar of criminal sociology Arno Pilgrim wrote, insofar as personal development is evident in the literature, Jack Unterweger has fully realized it. Preeminent sexual psychologist Ernst Bornemann wrote the Justice Minister, Egmont Verregger, an independent minister whom the SBO despised, saying, I don't know him personally, but I have read Purgatory, and the man has intelligence and would, if freed from prison, doubtless be able to make a living from his literary work. The man committed a serious act, is remorseful, understands the motive of his actions at the time, and has the means to never relapse. As a sexual researcher, I can evaluate his act better than many psychiatrists, and I am convinced that the act will not be committed again. I therefore support his attempt to obtain release from prison. This is wild, guys. People commit these crimes and then they do them over and over again because they're psychopaths, dude. How are you not seeing this? You're a psychologist. Get it together. At the parole hearing on April the 27th, Unterweger enjoyed the benefit of a mountain of written testimonials from the Austrian and West German intelligentsia, along with members of the public. The strongest witness arguing in his favour was Dr. Wolfgang Dolisch, the now retired director of penal executions. In Dolisch's opinion, Unterweger was fully rehabilitated. His case was a triumph. Unterweger was represented at the hearing by notable Viennese arts and entertainment lawyer George Zanger, who submitted a petition signed by Austria's literary and intellectual royalty, calling for Unterweger's release. Zanger said at the hearing, quote, Austrian justice will be measured by the Unterweger case. To some extent, however, the parole hearing had a foregone conclusion. On May the 23rd, 1990, the Courier newspaper in Vienna ran the headline, Free after 15 years, Jack Unterweger, 40. The headline was accompanied by a picture of Unterweger sitting at a table in front of the Café Landsmann on Vienna's famous Ringstrasse, hand pretentiously on his chin, pretending to be thinking deep thoughts. He wore a silk Prince of Wales check suit, white dress shirt open at the collar, and a stylish pair of sunglasses. He also wore several gold rings on his fingers and a gold bracelet around his wrist. An ex-pimp whose brain was still stuck in the 1970s. Very nice, David. The article went on to say, he is a successful author, has written several books, and wants to film his book Purgatory for a second time. The talk is of Jack Unterweger, 40 years old, he was actually 39, ex-prisoner in Stein, with a life sentence for the murder of an 18-year-old girl. In his single-occupancy cell, he became a literary figure. Today, Wednesday, after more than 15 years of incarceration, the prison doors have opened for him. The quote ends. With regard to Unterweger wanting to remake Purgatory, he had publicly made comments about being dissatisfied with the 1988 depiction of the film's protagonist. So him. Going by Unterweger's angry letters to Willy Hengstler, one imagines Unterweger thought that his depiction was not sufficiently sanitized and heroic, so he wanted a do-over. After Jack Unterweger was patrolled, he never telephoned or visited Dr. Wolfgang Dolisch. The man had served his purpose. However, years later, he did send Dolisch a postcard from Los Angeles with a short greeting scrawled on the back. But by then, things had taken a rather grisly turn. It's just a reminder, like, we're early in this story, somehow, despite being over an hour and a half in. Within the first few days of achieving his freedom, Jack Unterweger seduced a nurse at the Vienna General Hospital and nipped over to a nearby apartment. The following day, Unterweger met the wife of an ORF cameraman at the Café Museum, went back to their home and had sex with her in the married couple's bed. Unterweger wrote of the liaison in his diary, "We were alone, undisturbed. Greed devoured beauty." Then Unterweger was off to an upmarket champagne bar in downtown Vienna. He was dressed again in his Prince of Wales check suit and little bow tie. He got talking to a rather posh young woman in a silk evening dress. He had a handsome, boyish face, was only 5'6", and seemed like a sensitive artist. She went home with him. Isn't he famous? She doesn't know who he is? He's very short. You feel like you would notice, this dude. Wouldn't he be noticed? Then Unterweger stripped off his clothes to reveal an extremely ripped body from 15 years pumping iron prison, absolutely riddled with prison tats. The posh woman from the champagne bar was so shocked and frightened by the sight of him, she fled the apartment. He's like, check out my sexy body. It's like, what happened to you? After a week of freedom, Unterweger used some of his book money to buy a Mercedes with the vanity plate W Jack 1. The W was for Vienne or Vienna, thus Vienna Jack. Over the next year, Unterweger would purchase 5 more luxury cars with his literary fortune. For 15 years, prison and the taxpayer had spared him the cost of rent and groceries as the book royalties stacked up. That's crazy. I feel like you should... Can't you? I thought the rules, at least some countries, I think the UK is one of these, but I'm not certain, have very sensible laws not allowing prisoners to profit off their crimes. And how about you have some law like that, Austria, because he's profiting off his crimes here? Meanwhile, the press coverage of Unterweger's release was fawning and relentless. Numerous Austrian and West German magazines did cover stories on him. Unterweger's celebrity status did not hinge on his being successfully rehabilitated criminal. It did not matter whether people had read Purgatory or not. Jack Unterweger was now the darling of the media because he was sexy, a potentially dangerous ex-con, but also a cultivated literary genius. 2 modes of male attractiveness, the best of both worlds. The magazine cover shoots usually fell into one category or another. They'd depict Unterweger as a brooding genius, resplendent in a tailored suit, or as a vicious ex-con shirtless and in jeans, showing off his bulging muscles, festooned with prison tats. One photo shoot mixed the two. Unterweger was dressed in a double-breasted suit with a little red bow tie, standing in a creepy attic of an abandoned building. A thick rope was thrown over a rafter and tied into a noose. Unterweger posed as both the hangman and the hanged. Okay, I know it's cringe, like all of this like stuff he's doing, but that does actually sound quite clever and artistic. I don't know, maybe it's not, but I'm like, that's kind of clever. After a few weeks of freedom, Unterweger gave his first public reading. The room was packed with literary admirers, but also just people who'd seen him in the media. As literary events go, the crowd had a disproportionate number of young women. The Hebristophiles. Unterweger wore a Snow White 70s-era disco suit with large collar bell-bottoms and a red rose in his lapel. It's funny how, like, the Prince of Wales check suit and the bow tie is like, yeah, you could see someone wearing that today. That doesn't go out of fashion. But the giant 70s disco suit with the bell-bottoms, it's just like, wow, let's hope that never comes back. He read a few extracts from Purgatory and also his upcoming book, Dungeon. He did not go home alone that night. Over the next 18 months, Jack Unterweger is confirmed to have slept with 67 women. Good f***ing lord. Well, I guess he's famous and handsome and... yeah, I guess that's enough. He's rich as well, apparently. Some of them he picked up in bars, some of them at book events, some of them he picked up on the street by dint of his being a celebrity, some of them were married, and one was recently divorced from a well-known politician. No matter how you sliced it, Unterweger's effect on women was undeniable. Most of these sexual encounters were one-night stands, but some of them had repeat performances. By reputation, apparently, Jack was good in the sack. This included his intimate knowledge of BDSM and his corresponding skill set in binding, flogging, and rough sex. That Unterweger should have an interest in sadomasochism is not surprising. Ted Bundy also introduced it to the women he did not murder. It was a way for a killer to indulge in his sexual sadism without the grisly cleanup or risk of jail. Yeah, but I get the feeling it's not going to be enough for him. Meanwhile, all of Unterweger's sexual partners knew, or soon were told as part of the pickup, that he was an ex-convict. Some may well have been excited by the hint of danger exuded, along with the typical confident smarm of a malignant narcissist and male psychopath. A few may have even been touched by a dollop of hebristophilia. Oh, I think so. I definitely think so. In that context, it is entirely unsurprising that BDSM play was later reported to have become commonplace in Unterweger's encounters. As an unrepentant sexual sadist suddenly flooded by female attention, Unterweger was like a kid in a candy store. As for the first 4 months of his freedom, Unterweger's confirmed sexual liaisons remained consensual and non-homicidal, but this was not to last forever. What a surprise, David. Who could have predicted such a thing? A monster cannot be satiated by mere roleplay and naughty make-believe. Death was coming. The Red Lanterns of Hell. Margret was a 27-year-old restaurant and bar columnist for Viennese magazine. She was cultured. She was a society girl. She came from a rich family and had grown up in the middle of Vienna in a palace that used to belong to the Rothschild family. Holy shit. That is rich. And yet, as a teenager, Margret had grown bored with her privileged upbringing and developed a penchant for slumming it. Oh, what's that song? It's the Rolling Stones. Fuck, that song about this. I don't remember. Her favourite bars were all in the red light district. She had also cultivated a liking for authors who explored the darker side of life with gritty realism, existential angst, and just a smidge of countercultural rebellion and sexual liberation. One of her favourite authors was Jack Kerouac. I mean, all of this is fine and not exactly surprising, but it is... I don't know. I don't want my kids to be like this. As such, it didn't take long for Jack Unterweger to come to the attention of Margret Haas. She read a newspaper interview with him while he was still in prison and rushed out and bought Purgatory. She loved it. When the film version came out in 1988, she saw that too. After Unterweger was paroled in the spring of 1990, Margret saw pictures of him shirtless and wearing jeans in Free Life magazine, with his arms and torso coated with tattoos. She liked him all the more. Sounds like older Margret here never got over a rebellious phase. In the summer of 1990, Viennese magazine provided Margret Haas with an excuse to call Unterweger. They wanted her to write an article on the favourite Vienna restaurants of local celebrities. She dialed the number provided to her, and the call connected. Unterweger? Herr Unterweger, this is Margret Haas from Viennese magazine. We're doing a survey on the restaurants at which prominent Viennese like to dine. Ah, so now I count among the prominents. That's very flattering, Unterweger replied. Well, yes, if you'd like to think about it, I could call back tomorrow, Margret said. Why would I need to think about it? I can tell you right now. Margret laughed. Why are you laughing? Margret replied, I'm not laughing at you. It's just that for everyone else, it was more of a fuss to name their favourite restaurant. Unterweger said, I suppose being prominent is a fuss. Anyway, where I like to go, especially if I have a woman with me, is Café Kombenzel. I like the view. The food isn't bad either. Do you know it? The cafe was located in the Vienna woods overlooking the city. Margret joked, Of course. My parents used to go there to fool around in the parking lot back in the 1950s. Unterweger shot back, My apartment suffices for that. But I like the Kombenzel. Your readers will think I'm old-fashioned, and why not? I'm about to turn 40, you know. Margret asked, Do you think 40 is old? Unterweger remarked, I live with much more gusto than I did in my youth. Maybe some evening you'll join me for a drive up to the Kombenzel. Maybe I will, Margret said flirtatiously and hung up the phone. A colleague asked her who she was talking to. She answered with ironic indifference, Oh, just the woman killer Jack Unterweger. 2 days later, Unterweger dropped by the offices of Viennese magazine. He had a large German shepherd on a leash. Without asking to see Margret, he dropped off a photograph of himself to use in the restaurant article with the secretary at the front desk. The secretary didn't know who the man was, so Margret repeated her little line, Oh, just the woman killer Jack Unterweger. Margret knew that Jack Unterweger had served 15 years of a life sentence for murdering a woman. She didn't know how that woman had died. Despite being a fan of Unterweger's, she didn't even know the victim's name, and despite the murder being a huge part of Unterweger's claim to fame, neither did many other people, and it seemed like nobody cared enough to find out. Her name was Margret Schaefer. She was 18 years old. Jack, that's a brilliant line, David, thank you. At the beginning of autumn, Jack Unterweger went on a road trip to Czechoslovakia, as it was then, accompanied by 2 female university students. They did some sightseeing in Prague during the day, and at night they stayed in a holiday flat, managed by Regina Bakova. While the girls were interested in Prague Castle and Charles Bridge, Unterweger's attention was entirely absorbed by the city's red light district. You know what's weird? I live in Prague. I didn't even know there was a red light district in Prague. I know there's grotty neighborhoods, but I don't know if they're a red light district. And sex work's legal, so I don't know. Just not something I do. One afternoon, Unterweger approached the landlady and flirted with her a little bit. At 52 years old, Bakova remarked that she was a little old for him. Then Unterweger told Bakova that he was a journalist writing a story about Prague's red light district, but needed a Czech interpreter. He asked Bakova if she'd be willing to come with him and talk to some sex workers, and she agreed. On the evening of September the 14th, 1990, Unterweger and Bakova travelled in the former's BMW and parked at the National Theatre. Okay, the National Theatre's right in the centre of town. If there was a red light district there, it's not there anymore. I shouldn't think. Just before they got out of the car, Unterweger showed Bakova a pistol and a switchblade, claiming it was to defend himself from any angry pimps. For the next few hours, Unterweger and Bakova interviewed several working girls before they were indeed told to go away by their male handlers. They parted company in Wenzelslav Square at 11:45 p.m. Wenzelslav Square is also in the centre of town, but it's much closer to the new town, and there are some pretty seedy streets off of Wenzelslav Square, so maybe it could be around there. Regina Bakova walked over to her sister's apartment. Unterweger headed into a cafe. Sat there, drinking alone, Unterweger saw a woman at another table arguing with a man. Just before midnight, the woman got up and stormed out. Unterweger followed her. Several yards away from the cafe, he introduced himself to the woman and offered her a ride home. She was 30-year-old Blanka Bokova, a married woman with 2 children who worked in a butcher's shop. In the evenings, Blanka was known to head out to meet other men. One of those men, Martin, she'd been arguing with in the cafe. An affair gone sour. Unterweger and Blanka walked to the parkade at the National Theatre and got into his BMW. It's about a 10-minute walk for anyone wondering. They drove in the direction of her apartment, but then Unterweger kept going and going and going until they were out of town. He drove Blanka to Brezhny Brook, a tributary of the Vltava River, an area covered by trees. I don't know where that is, so I guess he went quite far out of the city. It's not known whether Blanka went there willingly or whether she'd grown alarmed as Unterweger drove out of the city. Perhaps he had threatened her with his pistol. Either way, it was at Brezhny Brook where Unterweger stripped Blanka naked except for the grey knee-high stockings she was wearing and the gold wedding band on her finger. He beat her with his fists and stabbed her once in the bottom with his switchblade. He then grabbed her throat with his hands and squeezed, but he didn't kill her. After a while, Unterweger retrieved the victim's bra, tied it around her neck and garroted her. Then he removed her bra and took it with him. Blanka Bokova was found dead the next morning, September the 15th, 1990, face down in the water. A few hours later, her ID card was found on the shoreline of the Vltava River. Her purse and clothing were never found. A month later, at 10 p.m., on October the 17th, 1990, in the city of Graz, southeast Austria, a 19-year-old girl named Joanna stood on a street corner in the red light district near the Schlossberg clock tower. Jack Unterweger pulled up next to her in his BMW. He was wearing a white suit with a red bow tie. He offered Joanna 300 Austrian shillings, about $72.50 in modern US currency, to have sex with him in the car. Then, for an additional 200 shillings, a little over $48, he convinced Joanna to let him drive her out of town, citing the fact that he was a famous journalist and didn't want to be spotted. They drove about 5 miles out of Graz, pulled into the Dominion of Heaven Way, a narrow road that ran into the hillside and then into a dense forest. There, Unterweger stopped the car. He offered Joanna 800 shillings, about $993 today, to let him tie her up. Joanna voluntarily stripped off her clothes and lay down on her belly in the backseat. Unterweger secured her hands behind her back with a pair of handcuffs. Then he stripped down to his undershirt. Unterweger asked, "Are you afraid?" "No," Joanna answered. "Why? Should I be afraid?" Unterweger said, "I want you to act as though you were afraid. I want you to show me fear." Then he proceeded to have sex with her, so roughly that Joanna found it exceedingly painful. She began to cry, which seemed to excite Unterweger, causing him to thrust even harder. After about 5 minutes of this, Joanna began screaming in blinding pain. She screamed so loudly that it seemed to break Unterweger's concentration, and he stopped. Unterweger removed the handcuffs. They both got dressed, and he drove Joanna back into town. She had gotten a good look at his face and his license plate. He had told her that he was a journalist from Vienna. Like so many women of her profession, Joanna tried to forget about the negative encounter, and the next night she was back on the street corner in the red light district. 9 days later, just past midnight on October the 26th in the city of Graz, a 39-year-old sex worker named Brunhild Maser was working a street corner, a block from where Unterweger had picked up Joanna. At 12:15 a.m., the taxi driver who knew Brunhild pulled up next to her and asked her why she was still working when all the other girls had gone home. Brunhilde replied that she was hoping for one last customer so she'd have enough money to take her kids on an outing the next day. The taxi driver pulled away from the curb and departed. A few minutes later, Jack Unterweger pulled up next to Brunhilde in his BMW. He drove her several miles out of Graz into some woods north of the village of Gratkorn. He parked the car next to a small brook. There, Unterweger stripped off Brunhilde's clothes, but left the jewelry on her body. Then he beat her, and then stabbed her in the bottom with a knife. He used the victim's pantyhose as a ligature, because most Austrian sex workers back then did not wear bras, and strangled her to death. The remains of Brunhilde Maser were found a little over 2 months later, on January the 5th, 1991, by some children playing in the woods. She was lying face down in the brook. The cold had slowed the pace of decomposition. An animal had eaten part of her buttock where Unterweger had stabbed her. The coroner determined that she had been garroted. Her clothing and purse were missing. Police suspected one of Brunhilde's clients, who was known to be into BDSM and liked to drive women into the woods and have them dance naked in front of the headlights while he... Well, that's grim, while he did things in the car. Why you... That... People are into weird shit. But none of the sex workers that the suspect frequented claimed to have had a non-consensual violent encounter with him. The suspect provided an airtight set of alibis for the entire night. The police cut him loose. But beyond that, they had no solid leads. At the end of October 1990, Jack Unterweger produced a short article on the lives of sex workers for Bast magazine titled A Red Lantern in Graz. In November 1990, Unterweger published his second book, Dungeon, which he'd been working on in prison the previous year. To coincide with the book launch, he adapted the novel into a stage play in which he had the starring role. The premiere was at the Vienna People's Theatre. Unterweger made sure to send Margret at Viennese magazine. When Margret saw Unterweger come onto stage dressed in a white suit and red bow tie, it struck her how small he was. He was like a little boy. She watched for the next 2 hours as Unterweger acted out a heavily fictionalized account of his time in Italy, Austria, and Switzerland in 1973. It's got to be so bizarre playing yourself in a play about yourself. Like, reenacting things that happened to you as you. Like, what? That's a mind f***. She watched as Unterweger pretended to piss on a rich man who had picked him up in an invisible Mercedes. After the play, a reception was held at the Rice Bar, an upmarket establishment in central Vienna that claims to be the first champagne bar in the world. Quite a claim right there. I'd imagine it would be in France, given that champagne is in France, but maybe that's just me. Margret made a point of approaching Unterweger's table. One thing led to another, and they wound up sitting together and chatting playfully until closing time. Then they got into Unterweger's Ford Mustang and drove to Margret's favourite nightclub in the red light district, the Motto. Unterweger stroked her thigh under the table, and they kissed. Leaving the club at 6 a.m., Unterweger pushed Margret up against a wall, parted her legs with his own, and tried to take her right there in the alleyway, but Margret said no, and Unterweger relented. He offered to drive her home. Margret accepted and gave her parents' address. Along the way, Margret asked, "Why did you kill that girl back then?" Unterweger gave her the usual shit about how she'd reminded him of his absent mother and he'd blacked out and lost control. This is scary. Like, do people not find this scary? Almost the fact that he blacked out and lost control is kind of more scary in a way than if he didn't black out for a potential victim, because then you never know. I mean, you never know anyway, I guess. But it could just happen again randomly. "How do you feel about your mother now?" Margret asked, perhaps with a touch of self-preservation. "I'm on pretty good terms with her. She lives in Munich. I visit her from time to time," Unterweger lied. He hadn't been to see her, hadn't called her, or even so much as sent her a postcard. His mother's abandonment had little to no impact on his psyche, and it certainly wasn't why he killed. They pulled up to the former Rothschild palace. Oh my god, yeah, she lives in the Rothschild's house. She's so rich. And Unterweger could not contain his shock. Margret explained that she lived in her own wing of the house. She offered to let Unterweger sleep in one of her guest rooms on the condition that he stay there. Unterweger obeyed. You're just going out with a journalist or whatever, and then you just arrive at her f***ing palace, and you're like, what is happening? I had that once. I was just hanging out with a friend and some of his friends, and then it was like, just had this moment. It's like, oh, you're extremely rich. I'm not going to give any more details, but it's just one of those moments where you're like, oh, I see. It's really bizarre because you're just hanging out with someone thinking they're normal, and then it's like, oh my good lord. After that night, Unterweger and Margret became close friends, or so she thought. It's doubtful whether anyone could truly become friends with a psychopath, but either way, Margret offers us a first-hand view of Unterweger in the months to come. They would go out drinking together, and because they were both night owls, he would frequently call her well past midnight for a chat. If this wasn't an insanely f***ed episode about an insanely f***ed person, I'd be like, isn't this nice? But it's super f***ed up. Unterweger spent the end of November and the entirety of December on tour, performing Dungeon in theatres across Austria, Switzerland, and a newly reunified Germany. The play was loved by critics, but was poorly attended by the general public, much to Unterweger's immense frustration. On the evening of December 5th, 1990, while he was performing in Bregenz, a town set in West Austria at the foot of the Alps, Unterweger called Margret to complain. The critics might love him, the intelligentsia might adore him, but the plebs just didn't get his brilliance. I mean, count me in with the plebs. Like, I was reading his stuff and it just felt super self-indulgent and weird. Like, I don't know. Not the sort of thing I'd enjoy, but apparently it's good. All right. Margret occasionally found Unterweger's ranting tedious, but she let him vent and tried to comfort him with a few encouraging words. After a while, he hung up, still miserable. And so, Unterweger drove his Mustang to the red light district of Bregenz, where at approximately 11 p.m. he saw 31-year-old Heidi Hammerer standing on a street corner next to the train station. Unterweger negotiated a price and drove Heidi south of the city into a wooded marsh near the village of Lustenau. There, Unterweger tore off the victim's clothes, bound her wrists behind her back, and shoved the silk slip she'd been wearing underneath her dress into her mouth as a gag. He then beat the victim mercilessly and raped her. Afterward, he took her pantyhose, tied it around her neck with a granny knot, and strangled her to death. Unterweger returned to his hotel and called Margret Haas again. It was around 2 a.m., but she was still awake. Margret noticed that he seemed more cheerful, reinvigorated. His outlook refreshed. Super up. So, just a reminder, and it's difficult for me because this was yesterday for me because this is an enormously long episode. There was the guy, the journalist, who was like advocating for him to be released from prison, saying he's like all reformed and 2 people dead so far. Not that, it's not entirely on you, but just think about that. The body of Heidi Hammerer was found by a group of hikers 3 weeks later on December the 31st. Police suspected a local Bregenz pimp, but eventually cut him loose. Agent of Destruction. Shortly after the murder of Heidi Hammerer on December the 5th, Jack Unterweger published another book called The Adriatic Sea. 2 book releases in 2 months might sound like a lot, but Adriatic Sea was only a third of the length and included anecdotes, truthful or otherwise, from Unterweger's trip around Italy that didn't make it into Dungeon. The thesis of Unterweger committing crimes as part of class warfare was the same, and he chose only to write about crimes that victimized rich people or faceless institutions. It was much more palatable for his readership than his actual choice of victims. Meanwhile, Unterweger continued his stage play tour of Austria, Switzerland, and Germany. Unterweger returned to Vienna in January 1991 to relax and recharge for a few weeks. As far as we know, he didn't kill anyone in Vienna during that time. It seems so weird. I guess that the thing... I know it sounds stupid, but I feel like I learned from Dexter, the TV show, that these serial killers, they have this, urge. And it's okay, he needs to kill. And then he kills, and he feels better for a time. And then sometime again, he needs to kill. It's so strange. It's just so alien. He did, however, spend January and the first half of February in the company of a 16-year-old Viennese schoolgirl, because that's not f***ed up. Unterweger had first met Katharina in October 1990. He was out of town, and his male German shepherd Joy was being looked after by a neighbor, but Joy got loose and ran around the streets until he was found by Katharina and her parents. They took the dog home and contacted animal services, and that is how Katharina's family got in touch with Jack Unterweger. Because they had warmed to Joy, they agreed to look after the dog until Unterweger returned. And so he did, at the end of October, fresh from murdering Brunhilde Master in Graz. Unterweger told Katharina and her parents that he was a writer. He made no mention of his past. Isn't he famous? I feel like we were talking about how famous he was, and these people just don't even know vaguely who he is. A few days later, Katharina's parents found out that Unterweger had been imprisoned for murdering an 18-year-old girl. They'd be like, Katharina, no. You're 16. You're still under my control. No. But they also heard about his path to redemption and, of course, his celebrity status. I'd still be like, f***ing no. As such, they were still happy to look after Joy and socialize with Unterweger. The only proviso was Katharina's father told her that under no circumstances was she to be alone with him. How about just no? How about just not at all? How about just never? Perhaps predictably, this was like waving a red flag in front of a bull. Within a matter of days, Jack Unterweger was picking up Katharina from school and taking her back to his apartment to have sex. In case you were wondering, the age of consent in Austria is shockingly low at just 14, bro. There's no does that just apply? Is that still true? And does that just apply to everything? I mean, there's no gradual thing. So it's the same for someone who's 16 or 18 or 30 and 14. That is alarmingly low. Katharina had claimed that during their numerous encounters in November, January, and early February, Unterweger was never sexually violent with her. However, one time when they were walking the dog, Unterweger seemed to test the waters by taking the leash, wrapping it around one of Katharina's wrists, and saying, "I'd like to tie you up." The 16-year-old took it as a joke, and she laughed. Unterweger released her wrist. A few days later, Unterweger took Katharina to a restaurant near his apartment. He bought the girl several glasses of red wine. In case you were wondering, it is legal for 16-year-olds in most jurisdictions in Austria to consume wine and beer. Is that right? Oh, consume, but not buy, I would imagine. I think that's true in the UK. I'm not sure if it's still true, but when I was a kid, it's not about drinking, it's about buying alcohol. So if you drank your parents' wine, totally fine. No matter, I think it's whatever age you want. But you can't buy it. Nevertheless, the teenager quickly got drunk. Though it was distinctly possible it wasn't just the wine and Unterweger had drugged her. I mean, she's 16. She's probably not got much drinking experience. Katharina had no memory of leaving the restaurant, and the next thing she knew, she was waking up several hours later in Unterweger's bed. For some reason, Katharina remembered the leash incident from a few days before. She asked Unterweger if he had tied her up. Unterweger smiled and denied it. He later admitted to others that he had tied Katharina up with a belt of a bathrobe, but claimed she was conscious and it was consensual. In case you were wondering, slipping a 16-year-old schoolgirl a roofie so you can take her home, tie her up and have sex with her unconscious body is illegal, even in Austria. Well, we don't know that he roofied her. I'm just inclined, I think she probably just drank a lot. It seems like just drinking a lot. That can definitely do that to you, where you just don't remember. But yeah, it doesn't take away from it being incredibly up. On New Year's Eve, while Unterweger was out of Vienna on his dungeon tour, Katharina met a boy her own age and started dating him without telling Unterweger. She also carried on having sex with the ex-convict without telling her age-appropriate boyfriend. Unterweger kept seeing Katharina periodically amid other sexual liaisons throughout January and the beginning of February. Then, on 17th of February 1991, Jack Unterweger attended the Vienna premiere of his next play, Scream of Fear, which he had written behind bars in 1986. Thereafter, he departed on a short tour of 7 other cities. At that point, Katharina broke it off with Unterweger and started seeing her teenage boyfriend, who was oblivious to all of this exclusively. Katharina kept a copy of Scream of Fear's tour schedule as a souvenir. Another female acquaintance who heard about Scream of Fear was Sonia Eisenstein, the author and journalist who had written to Unterweger after his arrest in 1975 and paid for his education for a few years before breaking off all contact with him. Oh yes, I remember this. Oh yes, it's like a long time ago for me. At the beginning of March, Sonia was walking through a subway station when she saw a promotional poster for the play. She saw Jack's name on it, and she was left uneasy by the title Scream of Fear. Although the play was supposedly about AIDS, Sonia thought, who the hell screams with fear when they find out they have it? Maybe you'd be shocked, maybe you'd cry, she speculated, but scream with fear? Remembering what had happened to Margret Schaefer, Sonia suspected that Unterweger's other impulses had inspired the title. Sonia went home and wrote an angry letter to the Kronenzeitung newspaper denouncing Unterweger as a psychopath, a sadist, and a plagiarist, and describing how Margret Schaefer died. Sonia called him a liar for claiming that he'd merely blacked out and beat Margret with his fists because the girl reminded him of his mother. Sonia cast aspersions on Unterweger's supposed rehabilitation, and she concluded with the statement that, quote, Jack Unterweger is a shark in the Austrian cultural scene. His madness is like the AIDS virus, an agent of destruction that threatens all of society. No one is safe from him. Unfortunately, Kronenzeitung did not see fit to publish her letter. I mean, fair enough, because I'm sure they get lots of complaints and letters. I get loads of emails. And it's like, I'm sorry, but most people are crazy. And some are like, fairly legitimate. And you're like, oh yeah, but I can't. I just can't. On February the 5th, Jack Unterweger returned to the city of Graz as part of a tour for Scream of Fear. A second performance was on the 6th. Unterweger fraternized with several women in Graz during those 2 days, providing him with alibis. On the evening of March the 7th, Unterweger drove 30 miles west to the village of Koflach, where he gave a 2-hour book reading. He returned to Graz at 10 p.m., though he would later lie that he went straight back to Vienna. He was driving his Ford Mustang. Not really an inconspicuous car for someone who he doesn't lead an inconspicuous life and he's just out there murdering. Crazy. At 10:15, on March the 7th, 1991, Jack Unterweger picked up 35-year-old Elfriede Schempf from a street corner near the Volksgarten, a public park in Graz's red light district. He drove her 14 miles south of the city and turned onto a narrow dirt road heading into the woods. 14 miles is a really long way. Like, not on the highway or whatever, but driving through a city, 14 miles and out of a city would take forever. I'm always surprised. I look at my car and it's like, 7 kilometers to work or whatever, but it takes so long because you're driving through a city. Whereas 7 kilometers on the highway is like 3 minutes. While still in the car, Elfriede either stripped off her clothes as part of their arrangement or else Unterweger took them off by force. She was left wearing nothing but her jewelry and a pair of red socks on her feet. Unusually for Austrian sex workers at the time, she'd been wearing a bra. Then Unterweger forced the victim out of the car. He coerced Elfriede to walk 400 yards or 365 meters naked into the woods. Impressions in the soil indicate that the victim stopped at one point and refused to go any further, so Unterweger dragged her the rest of the way. Then, at the base of a tree, he assaulted the victim for an indeterminate duration before strangling her to death. Given she was not wearing pantyhose that night, it is likely that Unterweger used her bra as a ligature. Afterward, he removed the victim's purse and clothing, except for her socks, from the scene. The remains of Elfriede Schempf went undiscovered for a long time, but she was reported missing after a few days. A fellow sex worker had seen Elfriede getting into a white and red-striped Volkswagen Golf at around 10 p.m., which bore resemblance to Austrian police cars at the time, but the witness said that the car had civilian plates, not police ones. Investigators slowly combed through all the owners of VW Golfs in Graz, but the closest suspect they could find was the driver of a yellow Golf that had approached Elfriede earlier that evening, walked into the Volksgarten for sex, and then returned to his car. He had an alibi for later that evening, his wife, and was ruled out. The whole thing was a dead end. The witness had not seen Elfriede getting into Unterweger's Mustang. Without a body, it was unclear whether Elfriede Schempf had actually been murdered, or if there was another explanation for her disappearance. Meanwhile, police had no clear leads for the murder of Brunhilde Masser in Graz in October 1990. Some police drew a connection between Masser and the murder of two sex workers in their Graz apartments in January and October 1989 before Jack Unterweger was paroled in May 1990. Either way, Unterweger was nowhere near the suspect list. Well, because that's before he was paroled, right? They're just unrelated. The stage run of Scream of Fear came to an end on March the 22nd, 1991. Unterweger decided to take a quick vacation down to northern Italy for a couple of weeks. However, on March the 28th, Unterweger got drawn into a race with some of the locals through the Italian Alps and completely totaled his Mustang. Jesus Christ. Totaling a car in 1991? Were there airbags and stuff back then? That feels like you're going to get injured. Unfortunately for the rest of the world, though, Unterweger was unharmed in the crash. Oh no, he left the ruined car in Italy and hopped on a train back to Vienna. Yeah, although I guess it is quite easy to, you say total a car and you kind of imagine it rolled over and completely smashed up, but it's like, I don't know, if you hit it in the wrong way, cracks the frame or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, can't fix that. At this point, Unterweger was slightly disenchanted with how his career was going. His release from prison was now old news. Purgatory had sold well and had gotten a bump from the publicity surrounding his parole, but that had quieted down too. Neither Dungeon nor Adriatic Sea sold particularly well. Oh no! And the stage plays brought in next to no money. So Unterweger shifted his focus towards a venture that he thought would get him the recognition and money he deserved. The latter was vital if he was going to continue the lifestyle of a Viennese playboy with swanky suits and fast cars. And so Unterweger started working on a Hollywood screenplay, Love Till Insanity, half romance, half psychological thriller. He even started imagining what famous actors he could cast. Yes, the guaranteed way to make money. Write a Hollywood screenplay, famous for not being competitive at all and everything getting picked up. Unterweger got back to Vienna on March the 29th. He called Margret house and asked if she'd like to go out for the afternoon. She said yes. He picked her up in a decidedly less flashy Volkswagen Passat, and they headed up to the Café Cabenzel in the Vienna woods together. They ate and took Unterweger's dog Joy for a walk around a nearby vineyard. Then things took a very strange turn. As the sun began to set, Margret suggested they go out and get some sushi in town. They got back into the VW Passat, but Unterweger didn't drive in the direction of the city. He kept driving on the ring road through the Vienna woods. At first, Margret didn't notice. Then she kept seeing exit signs for the city blow past. At one point, Unterweger slowed the car down to a crawl and started to peer into the woods. Oh dear. Margret was completely baffled by this behavior. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I'm looking for something." "Are you going back to town by a different route?" Margret asked. "No, this is the normal way." Unterweger kept driving through the Vienna woods until Margret got fed up and demanded that they head back to the city. Unterweger complied. Now, there are two possible explanations for what was going on here. One, Unterweger was contemplating the option of murdering Margret Haas right then and there. Oh yeah, that's entirely what I think is happening. He's just looking for a spot in the woods where he can pull over and be like, "Let's go into the woods together." And then we know what happens. This seems unlikely. Oh, okay, because they were known associates. People knew Margret was out with him that day, and they had been seen together at the Café Cabenzel. I mean, yeah, but he's like, also, it depends how, like, strong his desire for murder is, doesn't it? 2, and much more likely, Unterweger had taken Margret with him while he was scouting the route for the next phase of his murders. Why would you do that? Just because you like danger? I don't know, I can't explain people's brains, but I don't know. The Vienna Strangler. At 10:30 p.m. on April the 8th, 1991, Jack Unterweger picked up 23-year-old Sylvia Zagler from a street corner, 10 minutes from his Vienna apartment. He was driving his Volkswagen Passat. He drove to the Vienna woods, and there's some evidence that Zagler panicked along the way because it was later determined that she broke the door handle trying to escape the vehicle. Unterweger forced Zagler to strip naked, wearing nothing but her earrings, and then marched her off the road and into the woods. Unterweger took the victim's pantyhose with him. He beat, raped, and garroted the victim. When Unterweger took the car in to replace a broken tailpipe a few days later, the mechanic noticed that the passenger door handle was also broken. Unterweger declined the mechanic's offer to fix it, making the extremely creepy statement that, quote, "It keeps the little birdies from escaping." Fucking hell, that's some psycho shit. Sylvia Zagler's body was not discovered for several months, but she was reported missing a few days after her disappearance. Police had no suspects. 8 days later, at 11 p.m. on April the 16th, 1991, Jack Unterweger picked up 25-year-old Sabine Moitzi from a street corner in the sketchy neighborhood of Mariahilf, close to the West Bahnhof rail yard. Moitzi was a married woman who worked in a bakery uptown during the day, but unbeknownst to her husband, she had developed a heroin addiction and had taken up sex work to pay for it. She had lied to her husband that she was going out for the evening with friends. As such, Sabine Moitzi was not registered as a sex worker with the government. Unterweger took her directly into the Vienna woods and stopped the car on the other side of the unlit road from the Scots Court restaurant. As usual, he made the victim march into the trees, but this time he did not strip her naked beforehand. The journey into the forest was steep and littered with rocks. It was not an easy climb. When they reached the base of a tree, he forced Moitzi to strip off all her clothing down to her leotard, a very 1980s, early 90s choice of undergarment that might seem unusual today. People wore leotards as undergarments? Who knew? She had been wearing stockings, which Unterweger forced her to remove. Given her profession in the leotard, she was not wearing a bra. Then Unterweger beat, raped, and strangled her with one of the stockings. He left the stocking tied with a granny knot around her neck. After Sabine Moitz's death, Unterweger lingered at the scene. He was getting creative. He positioned the victim so that she was face down in the mud, arms outstretched, legs parted, and with a posterior in the air. The leotard had been torn to one side, exposing her anus and genitals to anyone who should discover the body. It was deliberately meant to shock the observer. Then Unterweger took the rest of the victim's clothes and the contents of her purse and scattered them in a semicircle around her. He removed the victim's identification card and apartment key from the scene. Due to the spring rains in April and May, Sabine Moitz's body was not discovered for several weeks. However, her husband reported her missing after she did not come home that night. He had no idea that she'd been working a street corner in Mariahilf, and so police had no idea where to begin to look. Moitz's friends all denied that she was out with them that night. At 5 p.m. on April the 28th, 1991, 12 days after the last murder, Unterweger met a girl named Martina behind her boyfriend's back at the Café Diglis for an early meal together. At 6:15, they went to the movies and saw The Silence of the Lambs. Unterweger seemed to enjoy it. Of course he did. The film ended around 8:30, whereupon they ventured to the Café Florianhof next to Martina's apartment for a drink. There, Unterweger purchased a set of tires from one of the cafe's owners. All right. Unterweger and Martina stayed at Café Florianhof for an indeterminate amount of time, likely an hour or so. That night, Unterweger did not go up to Martina's apartment to have sex. He had other designs. Meanwhile, at 9:45 p.m. that night, 32-year-old sex worker Regina Prem was dropped off by her husband at her usual street corner. Only a minute or so later, Regina was picked up by a regular client, a wine merchant, and then taken to the hotel Rudolph's show. Regina Prem had grown up in an orphanage. She worked unskilled labor jobs in her 20s when she met her husband, Rudolph. 2 years into their relationship, Regina suggested to Rudolph that she become a sex worker to make more money. Rudolph accepted this. They had got married and had a son. Rudolph quit his job as a plumber to look after the boy while Regina financed their lifestyle. They told the child that his mother was a waitress. Working nights, Regina would sleep most of the day. At one point, she developed an addiction to sleeping pills and had to go to rehab. Regina Prem finished with a client at 11:30 p.m. and was seen leaving the hotel Rudolph's by a porter and a sausage vendor across the street. How very Vienna. She was seen walking back to her street corner to take unscheduled walk-ups. She either didn't make it to her corner, or she was picked up by Jack Unterweger soon after arriving. The woman who worked at the opposite street corner, Erika, didn't see her there all night. Unterweger drove Regina into the Vienna woods. He forced her to climb to the top of the highest hill in the forest, the Hermannskogel. There, Unterweger stripped the victim of all her clothing except for one nylon stocking that remained on one of her legs. He held on to the other one. Regina was still wearing her jewelry. Unterweger pushed the victim onto her belly, on the ground, and cuffed her hands behind her back. In order to inflict pain, Unterweger forced the victim's arms upwards over her back toward her head and shoulders. It's not known how many times he did this. Then Jack Unterweger beat her, raped her, and garroted her with the stocking that he had taken. Afterward, he removed the ligature from her neck, the victim's purse, and all of her clothing except the other stocking that remained on the victim's leg. He did not create the semicircle like he had done with Sabine Moitzi. We do not know if Unterweger posed the body like Moitzi's because the remains of Regina Prem were not discovered for over a year, during which local wildlife had scattered the bones. It had rained that night, and the journey through the Vienna woods was muddy. At 7 a.m. the next day, April the 29th, Unterweger washed the mud off his VW Passat and replaced the tires with ones he'd purchased at the Café Florianhof the night before. Unterweger's first Vienna murder victim, Sylvia Zagler, did not have any close relations, having been disowned by her family for her choice of profession. Nobody spoke to the media after her disappearance. The second victim, Sabine Moitzi, had a husband who loved her, but had no idea that she was a sex worker. And when he found out from one of Sabine's friends at the end of April, he was angry and ashamed. In contrast, Regina Prem's husband, Rudolf, was not only aware of his wife's profession, but he approved of it. He had no qualms about talking to the media after she disappeared. Rudolf Prem's media statements soon came to the attention of Jack Unterweger. In a few months, Unterweger would decide to have a little fun, tormenting the victim's husband. This guy is there no low that he won't go to? In the meantime, Jack Unterweger wasn't finished with the women of Vienna. 9 days after the last murder, on the night of May the 7th, 1991, Unterweger picked up a 25-year-old Karin Aroglu from her street corner in Mariahilf, only a few blocks from where Sabine Moitzi disappeared 3 weeks prior. Karin was an Austrian girl who had recently married a Turkish man for the modern equivalent of $12,000 American to sort out his visa issues. She had spent the last 7 years on the streets as a registered sex worker and was operating illegally for 2 years before that. She had a reputation amongst the other girls for knowing how to handle herself. Karin had seen and experienced almost anything a client could throw at her, but she had not yet encountered a serial killer. Unterweger drove her 10 miles west, deep into the Vienna woods, pulled onto a narrow road, and marched her a mere 30 yards into a grove of spruce trees. He stripped her naked. Karin Iroglu was wearing neither a bra nor pantyhose, but was wearing a leotard. Unterweger made her take off that as well. The victim suffered heavy blunt force trauma to the face, so severe that it's likely a bludgeon, not just fists, were used. Iron rods were a mainstay of Unterweger's earlier MO, and this opens up the distinct possibility that the bludgeon, whatever it was, also became an implement of sexual assault. Then Unterweger used the victim's leotard as a ligature, in absence of pantyhose or a bra, and he strangled her to death. He left the body in the same grotesque pose as Sabine Moitzi's. Under the body, he left a torn-off fingertip from a rubber glove, implying that at some point during the murders, Unterweger had started wearing them to avoid leaving fingerprints. The leotard was left, tied in a granny knot, around the victim's neck. Yeah, are there no fingerprints from previous ones that they could run? I guess often these bodies are discovered too late for the fingerprints to be any use, I suppose. Because they have a record of his fingerprints from his time in prison, right? Can they run them in a computer back in 1991? Or it's probably going to have to be a detective thinks he's a suspect and looks at the fingerprints, like manually, right? Resocialization. On May the 20th, 1991, a 62-year-old hiker was walking in the Vienna woods when he smelled the stench of rotting flesh. He glanced around looking for its source. And that's when he found Sabine Moitzi, murdered on April the 16th, posed in a disturbing fashion, putrefying on the forest floor. Blue fungus had grown on her body, wildlife had eaten all the flesh on her right leg. There was no identification left on or near the remains. So the police trawled the missing persons cases. Sabine Moitzi was not registered as a sex worker and had kept it secret from her husband, but 3 weeks earlier, at the end of April, her friend Ilse had told police about her nighttime activities. Ilse had actually dropped Sabine off the night she disappeared, and when Ilse drove by 10 minutes later, Sabine had already been picked up from a corner. Sabine's husband was called to identify the body, but decomposition was so advanced that he could not identify his wife by her face, but he recognized her jewelry. Although Sabine Moitzi had been a secret sex worker, police now linked her murder to the disappearances of 3 registered Vienna sex workers. To the credit of the Austrians, their system of managing sex work had led them to investigate the disappearance of the 4 women just as they would those of any other profession. Whereas in other countries, where it's illegal, sex workers might be assumed to have just moved along to another city. With no registration or way of checking whether this was true, combined with stigma, their disappearances might be assigned a low priority. I think might be assigned a low priority. I've done enough of these casual criminalist episodes to know that, sex worker disappears. Probably nothing. That's probably nothing. Police's response almost every time. It's wild. On May the 22nd, the Vienna Courier newspaper ran the front page headline, "Prostitute in Vienna murdered, 3 still missing." The article went on to say, quote, 4 prostitutes have gone missing without a trace in the Penzing neighborhood of Vienna. On Monday, one of them, Sabine Moitzi, 25, was found by a hiker strangled in the Vienna woods. Now there is grave concern for the lives of the 3 still missing. In the red light district, fear of death prevails. Jack Unterweger must have seen the headline on May 22nd because he decided to stop killing women for the time being to see what shook out and if the cops were onto him. The following day, May 23rd, another body was found in the Vienna woods by a woman gathering vegetation for a pet guinea pig. The woman could still be identified by her face. Police quickly consulted the close associates of the 3 missing women. A Vienna sex worker, and not her Turkish husband, identified the victim as Karin Iroglu. Because of her reputation for toughness, her death shook the working girls of Vienna, and they began to be afraid to go out at night. Some of them stopped working for the time being, some of them would see known clients, and others had no choice but to march out onto street corners using whatever security measures they had improvised. Unterweger must have been happy. He felt powerful, triumphant. He'd created a climate of fear. On May the 26th, Viennese magazine, the same one Margret had worked at, printed a story about the murder of Brunhilde Masser in the woods outside of Graz in October 1990. It also covered Gertrude Seeger in her Graz apartment in January 1989, before Unterweger was released, and Gerlinde Rosenkrantz in her apartment in October 1989, also before Unterweger was free. They linked the murders to the disappearance and probable murder of Graz sex worker Elfriede Schempf in March 1991 and speculated whether the Graz murders might be linked to the Vienna murders. The following day, a crime reporter for Klein Zeitung, Hans Brittiger, cautioned people not to speculate too wildly. On May 28th, an inspector attached to the Graz murders came to Vienna to see if there were any connections with the Vienna killings. He concluded that they were too different. 2 of the 3 confirmed. How are they different? Oh wait, I'm sorry, the 2 people murdered in the apartment that weren't him. Right? That makes sense. What ties those together? The 2 in the apartment and then the one in the woods. They seem to be, other than the fact that they're all sex workers, I don't know what the... were they all sex workers? I'm sorry, it was several pages ago, I don't quite remember. But I'm not sure what ties those together. 2 of the 3 confirmed Graz murders were done in apartments, and Elfriede Schempf was still missing, so they had no idea where she might have been killed. Oh, okay, so she was still missing. If indeed she had been killed. Both the Vienna killings had been done in the woods, and although Brunhilde Masser had been killed in the forest outside of Graz, she had not been grotesquely posed, and the ligature was not left around her neck. The opposite was true for Sabine Moitzi and Karin Iroglu. Nobody connected the bodies in Vienna and Graz to the murders of Heidi Hammerer in Bregenz, who had been killed on December 5th, 1990, and her body discovered on New Year's Eve. On May the 31st, Unterweger went out to Vienna's red light district and conducted street interviews with sex workers about the murders. This is so twisted little fuck. And by little, I mean, yeah, because he was short. He recorded the audio of those interviews. At multiple points, he went into graphic detail about the killings to shock the interviewees, but mostly Unterweger was interested in the women's feelings. How scared were they? What kind of monster could do such a thing? What sort of precautions were they taking to avoid harm? That same day, Vienna police were contacted by retired homicide detective August Schenner. He had investigated the murder of Margret Horvath in Salzburg all the way back in 1973. He had interviewed Jack Unterweger about her death in 1975 and again in 1983, once his ex came forward with testimony placing Unterweger in Salzburg on the night in question. Schenner told police about Horvath and how she'd been found, beaten, tossed in a lake to drown. He told them about the 1974 murder of Margret Schaefer, which bore striking similarities to the MO of the Vienna Strangler. Unfortunately, the officer who received the tip did not think Schenner was credible. On June 3rd, Vienna Police Chief Max Edelbacher was interviewed by the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation. The reporter they sent was Jack Unterweger. He made no mention of his ex-con status, but Unterweger did tell the chief that he had a special qualification to cover the story. His aunt had been a sex worker, had told him about that life, and had been murdered by a client in 1967. During the interview, Chief Edelbacher said, "Despite a number of leads, so far we have obtained no positive result. What we are really missing is material evidence. Because the prostitutes we found so far had already been lying there for a relatively long time, any material traces that may have been left were destroyed by the bad weather. It rained for a very long time." End quote. Okay, so there go your fingerprints. Unterweger replied, "It must be frustrating for an officer to, so to speak, run into such a dead end." Dude is just playing with them. Jack Unterweger's news item, Fear in the Red Light District, was featured on Journal Panorama and broadcast on ORF National Radio on June the 5th. During the introduction of the story, the show's host repeated the lie that their intrepid reporter's aunt was a sex worker who was murdered in 1967. In one of Unterweger's street interviews with a sex worker, he seemed to take pleasure in pointing out that one of the victims, quote, was actually standing on your corner when she fell into the hands of a murderer. Right where you are standing. Yeah, he does take pleasure in it. We know he takes pleasure in all of this, otherwise he wouldn't be doing it. I'm just surprised he lets it show. One of the people who listened to Journal Panorama that day was Chief Max Edelbacher. His wife recognized Jack Unterweger as the celebrity murderer who had been paroled from prison in 1990. Chief Edelbacher picked up his phone and got his subordinates to pull everything they had on him. Excellent work. He's got that police gut feel, doesn't he? He's like, oh, that's a coincidence. And then he starts feeling something. And he's like, let me pursue this. Probably can't quite put his finger on why. Although he probably can in this case. But he's got that, like, cop gut feel, right? That's what I'm trying to say. An hour later, Edelbacher was told about the retired homicide detective's tip. Edelbacher invited August Schenner down to Vienna to talk in person, and he arrived the next day. And that is where things fell down again. Chief Edelbacher had severe doubts about Jack Unterweger as a suspect. Perhaps Schenner was just brooding on the unsolved murder of Marshal Horvath, for which Unterweger wasn't even prosecuted. Unterweger, meanwhile, seemed to be fully rehabilitated. He was a successful writer and journalist. He had a lot of friends. He was surrounded by women who seemed to adore him. Yeah, because he's a psychopath wearing a mask. For Unterweger to risk all of that and become a serial killer of sex workers, he'd have to be mentally ill. Well, yeah, he's a psychopath. And Unterweger displayed no signs of mental illness. Again, mask. Nevertheless, Edelbacher put Unterweger under surveillance for a few days. It yielded nothing. Unterweger spent most of his time in his upscale apartment, occasionally meeting friends for lunch or going to posh cocktail parties in the evenings. Then, on June the 10th, who showed up to Chief Edelbacher's office but Jack Unterweger himself? He told Chief Edelbacher that the ORF and the magazine Tyrolean had hired him to go to Los Angeles to report on the city's seedy underbelly. Unterweger asked the police chief if he had any contact with the LAPD. Edelbacher replied that he did not and wished him the best of luck in America. Serial killer at the Cecil Hotel. Jack Unterweger was off to the United States, all expenses paid, and he made sure to take his screenplay, Love Till Insanity, with him, in case he scored a meeting with a Hollywood producer. Bizarrely, on the flight over, Unterweger wore a white cowboy hat, white snakeskin boots, white pants, a white coat, and a Navajo vest. Well, all right, it's a vibe, I guess. The little man with an Austrian accent dressed like he was in an episode of Bonanza, and it doubtless attracted quite a few stares and a bit of laughter. He's like, I'm going to America, I should dress like an American. This is the 90s, bro. You know what Americans actually dress like? After touching down at LAX, Unterweger made tracks for the Cecil Hotel. Located smack dab in the middle of downtown Los Angeles, not far from Skid Row, the Cecil Hotel is notorious in true crime. Yeah, it comes up often. Originally a fashionable hotel when it opened in 1924, its decline mirrored that of the downtown core, becoming a low-cost doss house for homeless, drug addicts, ex-cons, and the mentally ill. And of course, sex workers, which is what interested Unterweger most of all. The Cecil had also been the site of dozens of deaths, including numerous self-deletions, several murders, and one incident in 1944 where a woman threw a newborn baby out of a window. Combined with drug overdoses, muggings, and sexual assaults, police cars and ambulances made regular appearances outside. The manager of the hotel had become a grizzled veteran, and the staff were underpaid and often quit. By Unterweger's visit in 1991, the fortunes of the Cecil Hotel were at their lowest ebb. The walls were covered in graffiti, the pipes often leaked, soaking the dark carpets, so tinted to hide the numerous stains. Rat and cockroach infestations were a constant problem, as was the spread of toxic mold. Only 6 years prior, the serial killer Richard Ramirez, done an episode about him, had briefly used the Cecil as a base of operations while he terrorized Greater Los Angeles. Jack Unterweger was keenly aware of this, and some experts have speculated that he wanted to emulate Ramirez's efforts. By the time Jack Unterweger rocked up at the Cecil, he had wisely chosen to remove his white cowboy hat, snakeskin boots, and Vajo vest. He entered the lobby, walked past a few drunks and 2 schizophreniacs, and then approached the reception desk, which was shielded with bulletproof glass. You know you're in a f***ing shady-ass hotel where the person at reception's sitting in a bulletproof box. I don't think I've ever even been anywhere like that. I've only seen it in movies. He spoke to the 28-year-old Latina receptionist, Catalina Aruca, whose real name has long since been protected by various pseudonyms. Unterweger booked a room for 5 weeks at a rate of $25 a night or $58 in modern money. It's incredibly cheap. Catalina warns the little foreigner about the hotel and that part of town, but Unterweger replied that he was writing a story about the dark side of LA and needed to stay there. Catalina then warned him to remove his jewelry if he didn't want to get mugged. After an hour, Unterweger came back down from his room and flirted with Catalina for a few minutes. Then he departed the lobby to walk the streets. Catalina warned him not to do that. Unterweger replied that it'd be fine. We do not know where he went that night. Over the next few days, Unterweger developed his LA contacts by reaching out to Austrians and Germans who worked in Hollywood. He met Francis Schoenberger, the LA correspondent for Stern magazine in Germany. Unterweger told her that he was writing on the seedy side of LA, but wanted to interview the singer-actress Cher and the author Charles Bukowski and to pitch his screenplay, Love Till Insanity, to Hollywood producers. He also lied that he wanted to track down his American father, an occupying soldier in 1950 who resided in LA. Schoenberger actually made a few phone calls to track down Jack Becker, the fake name Unterweger gave his father, but with no result. She also gave Unterweger Charles Bukowski's phone number as he was a friend of her ex-husband. Unterweger called the number several times, but nobody answered. Yeah, I don't imagine Charles Bukowski's probably answering his phone to... Oh, I suppose it's back in the day. But I don't answer my phone to random unknown numbers. It's just how we operate these days. On the night of June the 19th, 1991, 8 days after arriving in Los Angeles, Jack Unterweger picked up 35-year-old Shannon Exley from the corner of 7th Avenue in town, a few blocks from the Cecil Hotel. Unterweger was driving a rented blue Toyota Corolla. Shannon Exley had fallen into sex work to pay for her crack addiction. The day before, June the 18th, she had telephoned her father and told him that she was trying to get her life together, but she never got the chance. Unterweger drove the victim several miles across LA to a vacant lot on 7th and Thicket, just behind a Girl Scout center. The vacant lot was shielded from the road by trees. Usually, downtown LA sex workers would only travel a few blocks, likely into an alleyway to have sex. Unterweger must have either coerced Sharon Exley or given her extra money and a plausible story. Once they arrived at the vacant lot, Unterweger pulled her out of the car, and they struggled. At one point, he threw Exley onto the hood of the car and her head smashed into the windshield, cracking the glass on the passenger side. Then Unterweger beat, raped, and murdered her. Semen was left inside the body. He garroted her with her bra, cutting the elastic on the left side with a knife, then tying it with a granny knot around the victim's neck. The tension on the ligature could be increased or relaxed, potentially dragging out the process of suffocation for quite some time. The vacant lot was well hidden, the Girl Scout Center unoccupied for the night. Unterweger was able to take his time. The body of Shannon Exley was discovered the next morning. Is this the early 90s, 1991? When did DNA come in? We've got early DNA, right? Early the next morning, June the 20th, lying face down in the vacant lot, wearing nothing but a t-shirt hiked over her breasts and a pair of blue socks. No ID was on the body. She was identified by her fingerprints, which revealed an arrest record for sex work. Early that same morning, Unterweger returned the blue Corolla to the rental place, claiming that a rock had smashed the windshield. He rented a Pontiac Sunbird as a replacement. Then he drove up to the Hollywood Hills for a meeting with Francis Scherberger's ex-husband, Michael Montfort. He was a photographer who had befriended author Charles Bukowski in the late 70s. Montfort told Unterweger that Bukowski was fairly reclusive and advised him to hang out at the Hollywood racetrack, where Unterweger might stand a chance of bumping into the author. That same day, June the 20th, back in Austria, the weekly newspaper Falter had published an article co-written by Jack Unterweger and Thomas Rottenberg on the Vienna Strangler. It was called Sex, Blood, and Tears. In the article, Unterweger and Rottenberg denounced the press for whipping the public into a state of hysteria simply to satisfy the bloodlust of an otherwise bored middle class. They also criticized other journalists for not empathizing with sex workers, and yet it was also mentioned in the article that Jack Unterweger had a special insight into their lives because his aunt was a sex worker who was later murdered by one of their clients. An unnecessary self-aggrandizing lie. Unterweger and Rottenberg also lambasted the police for not doing enough to protect sex workers in the first place. In the article, a Viennese call girl is quoted as saying, "We are also human beings. Many overlook the fact that we provide a valuable social service." Unterweger and Rottenberg agreed, concluding, "We should be glad that there is a red light district. Instead of damning it, we should support it." End quote. Doubtless, it was nice of Unterweger to take some time off his busy schedule of killing sex workers to say a few kind words on their behalf. Back in LA, Unterweger spent a couple of days attending events for the Gay Pride Parade. He later wrote scathingly about people wearing BDSM gear in public, men mimicking masturbation with strap-ons and snakes, and children being dressed up in drag. He argued that such debauched behavior would reinforce prejudices against the LGBT community rather than promote tolerance. On the morning of June the 24th, Unterweger headed to the LAPD Parker Center about 5 blocks down from Main Street from the Cecil Hotel. Unterweger booked a ride-along in a cop car for the following day. He also attempted to interview Police Chief Daryl Gates about the beating of Rodney King, a police brutality incident in March that had sent waves of anger through the black community and would act as a catalyst for the LA riots the following year. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super knowledgeable about 1990s American news, but even I know, Rodney King. However, Daryl Gates was not available. On June the 25th, Sergeant Steve Staples took Jack Unterweger on a ride-along. It's kind of amazing what you can do as just a journalist. I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do that. People are like, okay. Does he have a badge or something? Maybe, I guess. But is it that hard to come by? Can I just go around and be like, no, a journalist. I'd love to come on a ride along and they'd be like, oh, yeah, okay, YouTube boy, come in the car. And it's like, I got nothing to do. I just wanted to go on a ride along. For some reason, Unterweger lied to Staples, saying that he was staying in Venice Beach rather than the Cecil Hotel. He also lied that he was writing an academic article for an Austrian police journal rather than working for the ORF and Tyrolean magazine. Wait, so he didn't have a badge or anything? That no one asks for any, proof of him being a journalist? Or an academic or anything? And also, how did he go to America? He's got a massive criminal record for murder. He wasn't pardoned. He was just released. I remember a friend of mine went to do an internship in America when we were students, and he had a criminal record because he set a trolley of newspapers on fire when he was a kid. I think he was 15 or 16. And he was 19 when he was going to try to go off to America for an internship. And it was a massive hassle for him because he had a criminal record. And it was for mischief. This dude murdered someone. During the 4-hour shift, Unterweger took some photos and asked a lot of questions about policing methods and street drugs. He notably did not ask a single question about sex work. A few days later, Unterweger visited the LAPD Parker Center again, and Sergeant Staples saw him there. He thought it odd that Unterweger would chat animatedly and crack jokes with female officers, but he did not speak to a single man who was there. On June the 26th, Unterweger spent the evening interviewing sex workers outside the Cecil Hotel. That night, one of them climbed the fire escape up to his room and knocked on the window. Unterweger let her inside and paid her $30 for a blowjob. On June the 27th, Unterweger traveled into the Hollywood Hills to try and score interviews with Cher and legendary actress Zsa Zsa Gabor at their respective mansions. Unsurprisingly, he was turned away both times. I guess your press credentials can only get you so far. He also had no luck spotting Charles Bukowski at the Hollywood racetrack. On the night of June the 28th, 1991, Unterweger picked up 33-year-old Irene Rodriguez from a street corner on 7th Avenue, not far from the Cecil Hotel. Rodriguez was from El Paso, Texas, where she lived with her common-law husband and their 4 kids. She was also a heroin addict. She came to LA in April to visit her parents, but instead of going home, she found a downtown apartment with a roommate and started selling herself to pay for her heroin addiction. She left the apartment at approximately 8 p.m. to stand on the street corner. Unterweger pulled up his Pontiac Sunbird, drove her across the LA River, and turned into a parking lot for a freight company on Mars mission. By that time, it was late enough that nobody was around. Unterweger hit her repeatedly in the face, and then, as she lay on the ground, kicked her in the stomach so hard that it caused internal bleeding. He then raped and murdered her. Her bra, tightly tied in a granny knot, was left around her neck. The body of Irene Rodriguez was discovered the next day, June 29th, by a homeless man searching for wood for a barrel fire. She was lying on her back, pushed underneath a parked semi-tractor trailer. She was wearing one sock and a t-shirt that was pulled up, exposing her breasts. A hypodermic needle with traces of heroin in it was discarded by her side. Unterweger must have tossed it as he collected the rest of the victim's clothing. Like with Shannon Exley, semen was found inside her body. After the second murder, police put 7th Avenue under surveillance. On July 1st, someone broke into Unterweger's hotel room at the Cecil Hotel and stole all his stuff. As much as Unterweger had enjoyed his time stalking the shadows in LA's seedy underbelly, victimizing desperate and vulnerable women, it was a horse of a different color to become a victim of crime himself. The next morning, July 2nd, an indignant Unterweger checked out of the Cecil Hotel 2 weeks ahead of schedule. But new hunting grounds lay ahead. He got into his Pontiac and drove to Hollywood. An overdose of moxie. Later that morning, Jack Unterweger checked into the Sunset Orange Motel, appropriately named because it was the corner of Orange Street and the world-famous Sunset Boulevard. He spent the evening of July the 2nd interviewing Hollywood sex workers. On July 3rd, Unterweger spent the morning at the beach in Santa Monica, and in the afternoon he drove up to the Malibu house of Robert Dornhelm, an Austrian citizen of Hungarian extraction who had found work as a director in Hollywood. Again, it's like amazing. Why would he get this meeting? Just because he's a journalist? Or maybe I'm just like the least connected person anywhere. It's like the idea that I know people who live in Los Angeles and stuff, and it's like, but do I know any of them enough to be like, hey, you want to hang out? It's like, no, not really. I'm just thinking, do I? I feel like I know of people. God, I'm such a loser. Why don't I have any friends? Dornhelm first came to Hollywood's attention by directing a 1977 documentary on the Russian ballet narrated by Grace Kelly, which was nominated for an Academy Award. Since then, Robert Dornhelm had directed 2 low-budget comedy dramas, Echo Park and Cold Feet, that had only grossed a few $100,000 domestically. He was no Steven Spielberg. He must have been doing all right. He lives in Malibu. Isn't Malibu like a super fancy part of... Isn't it just north of Los Angeles and it's very fancy? But Unterweger hoped that their common nationality would convince Dornhelm to direct a second film version of Purgatory or to take a crack at Love Till Insanity. Oh, I suppose, okay, so he's had these films made and stuff, so he's somewhat in the industry. Unterweger didn't have an appointment. He hadn't called ahead. He just turned up to Dornhelm's house. And for some unearthly reason, Unterweger decided to wear his white cowboy hat, white jacket, white pants, white snakeskin boots, and Navajo vest. Maybe it's laundry day? Dornhelm later recalled that he found the cowboy costume off-putting and the impromptu meeting extremely irritating. Nevertheless, Dornhelm let the stranger inside his home. Oh, I would not do that. I hate impromptu meetings. Like, someone's like, oh, hi, do you want to have a quick meeting? I'm like, no, dude, get the out. Unterweger's first act was to shove copies of Purgatory and Dungeon into Dornhelm's hands and demand that Dornhelm turn them into films. The director glanced at the book covers and asked, "Why are you so interested in prison?" Unterweger replied that he was just paroled from a life sentence a year ago. How is he in America? I don't understand. Like my mate with the shopping trolley who set it on fire. It was a nightmare for him. I remember him complaining. He was like, "Are they going to let me go?" And he was doing like an internship at like Johns Hopkins University. It wasn't just a random trip to America. Wait, is Johns Hopkins a university? I don't even know, but it was at whatever the that is. But I've heard of it, so I know it's like a big deal. Naturally, Dornhelm asked, "What did you do?" Unterweger immediately launched into a long-winded story about how he was abandoned by his mother, raised by an alcoholic grandfather, and when a girl reminded him of his mother, he blacked out and beat her to death. Dornhelm interpreted this as a plea of temporary insanity. "And now you work as a journalist?" he asked. Unterweger explained that he was in LA to write a story on the nature of crime and policing in the city. Dornhelm replied, "Yes, why not? If it's a world you once knew." The two men continued talking for a few hours, during which Unterweger brought up his screenplay, Love Till Insanity. Dornhelm said he'd take a look at the two books and the script and he'd be in touch. It was the usual Hollywood fakery. In reality, Dornhelm wasn't interested. When some murderer dressed like a lunatic turns up at your doorstep and demands you make a biopic about his life, your first reaction is seldom to go into business together. No, but it is to be like, absolutely, mate. I'll definitely see you soon. Shake hands. He leaves. Jeffrey, close the gates. What the f*** was that about? Unterweger got back into his car and drove to East Central LA. He arrived at the apartment complex of Cecil Hotel receptionist Catalina Aruca. He made a point of flirting with Catalina every day during the 3 weeks he spent at the Cecil. She hadn't given Unterweger her address, it just followed her home one night, cause that's not creepy. Unterweger discovered that Catalina wasn't there, but her neighbors, intrigued by the little Austrian man in the cowboy costume, invited Unterweger into their apartment to wait for her. You would be curious, wouldn't you? Like, who's this weird dude? I wouldn't invite him into my apartment though, because I'm not an idiot. After sunset, a car pulled up into the driveway. Unterweger looked out the window and saw Catalina get out of the vehicle and walk into her apartment with another man. The little Austrian cowboy abruptly got up and left without going to see her. It was a surprisingly tactful decision right there for old Jack, who seems to be a bit of an idiot. That night, July the 3rd, 1991, 26-year-old Peggy Booth, alias Sherry Long, finished up with a client in an hourly rented room at the Hollywood Vine Motel. She last signed the register at 11 p.m. and then went back out to Sunset Boulevard, somewhere between La Brea and Fairfax, to look for her next customer. Peggy Booth had come to LA from Michigan several years ago with only a few $100s and a high school education. LA had devoured her. Like it does so many women, she got into drugs, she got into sex work, she found herself a scumbag boyfriend who often smacked her around, the last time so badly that he got several months in prison for it. Unterweger picked up Peggy Booth from Sunset Boulevard sometime between 12 p.m. and midnight. The area where she worked was so choked with sex workers that it really was a low-odds lottery as to which woman would get a rendezvous with a serial killer that night. He drove Peggy 30 miles from Sunset Boulevard through Malibu, then onward up Coral Canyon Road into the uninhabited hills. He turned onto a dirt far trail and drove all the way to the top of a ridge. We do not know if Peggy was paid or coerced to travel this distance. I'm going to go ahead with coerced. Because even if you are getting paid, you know that's not a good idea. Unterweger made the victim walk 20 yards from the fire trail. At that time of night, it would have been very quiet up there. You could see the endless stretch of lights from the massive city below. This time, Unterweger didn't bother to rape her. After the awkward meeting with Dornhelm and the crushing disappointment with Catalina that day, he just wanted to kill. And so he beat the victim with extreme savagery, removed her bra, and garroted her with it. He then shoved her under a low-hanging sumac tree and left. 8 days later, on July the 11th, a family with young children climbing up the ridge to watch a solar eclipse that was scheduled to occur at 10:12 a.m. that morning. When they reached the top, they discovered the body of Peggy Booth rapidly decomposing in the summer heat. Her bra was still around her neck, and like the other LA victims, her t-shirt was pulled up past her breasts. Otherwise, the victim was still clothed in her jeans and socks. However, Unterweger must have fished her ID out of her pockets. She was identified by her fingerprints. The coroner examined specimens of the maggots streaming from her nose, mouth, and ears and eye sockets to establish the time of death. Back in Austria, Rudolf Prem, the husband of the still missing Vienna sex worker Regina Prem, received an anonymous phone call. The man at the other end of the line said, "At the lake in the Vienna woods, go left and follow the path that steeply ascends and forks. A few had lain there. When the figure 8 at the zenith stands, then I'll tell you where your wife lies." He's just playing games like a psycho. It's now believed that the cryptic line about a figure 8 standing at the zenith was a reference to how Unterweger had tortured Regina by taking her handcuffed hands, the figure 8, and raising them behind her back and pulling them up to her head, tearing the tendons and eventually dislocating her arms from her shoulders. Jack Unterweger also mailed 2 postcards to Austria. One was addressed to Dr. Wolfgang Dolisch, who had striven so hard to procure Unterweger's freedom. The psychopathic murderer had not contacted Dolisch at all to thank him since his release. The second postcard was addressed to Katerina, the 16-year-old Viennese schoolgirl with whom Unterweger had slept with from November 1990 through to February 1991 and had likely drugged and raped while she was unconscious. On the morning of July 4th, a few hours after murdering Peggy Booth, Unterweger got in touch with Catalina Aruca and arranged to meet her at a shopping mall in Echo Park. They walked around the mall together, then Unterweger suggested they go to a cafe and get a cup of coffee. They climbed into Unterweger's Pontiac. He suddenly told Catalina not to move. He reached between her legs, under the passenger seat, and pulled out a small baggie of heroin. He dumped the powder out on the window. He explained that a homeless man he'd interviewed had given it to him. In all likelihood, however, he'd taken it from the pockets of Irene Rodriguez after he murdered her on the 28th. That evening, Unterweger and Catalina went back to her apartment and had sex. On July the 6th, they went for a walk around Silver Lake. On July 7th, they attended a Latin festival at Echo Park. That night, they had sex again, and Unterweger proposed that Catalina quit her job at the Cecil Motel and come with him when he returned to Austria. Catalina said she needed to think about it. Holy shit, moving a little bit quickly there, mate. The next morning, she woke up in Jack Unterweger's arms and told him that she accepted. Okay, there we go. This is insane. She must think, oh, I've just fallen in love just super quickly with this guy, and we're going on all these dates in all these many days. Meanwhile, he's a f***ing psychopath. For the next week of Unterweger's stay in Los Angeles, they were inseparable. On July the 9th, Unterweger moved out of the Sunset Orange Motel because the manager wanted to charge double occupancy rates now that Catalina was staying there. They moved to the Hollywood 8 Motel off of Sunset Boulevard instead. Unterweger and Catalina spent their days lounging around Santa Monica Beach, then going to Le Petit Four on Sunset Boulevard for lunch, and then having dinner at Gladstone's in Malibu. On July the 12th, Unterweger managed to wheedle his way into a party thrown by Austrian socialite Klaus von Ott, where the who's who of the Austro-German showbiz crowd in LA were invited. Please tell me Arnold Schwarzenegger's there. When is this? This is in the 90s. Arnold Schwarzenegger must be there. Dressed in a white shirt, exposing his prison tats and a gold chain, Unterweger failed to make any useful contacts. On July the 14th, Unterweger and Catalina drove up to Bel Air, where he shoved his books and screenplay into the hands of Austrian actor Gunther Ziegler. On the drive back to the motel, Unterweger told Catalina that he didn't think it'd ever be a success in Hollywood. She replied with some gentle words of comfort and encouragement. The final 2 days of Unterweger's stay were spent entirely with Catalina. He did not bother to interview any more sex workers or try to force his books and screenplays on any more showbiz types. Jack Unterweger departed Los Angeles and returned to Austria on July the 16th, 1991, dressed again in his cowboy outfits. What's this guy thinking of? I don't know. You've just been in America. You know that no one dresses like that. And I know you're a psychopath, but you must be aware of people pointing at you, dude. Being like, what's up with that, dude? What's up with the little Austrian cowboy? Catalina would wind up her affairs in LA and follow him 3 weeks later. Oh no, I really thought this would be just he wouldn't call and that would be the end of it and she'd be heartbroken but alive and out of this sticky web. Meanwhile, that same day Unterweger left, Dr. Lynn Herold, a forensic technician at LA County Sheriff's Department, examined the bras wrapped around the necks of the 3 murdered women. The elastic band on the left shoulder strap of all 3 bras had been cut with a knife, and a slit had been cut through the left cup through which to run the strap. The suspect had also used a knife to separate the top and bottom elastic bands, through which he also ran the left shoulder strap. This gave the killer... Oh my god, I'm so confused. What's he doing? I don't even... Top elastic band through which he also ran the left shoulder strap. What's he doing? This gave the killer 3 cords brought together in a distinctive granny knot with which he could increase or decrease tension and torment his victims for as long as he pleased. Oh, okay, so he's making like a little noose sort of situation? You could easily just garrote some with an unaltered bra, but the adjustments made to these bras were so distinctive that Dr. Herold concluded that all 3 of the victims had the same killer. Yeah, obviously. No offense, Doc, but no The sun was on. The problem was that the killer had just hopped on a plane to Austria. Of lies and boomerangs. On July the 22nd, a few days after returning to Vienna, Jack Unterweger appeared on the ORF radio show Zigzag. He again went through the sob story of his childhood and the unfortunate circumstances that led to the death of an 18-year-old girl. Neither Unterweger nor the show's host did Margret Schaefer the courtesy of mentioning her by name. Unterweger said of the murder, the entire thing just happened, and therein lies a major difference. It wasn't a planned event, and after it happened, I could no longer take it back, and after that moment, the point of no return, I could only live with it. Unbeknownst to anyone, since his parole, Jack Unterweger had murdered 11 more women, and his parole was not long ago. If people hadn't fought for his release, it'd have just... Maybe he would have got paroled anyway, but I don't know. It's not a good outcome. On August the 4th, 1991, a married couple took a relaxing stroll together in the woods west of Vienna. There, they discovered the remains of Sylvia Ziegler, murdered 4 months earlier on April the 8th. She was lying face down underneath a tree. All that remained of the victim was a skeleton, with small patches of dried skin and cartilage clinging to the bones. The remains were covered in a thin layer of soil that had built up over 4 months. There were no clothes left on the body, just a pair of earrings lying in the dirt where her ears once were. There was no skin left on the fingers to collect prints, so the victim was identified by her dental records. Sylvia Zagler, 23 years old. 4 days later, on August the 8th, Catalina Aruca's plane touched down in Munich, Germany. The plan was for Unterweger to collect her there, and then they'd visit his mother in Munich before driving to Vienna. It's possible that Unterweger wanted to finally visit his mother after all these years and show up with a beautiful woman on his arm. Unfortunately, the airline lost Catalina's bags in Paris and said that they would deliver them to Unterweger's Vienna apartment the following day. Perhaps this is why Unterweger cancelled their plans to visit his mother, though it is unclear whether he really intended to do that in the first place, since Theresia might confront her about the numerous lies it told her over the years in front of Catalina. Instead, they began the 4-hour drive to Vienna, with Catalina struggling to stay awake. When she dozed off, Unterweger would shout in her ear, "The f***? She's obviously jet-lagged, just let her sleep!" Why trying to get inside the head of a complete nutcase like this is just like, why even try? Why even try? He's insane. He's not insane. He's insane? I don't want to diminish his responsibility. Over the next few days, Unterweger showed Catalina around Vienna, and she met a number of his friends and associates. This included a massive throng of women, and Unterweger assured Catalina that there was nothing going on with any of them. One from the crowd was Susanna, a woman with gigantic breasts on a tiny frame that Unterweger shrugged off by comparing them to a cow's udders. Another one of the women was Margret, the columnist for the Viennese magazine, who lived in a Rothschild palace and whom Unterweger sometimes called in the middle of the night. Intriguingly, in all their time together in Los Angeles, Unterweger never told Catalina that he'd spent 15 years in prison. Oh, I must have missed that. He was telling the potential film guy, wasn't he? Not her. A few days after she arrived in Vienna, Unterweger finally brought it up. But bizarrely, Unterweger told Catalina that he'd gotten caught during a bank robbery. Bro, you're kind of famous. And lots of people know you, and they know what you did. What? This is gonna come out. And because all the literature around her was in German, okay, the news interviews were in German, and because Catalina never had the courage to bring it up with any of his friends, Unterweger got away with the lie. Holy shit, that's kind of incredible. Surely at some point they're just going to be chatting and be like, yeah, like that, like don't rob banks, right, Jack? And the person sitting with them be like, what the f***? He murdered someone. On August the 15th, Unterweger left Catalina in his Vienna apartment and drove to the Wimitz Valley, where he'd grown up. He was going to give a public reading from Purgatory the next day, coinciding with his 41st birthday. It's unclear why Unterweger wanted to do this. Perhaps he wanted to laud his success over the people who had grown up with him and later heard of his numerous troubles with the law. His grandfather who raised him, Ferdinand, was already dead. The following day, August the 16th, at a small restaurant in the countryside, Unterweger read a few passages from Purgatory, but not the ones dealing with his childhood. Rather, he stuck to the ones dealing with his imprisonment. Then he answered a few questions from the crowd, many of whom Unterweger vaguely knew from the old days. Despite having falsified many of the details of his upbringing and repeating those lies numerous times in his books and in the press, no one in the crowd confronted him. The whole event seemed to be going smoothly. But then, just as the event was winding down, Unterweger was approached by Charlotte R., daughter of Unterweger's step-grandmother, Maria Springer. All right, this was, I think, 2 days ago for me. It's a giant script, David. It took me a while. Please remind me. Charlotte had lived with them and watched little Hansi grow up. Okay. She walked over to Unterweger, armed with photos from his happy childhood. She said, "Hansi, I'm here to tell you that what you wrote about your grandfather is a malicious lie." Unterweger looked up at her and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I know you." Charlotte replied, "Of course you know me. I'm your Aunt Lottie." Unterweger shot back, "No, I don't. I'm trying to enjoy my birthday. Please leave." Charlotte opened her mouth to argue some more, but Unterweger leaned in very close and whispered in her ear, "Be quiet, or something may happen to you." Something in Unterweger's eyes told Charlotte that this wasn't an idle threat, and she backed away. Unterweger returned to Vienna and spent the next 2 weeks in the company of Catalina. He discouraged her from leaving the apartment on her own or talking to strangers on the off chance that they spoke English. It's got to be so lonely. In order to reinforce this, Unterweger told Catalina about the ongoing threat of the Vienna Strangler, and to further keep Catalina isolated, he began cooking their meals at home rather than taking Catalina out for dinner. Unterweger also developed a childish tendency toward practical jokes. Multiple times he tried to dump a bucket of water on Catalina from the balcony when she went out to the courtyard to dispose of the household trash. That's not a practical joke. That's just being a dick. That's not clever. There's nothing clever about that. One day, Unterweger was in his study and screamed in fury for Catalina to come in there. As part of the original plan to visit Unterweger's mother in Munich, he had given Catalina his mother's phone number and address. A few weeks later, in an attempt to be helpful, Catalina wrote the information in Unterweger's little black book. He took the pen and scribbled it out, and for good measure, wrote in capital letters "Vergessen," the German for forget. Unterweger said to Catalina, "Forget about my mother. She's a bad woman." On another occasion, Unterweger drew Catalina a bath and told her to get in. She did, and closed her eyes to relax. And then without warning, Unterweger grabbed Catalina and pushed her under the water. She panicked and grasped at his forearms, but Unterweger did not relent and held her down. After about 30 seconds, Unterweger let her go. Catalina came back to the surface, gasping for breath. Unterweger laughed and left the room. After she recovered, Catalina put on a robe and marched into the living room to confront him. Unterweger insisted that it was just a practical joke. "You gotta leave. Please tell me that this is when you leave." Periodically, Unterweger would talk to Catalina about getting married and having kids. Then a few days after the bath incident, he announced that he'd like to move out of Vienna and get a house in the countryside. That afternoon, Unterweger drove Catalina into the Vienna woods. They looked at a few cottages for sale. I thought that was going to go differently. On the drive back home, Catalina told Unterweger that they needed to stop so that she could use the restroom. But Unterweger kept driving past gas stations, cafes, and taverns. He laughed as Catalina squirmed from an increasingly full bladder. She was eventually forced to wet herself. After the incident, Catalina decided that although she loved Unterweger, the last thing she wanted was to be even more isolated and alone with him in the countryside. For Unterweger's part, that was probably the plan, to keep a tormented and subdued woman who didn't speak the local language far from any other human habitation. There, in the same woods where he killed sex workers, he could probably dominate Catalina for months, even for years, before she tried to flee. And when that happened, there was no guarantee that she would succeed. Or if she did, there was nothing to say that he couldn't turn on the charm and convince her to return. But fortunately for Catalina, something was about to happen that would cut all those plans at the knee. The world was catching up to Jack Unterweger. I wonder what it is that gets him. Do you think it's that thing that in America with the bra straps? Do you think it's that? I don't know. Something's going to catch up to him because he's quite sloppy. Peter Grolig was a crime reporter for the Courier newspaper. He had caught winds of the tip about Unterweger from August Schenner, the retired Salzburg homicide detective, shortly after it reached the ears of Chief Edelbacher in June. For 3 months, Grolig waited to see what the police would do with this information. But the answer was nothing. Peter Grolig thought this was a mistake. The Vienna murders were very similar to the murder of Margret Schaefer back in 1974. And so, on September 1st, 1991, Grolig published a very carefully phrased article in the Courier, quote, "Hot tip in the search for the prostitute murderer. The investigation of the Vienna Woods prostitute killer is on the back burner. Other murders and almost daily bank robberies have diverted the attention of the investigators. But they still have a hot tip. The man they are looking for could be a murderer already known to authorities. The crime, for which he was sentenced to life and subsequently paroled, bears striking parallels to the crimes in the Vienna Woods. The police have already given the eerie Vienna Woods prostitute killer an apt nickname, Jack the Strangler." So he's just being extremely careful there to avoid naming the dude, because right now he's got plausible deniability. He could be like, "No, I wasn't talking about you." But he clearly is. Although carefully crafted to avoid a lawsuit, there we go, the two sentences about a paroled murderer were clearly a reference to Jack Unterweger, and the use of the nickname Jack the Strangler was another warning shot across the bow. Not so much for Unterweger, but for Chief Edelbacher and the Vienna police. It made clear that the media were aware that Unterweger had been suggested as a suspect, and the police would not tolerate inaction. The poster boy for re-socialization must be investigated. There is no question that Jack Unterweger saw the Courier article. On September 2nd, Unterweger told Catalina that they were going for a bike ride by the Danube River. After a few minutes on the bike path, they stopped and sat on a patch of grass. Suddenly, Unterweger burst into tears, and Catalina asked him what was wrong. He replied, "Something has happened. You must go back to America. You can come back to Vienna after everything is cleared up." Unterweger would not specify what sort of trouble he was in. But it is clear that he wanted Catalina out of the country until he could be sure that the police did not consider him a suspect and the press had stopped accusing him of being a serial killer. Bear in mind, Catalina still had no idea that he'd gone to jail for murdering a teenage girl. It is crazy how that's been avoided. By the time they got back to his apartment, Unterweger's mood had swung, and he was cheerful and laughing again. This struck Catalina as extremely odd. She flew out of Austria on September the 5th, never to return. Oh, thank God. Oh, I really thought she was going to die. She was heartbroken. But there's little doubt that the fates, the gods on Olympus, and the angels on her shoulder are all thinking, bullet f***ing dodged. Yeah, dude. You got f***ing lucky. Great. This is the best news of this episode so far. Unless it's the bit where he gets caught and hopefully killed in a horrific way. Maybe by that thing they used to do, like impaled, where they put you on the stick. That's what I'd like to see for this guy. Reluctant nemesis. The next day, September the 6th, Jack Unterweger walked into the office of Max Edelbacher, chief of the Vienna police. In contrast to how Unterweger was blown off in Los Angeles, he seemed to have an all-access pass to high-ranking people in Austria. One would think that Chief Edelbacher had better things to do than just let Unterweger saunter into his office without an appointment. I don't know, it seems crazy. I'd never show up anywhere without an appointment. I just wouldn't do it. You just phone ahead. I guess it's back in the day. But still, it's kind of bizarre. Unterweger told Chief Edelbacher about his time in Los Angeles and showed him a few photographs he took of his ride-along. But Unterweger's real intention, after the article in Courier, was to look for any sign, any flickering expression that Chief Edelbacher considered him a suspect. But the chief merely listened with polite attention and thanked him for sharing what he'd discovered. What he discovered? He just went on a ride-along with the cops. But Unterweger wasn't the only one who'd seen Peter Grolig's article in the Courier. Edelbacher knew that he would have to chase up the Unterweger lead, or he could face the wrath of the press. After Unterweger left his office, Edelbacher picked up the phone and placed the man back under 24-hour police surveillance. Yeah, I feel like going to see him was a mistake. He definitely knows something about you, so why would you just increase his suspicion like this? On September the 16th, ORF Radio broadcast The Dark Side of Los Angeles, Unterweger's story on the epidemic of crime, addiction, and deprivation in the City of Dreams. It was written as a denunciation of the evils of unrestrained capitalism and American individualism. At one point in the news piece, Unterweger interviews a drug-addicted prostitute who said, "Every time you walk out onto the street, you take your life in your hands. It's ugly, it's dirty, it's scary. You could die every time you get in a car, every time you drive away. You don't know this person. You don't know if he's going to kill you, if he's going to be nice to you, if he's going to beat you up, if he's going to hurt you. And you're scared every single time you get in a car." End quote. The following day, September the 17th, the written version of The Dark Side of Los Angeles was published in Tyrolean magazine. Unterweger sums up the experience of women in LA as, quote, "They came with dreams and now sell their bodies on the famous Sunset and Hollywood boulevards. They move to the city by the thousands, hoping for a better life. And at the same time, thousands of others, some dead, leave." On October the 5th, the skeletal remains of Elfriede Schrempf were found in the woods outside of Graz. She had been murdered all the way back on March the 7th, 1991. The bones had no damage from bullets, knives, or bludgeoning. This left strangulation as a possible cause of death, but it could not be confirmed because there was no flesh left on the skeleton to show bruising, and the ligature was not left around Elfriede's neck. Can't they tell from the cracking of the bones in the throat, or is this just cartilage? Is this cartilage or bone? Maybe it's just cartilage. I feel there's some bones in there. I don't know. But the setting of the murder was identical to that of Brunhild Masse, who was killed on the outskirts of Graz on October the 26th, 1990. The ligature had also been removed from Masse's neck, but her body had been discovered sooner, preserved by the coldness of winter, allowing the coroner to see the damage to her throat. Okay, there we go. This was enough for police to conclude that Elfriede Schrempf and Brunhilde Masse had likely been killed by the same man. However, police still refused to make a connection between the murders in Graz and those in Vienna, and they still assumed that the strangling of two other sex workers in their Graz apartments in January and October 1989 were connected to the killings in the Graz woods. Others felt differently. Hans Breitegger was a crime reporter for Kleine Zeitung, a regional newspaper in Graz and Klagenfurt. Breitegger had doubts that the Graz apartment and woods murders were connected. He was also keenly aware that the Vienna murders started up 1 month after the murder of Elfriede Schrempf. It was hardly difficult for a serial killer to travel 120 miles north. On October the 6th, Breitegger was covering an unrelated case on the Czech border when he bumped into a homicide detective from Vienna. Breitegger asked how the Vienna Strangler case was going. At one point in their conversation, the detective mentioned a vague tip that they'd got from Salzburg about Jack Unterweger, but they'd surveilled the guy and nothing came of it. He just worked in his apartment and went out to rub shoulders and swill champagne with his fancy friends. The guy was also something of a ladies' man, always with a gorgeous girl on his arm. There was no need for Unterweger to frequent sex workers. I don't think that's quite how that works. It's like an addiction, or like for him, it's like I guess compulsion would be the right word. Hans Breitegger hadn't heard of Jack Unterweger, the toast of Vienna's intellectual and literary elite. He was just a jobbing crime writer for a regional newspaper. He kept his eyes firmly on the next murder scene or drug bust. He hadn't read Unterweger's melodramatic books or watched his pretentious art house stage plays, but now Breitegger looked him up. He read a few interviews where Unterweger talked about his tragic backstory and his unfortunate blackout killing of Margret Schaefer. Then on the same day, Breitegger did his due diligence and looked up the court transcripts from 1976 and discovered that Jack Unterweger was a liar. The way Margret Schaefer had died wasn't unintentional, it was calculated, it was cruel, and it resembled to an absolute T the Woods murders in Graz and Vienna. Good for you for spotting this at last, my dude. On October the 7th, Jack Unterweger paid another visit to the office of Chief Edelbacher. This time, it was ostensibly to tell Edelbacher about a story he was writing on homelessness in Los Angeles and Vienna, comparing the two, likely to Vienna's benefit. But the real reason was again to gauge whether Edelbacher thought he was a suspect. This time, Edelbacher confirmed Unterweger's fears. It's like, yes, Jack, we think it's you. TikTok, bitch. Herr Unterweger, there is something I'd like to talk to you about. The murders of the women last spring. The murders you reported on for the ORF. We've looked at 130 possible suspects. In our discussions about suspects, your name came up. It would help us clear your name from the list of suspects if you could tell us where you were on the nights of April 8th, 16th, 28th, and May 7th. You may take a few days to look at your records and think about it. Unterweger calmly replied, I'm not surprised, given my past, but after all those years in Stein prison, there is no way I would commit a crime. Not only would I lose my freedom, it would be a terrible disappointment and embarrassment for all those politicians and artists who have helped me. Oh right, yes, because you care, because you have that thing called empathy. Edelbacher simply nodded, and Unterweger left. Edelbacher doesn't believe that for a second. He's just like, TikTok, bitch. The Executioner and the Slave. Rudolf Prem's wife was still missing. Regina had last been seen on April the 28th walking from a Vienna hotel where she'd been servicing a client back to her street corner. The bodies of all the other missing Vienna sex workers had been found, but Rudolf Prem still didn't know for certain what had happened to his wife, and if the worst had happened, where and how she had died. He also didn't know what to tell his young son about the probable fate of his mother. On the night of October the 8th, roughly 36 hours after Unterweger had his distressing meeting with Chief Edelbacher, Rudolf Prem got a telephone call. He recognized the voice on the other end of the line as the same one who had called him last July. The man said, I am an executioner. On Tulbinger Hill lies Gerda. God commanded me to do it. Tonight I have completed my work. To the sinful 11, I have meted out just punishment. The man called again at 5 a.m. on October the 9th and said, they lie in the place of atonement, facing downward, toward Hades, because otherwise it would have been an outrage. The line went dead. Please note that nobody in the press at the time had totted up the death toll in Vienna, Graz, Prague, Bregenz, and Los Angeles to make 11. The calls must have been from Jack Unterweger. Yeah, they're also in this like cringy, pretentious way of speaking or writing that he's adopted. A few days later, Unterweger telephoned Katharina, the Viennese schoolgirl, now 17. After she picked up, Unterweger asked, why did you cut your hair so short? How did you know that? Katharina replied. I know everything about you, Unterweger said. He'd obviously been stalking her. Katharina told him to leave her alone. After a few more bitter words were exchanged, Unterweger hung up. On October the 21st, Unterweger returned to Viennese police headquarters had submitted a statement, he admitted that in April and May he was staying in Vienna, but claimed that he was mostly working from home. He did not give a precise account of his movements on the nights of the 4 Vienna sex workers' disappearances. He claimed, aside from conducting interviews with working girls in early June, just prior to his trip to America, he had no contact with sex workers or pimps. He added, "One cannot accuse me of committing an offense such as murdering a prostitute. I am psychologically stable. I have changed so much from my earlier life that I would never again commit such a crime. I am entirely happy with my occupation. I consume no drugs, and I even abstain from alcohol." Wait, that's a lie. You're going to the champagne place all the time and swilling that with your fancy friends. In order to prove that he had no need to pick up a sex worker, Unterweger absurdly and narcissistically volunteered to submit 2 Polaroid pictures of himself to the police. In other words, he was far too attractive to have to pay for sex. Again, not how that works. Chief Edelbacher read Unterweger's statement. It established nothing in either direction. He contemplated searching for Unterweger's apartment, but decided they were unlikely to find anything. Unterweger had known he was under suspicion for weeks, so Edelbacher accepted the Polaroids from Unterweger in order to show them on the street to working girls, in case any of them recognized him from dates in April or May. Meanwhile, surveillance of Unterweger would continue. On November the 5th, the Vienna police sent a teletype message to Helmut Gold at Graz City Homicide. They had found no connection between Jack Unterweger and the murders of Brunhild Masser and Elfried Schempf. But Helmut Golds thought otherwise, and kept on working the angle. On November the 16th, 1991, 18-year-old Bianca Mrak was sitting at the bar at the Take 5 nightclub, a place frequented by celebrities, aristocrats, and new money, smack dab in central Vienna. Bianca was just the daughter of a local landlady, but with a rather voluptuous figure, she stood a good chance of picking up a gentleman with some money to burn. And on that night, Bianca caught the eye of Jack Unterweger, who was sitting a little further down the bar, sipping champagne. Abstaining from that alcohol, are we? And to honest, the least lie he's told, but he just can't stop lying, can he? Sipping champagne and talking to another woman. He was dressed in a white silk suit with a red bow tie. Bianca smiled at him. Unterweger smiled back and raised his champagne glass in a mock toast. Bianca motioned with her index finger for him to come hither. Unterweger just smiled at her and turned back to his conversation with the other woman. Bianca was about to give up and leave the bar when she saw Unterweger mimic her come hither gesture, commanding Bianca to walk over to him, and she did. The other woman soon departed. Bianca Mrak was thrilled to learn that she was talking to the famous Jack Unterweger, the reformed murderer and brooding bad boy. She hadn't read any of his stuff, but she'd read about him in the newspapers and seen his name on posters advertising his stage plays. Jackpot. And as it turned out, Bianca Mrak discovered that Unterweger was also a really good listener. She talked about her life, and Unterweger paid her rapt attention. They hit it off, but Bianca didn't want to sleep with him that night, so she lied that she was meeting a friend at the Montevideo club next door. Unterweger escorted her out of the Take 5 and said goodbye to her at the Montevideo's entrance. Bianca lingered in the club for a few minutes, then walked back out to head home. She found Unterweger still standing there, smoking a cigarette. He said, "I knew you weren't meeting anyone in there." What a cock. Bianca replied, "Excuse me, but I didn't say I wanted to spend the rest of my night with you." Unterweger handed her a card with his telephone number on it and said, "Very well, call me if you change your mind." Bianca called him 4 days later on November the 20th. Oh no, he's so charming. This is so creepy. It's so... Oh God. They met at a library. Unterweger was wearing white snakeskin boots, jeans, a tight t-shirt, and a leather jacket. He had a gold chain around his neck and gold rings on his fingers. He took Bianca to the Café Florianhof, and after a few drinks, he asked her if she'd like to see his apartment nearby. Bianca said yes. While they were there, Unterweger mentions that he was thinking about renting out the spare room and asked if Bianca would like to move in. Wanting to get out from underneath the thumb of her mother, Bianca accepted. I'd be very skeptical about this, as Bianca. She seems to be very good looking, and this dude's like, "You want to move into my spare room?" And he's a little bit creepy. I think, right? You got to get those vibes. And also he's rich, right? Why would he want to rent out his spare room? You've got to think there's something else going on there. On November the 23rd, 1 week after meeting the man, she moved in. By December the 1st, they were sleeping in the same bed, and Bianca wasn't paying rent. A few days later, Unterweger introduced a 24/7 BDSM dynamic to their relationship, which Bianca, at first at least, found sexually pleasurable. Of course, it probably goes without saying that she was the sub, and the congenital psychopath and sexual sadist was the dom. Doesn't surprise me. He flogged her, choked her, and humiliated her with his so-called pranks. Whenever she was in the apartment, she had to wear a collar and walk around naked. Meanwhile, Unterweger isolated Bianca from her friends, saying they were bad influences, and he's the one making you walk around in a collar and naked. Your friends are a bad influence. You should spend more time with the collar being naked. And he did not take her out in the evenings, preferring to cook at home. By mid-December, only a few weeks after Bianca moved in, Unterweger suggested she work as a sex worker to bring in a little extra money, but Bianca angrily refused. Holy shit. So Unterweger got her a job as a barmaid at the Piccadilly nightclub on the edge of Vienna's red light district. This got Bianca out of his hair several nights a week so that Unterweger could continue cheating on her with a 20-year-old woman called Elizabeth, who worked as a secretary at Success magazine. Elizabeth was the other woman Bianca had seen talking to Unterweger on the night they met. On December the 23rd, Unterweger drove Bianca to Munich, Germany, ostensibly to visit his mother. They didn't wind up going to her place, and instead Unterweger walked Bianca to a jewelry store, bought her a ring, and proposed on the spot. And Bianca said yes. She is under his thumb. She's gone straight from under her mother's thumb to under his. The next day, December 24th, Unterweger paid a visit to Elizabeth's apartment in Vienna, and they had sex. That evening, Bianca's mother threw a Christmas party, and that is where the 41-year-old Unterweger and 18-year-old Bianca announced their engagement. Oh my, I totally missed the fact that she's 18 and he's 41. That's creepy. I'm 37, and the idea of dating an 18-year-old, it's like, what the am I going to have in common with an 18-year-old? Jesus Christ, the teenage girl's mother did not approve. What a surprise, which only added to the appeal of the arrangement in the eyes of the wayward daughter. On Christmas morning, Unterweger left Bianca in his apartment, saying he needed to travel to Italy to move his staff out of a property that he rented in Tarvisio. A total lie, of course. There was no such property. Unterweger spent the next few days on an alpine skiing holiday with Elizabeth. Unterweger told Bianca to stay in his apartment in case he called. And so, rather than heading over to her mother's, Bianca spent Christmas alone, while her psychopathic fiancé was with another woman. Yeah, this is like some He's obviously like murdered people and stuff, which is like really, psychopathic. But this somehow hits. It's like you're just leaving your fiancé at home alone, telling her not to go out while you go skiing. It's just insane, dude. During his time in the Alps, Unterweger began working on a book called 99 Hours, which catalogued the details of his 18-month sex romp after being let out on parole, along with commentary about the quote-unquote wrongfully accused of murder by the Austrian press and police. The idea was to release the book after the investigation had subsided. Then Unterweger would tear the police and any journalist who accused him to pieces in print. A little revenge against those who dared to speak the truth. Bragging to the world about how often he got laid was just a bonus. Connecting the dots. Meanwhile, in the city of Graz, Helmut Golds had been busy. He had obtained copies of photographs of Jack Unterweger, clipped from the culture section of Klein Zeitung. Gold equipped some patrol officers with the photos, and they did the rounds in Graz's red light district, seeing if anyone recognized the man. On January the 11th, 1992, the officers hit pay dirt. A 20-year-old sex worker named Jana recognized Unterweger from October the 17th, 1990, 9 days before the murder of Brunhilde Masse. Yeah, people are really good at remembering faces. Funnily enough, I'm not good at remembering faces. I'm just not good at it. I don't know why. There's that weird disease people have where they can't see faces. I swear to God, I have some mild version of that, because I'll meet someone and then I'll be like, have we? Yes, and I'll just be unsure. Unless it's someone I know really well or I've met many times, I will not know if it's that person confidently for a while. I don't know what's that about. It's just, it can be quite uncomfortable sometimes. And it's not like I'm not trying. I know we're supposed to be really good at remembering faces. I'm just not. Unterweger had paid her 4 times the going rate to drive out to the woods and put her in handcuffs, but then he had taken her so violently that she began to cry and scream at the top of her lungs from the pain. Although Unterweger could have killed her like he did so many women, he stopped, uncuffed her, and drove her back to town. Joanna got a good look at his face and even remembered his vanity license plate, W. Jack, as in Vienna Jack, because Vienna is Wien? Wien? W-I-E-N? Vien? Something like that? This was proof positive that Joanna had actually encountered the man rather than just providing a misidentification. It also contradicted Unterweger's statement that he did not pay for the services of sex workers. and his driving Joanna out into the woods and binding her hands behind her back matched the killer's MO. Helmut Golds shared the information with crime reporter Hans Breitegger, who decided he wanted to snag an interview with Unterweger before the story broke. Breitegger and a friend called Unterweger in Vienna, posing as columnist for the culture section of Klein Zeitung, but Unterweger wasn't buying it. He accused Breitegger and his friend of working with the police. They denied it and invited Unterweger to meet them at the Turk's Hole pub in Graz the next day. Unterweger didn't let the grass grow. After hanging up, he hopped in his car, collected his side piece Elizabeth, and told them they were taking a trip 120 miles south to Graz. After arriving, he left Elizabeth in the car and barged into police headquarters, demanding to speak to the head of homicide. Chief Inspector Braunstatter invited Unterweger into his office. Braunstatter explained that his name had come up as a suspect in the murders of Brunhilde Mauser and Elfried Schrempf. Braunstatter asked him about his movements on October 26, 1990 and March 7, 1991. Again, I have no idea what I was doing. Let me at least have a look at my calendar. But my calendar just has a phone call at 3. It doesn't have what I'm up to that evening. Unterweger claimed on October 26th that he was at a rehearsal for his stage play in Vienna, and for March 7th he asserted that he spent the day in his Vienna apartment with his girlfriend Katharina. Unterweger had actually broken up with the schoolgirl in mid-February. He said that he drove Katharina home at 7 p.m. and then visited a few Vienna bars before going home around midnight. Then Braunstatter trotted out Joanna's testimony. Unterweger admitted to picking up a sex worker in Graz sometime in October. He then claimed he drove Joanna into an alley and paid her to give him a peek at her breasts and vagina. Then they had sex. Afterward, Joanna asked if he had a light for her cigarette. According to Unterweger, he looked for one in the glove compartment and instead found a pair of handcuffs a friend had given him as a joke gift. According to Unterweger, he had forgotten they were in there and had since put them in a glass case in his apartment. But in that moment, Unterweger said he playfully put the cuffs on Joanna, and then things got steamy and he rolled her over on her side and took her from behind. After they were done, Unterweger claimed that Joanna demanded an additional 1,000 shillings, but Unterweger refused and only paid her 400 more. Then, ever the gentleman, Unterweger drove Joanna to her apartment. Unterweger denied taking Joanna out to the woods, and Joanna's demand for more payment made it plausible that she was now trying to smear Unterweger out of revenge. The following day, Unterweger and Elizabeth went to the Turk's Hole pub to meet Breitegger and his friends. Unterweger again accused them of working for the police. They again denied it and said they wanted to talk to Unterweger about his books. Right, they said they were working for the culture section, right? So that makes sense. Unterweger didn't really seem to believe them, but took the opportunity to fill their heads with his sob story about his childhood, the inadvertent death of Margret Schaefer, which Breitegger already knew was bullshit, and his noble quest for rehabilitation. Unterweger added a few details about volunteering at a homeless shelter over Christmas and helping a poor black woman seek medical treatment for her child while he was in LA. Breitegger came away from the meeting absolutely convinced that this was their guy, a manipulative psychopath who was so much of a narcissist that he thought he was a better liar than he really was. All the waffle about his childhood and acts of charity was just propaganda to soften public opinion, so Breitegger decided not to publish the interview until the police had built their case. Helmut Golds contacted Katharina the schoolgirl and interviewed her on January the 28th, 1992. She flatly denied being with Unterweger on March the 7th, 1991, the day Elfried Schrempf was murdered. She said that she'd already dumped him in February and provided proof that she'd gone to a rally for the Green Party that day before going back to her parents' house. It's closing in, mate. It's closing in. And by mate, I mean you absolute douchebag. I'm not sure why I said that. Before going back to her parents' house, Unterweger's alibi for the day went up in smoke. Then he claimed to have gone to a couple of bars in Vienna for the evening, but police discovered that he'd given a book reading in a village called Koflach that night, a mere 20 miles from the city of Graz. The same day, Hans Breitegger contacted Graz police with a fresh tip. He'd come across the unsolved murder of Heidi Hammerer in Bregenz on December the 5th, 1990. Heidi was a sex worker, and she had been found strangled in the woods. The MO matched perfectly. But here was the kicker. Jack Unterweger was in town performing his play Dungeon on the night in question. There was a torrential downpour of phone calls and teletype messages between police departments. By the end of the day, investigators in Graz, Vienna, and Bregenz were absolutely convinced that Unterweger was their man. Now, they just had to prove it. Oh, they're going to be able to do that. It's the 90s. They got more advanced technology and stuff now. Let's get it done. Rattled. Jack Unterweger started to make plans. He had provided no clear alibis for the Vienna murders and some pretty flimsy ones for Graz. He had no idea if the cops would find enough evidence to prosecute him, but they might. His first move was to hide the scale of the investigation from Bianca, his 18-year-old fiancée, so that she didn't get scared and dump him. And so at the end of January, Unterweger told her that they would be going to Switzerland. It was carnival season, and Jack said he wanted to write an article on all the debauchery. In the meantime, he said, Bianca could work as a waitress and earn 3 times the money she would make in a Vienna nightclub. Since it was carnival, she'd have to serve customers topless or in skimpy lingerie, but it would be worth it. On February 2nd, 1992, Unterweger and Bianca drove to Switzerland. They were followed to the border by a surveillance team, but the Austrian cops couldn't leave their jurisdiction. Oh, no, but can't they stop him from leaving the jurisdiction? The happy couple arrived in the small town of Gossau, and Unterweger procured Bianca a job at a pub. He told Bianca they would be traveling all over Switzerland for his research and couldn't stay. Instead, Bianca was given a grotty little room behind the pub where she'd be working for the next month. She wound up working 14-hour shifts in high heels for days on end. Meanwhile, Unterweger hopped around Switzerland, never staying too long in one spot in case the Austrian police issued a warrant for his arrest. If they did, Unterweger would have a head start and could disappear. But how would he know if they issued a warrant? On February the 10th, the Staatsanwaltschaft advised Austrian police that they did not have enough hard evidence to prosecute Jack Unterweger. In response, the police created a unified task force of all the investigators from Vienna, Graz, and Bregenz to further build their case. On February 12th, Unterweger quietly slipped back into Austria to keep his appointment for a photo shoot with Viennese magazine. You fucking narcissist. Fuck. Because being a malignant narcissist he'd always got his priorities straight. Margret Haas, society girl and Unterweger's presumptive friend, was there. When the photographer pondered what the theme of the photo should be, Margret suggested, once a murderer, always a murderer. Holy shit, Margret. You got that, rich girl confidence. I like it. Unterweger angrily asked Margret what she meant by that. She explained that she'd heard rumors the police suspected him of being the Vienna Strangler. Obviously, she didn't think it was true, but it would be an eye-catching, risque theme to do for the magazine. As far as Margret was concerned, the cops were just looking into Unterweger because of his past, and the allegations would soon go away. Margret, no. In response to this explanation, Unterweger stormed over to a prop cabinet, withdrew a pair of handcuffs, came back and grabbed Margret by the wrist. He forcefully spun her around and cuffed her hands behind her back. Then he said, "You feel helpless, don't you?" I'm glad he's just doing this in public, because hopefully Margret will then be like, "Oh my god, you psycho, you did do it," and then never come near him again and just go hide in your old Rothschild palace. Margret replied calmly, "Yes, I do. Please, take them off." Unterweger hissed, "This is how I was when the Swiss handed me over in 1975. The whole drive from Basel. I sat in the back of the van, just like that." "I'm sorry to hear that, but would you please take them off?" Margret insisted. The photographer went over to the cabinet and fetched the key. As he walked towards them, Unterweger released Margret from his grip. As the photographer uncuffed her, Unterweger muttered something about doing the shoot at another time and left. After leaving the studio, Unterweger returned to his apartment where the police surveillance team spotted him again. He made a rash of phone calls to Chief Edelbacher, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Courier newspaper. He claimed that due to the investigation, he was being harassed by the public. Unterweger even went so far as to claim that a relative of one of the murdered sex workers had attacked him with a knife. He did not specify whom. He then tried to reach Margret Haas, and after trying 13 times, he finally got a hold of her. Unterweger pestered her for more information about where and when she'd heard the rumor. Margret said she'd heard it from a cop in a bar. By February 13th, the police were getting worried that Unterweger would leave the country again, while Vienna police followed Staatsanwaltschaft's advice and did not issue a warrant. The Graz investigators felt differently and issued a warrant of their own. Inspector Brandstatter planned to arrive in Vienna the following day and take Unterweger down himself. Isn't there something in the middle? Can't you take someone's passport and be like, "You're not under arrest, but you can't leave the country"? I feel like that should be a thing. Isn't that a thing? I feel like that's definitely a thing. I guess it's harder in this situation, but he's under surveillance. Why not just do that? The police surveillance team had not seen Unterweger leave his apartment since his return home from the photo shoot on February 12th. They assumed he was still inside his flat, but when they kicked down his door on the morning of February the 14th, they found the place was empty. Police suspected that word of the warrant had leaked and somehow reached Unterweger's ears. On February 15th, the Kleine Zeitung in Graz ran a story by Hans Breitegger with the headline, "Serial Murder, Arrest Warrant for Jack Unterweger." The written justification provided no hard forensic evidence, just Unterweger's presence at certain dates and times near the murders. Yeah, because circumstantial evidence might not be enough for a conviction, but is enough for an arrest. That afternoon, Unterweger himself called Graz police headquarters from a payphone in Switzerland. He declared they had no evidence to arrest him and demanded that the warrant be rescinded. The officer at the other end of the line tried to convince Unterweger to come in and clear up the whole matter, but Unterweger hung up on him. He's not that stupid. He might be an absolute piece of shit person, but he isn't dumb. Next, he phoned Peter Grolig at the Courier and claimed that he was the victim of a smear campaign by the Graz police. Grolig asked Unterweger what he intended to do, and Unterweger replied that he was going to put a shotgun in his mouth. "Oh, don't do that. Don't take the easy way out, you piece of shit. I want to see your day in court. And then you can go kill yourself in prison once you've been convicted. That would be perfect, because Austria's not death penaltying you, are they? Although, you murdered people in America. Let's get you extradited to America, and they'll kill you." Meanwhile, Bianca Marag's mother heard about the warrant for Jack Unterweger's arrest and called Vienna police. She told them that Bianca had gone off with Unterweger to Gossau, Switzerland. The Austrians wasted no time in contacting the Swiss authorities, but when Gossau cops descended on the pub where Bianca had been staying, they were told that her boyfriend had already picked her up. Jack Unterweger was in the wind. Uh-oh, and Bianca's in trouble. Florida Mensch. On February the 16th, don't tell me he's going back to America. How, America? How? You're like the most intense visa country in the world. You're just like, oh no, he hasn't killed that many people. Only one that we know about, and he's under suspicion for a lot more. Come on in, sir. Welcome to America. On February 16th, the fan in a major way. A meeting of the Joint Task Force nearly descended into a brawl with Vienna police accusing Graz of prematurely issuing a warrant. Dude, no. It was f***ing time for that warrant, guys. And Graz police accusing Vienna of leaking it. At one point in the heated exchange, a Vienna detective said to a Graz detective that he'd kick his ass all the way back down south. Yeehaw! Meanwhile, in Parliament, the Freedom Party lambasted the Socialist Party for presiding over Unterweger's fake rehabilitation, allowing him to gain a small fortune by publishing his literary works, and more than once allowing him to give talks in front of school children. Meanwhile, he was dating one of those school children. Like, I don't know. This is a bit different. How old was that girl he was dating? Like 16? Was she younger? Was she like 50? What was the age of consent, Austria? It's very concerning all around. On the same day, Hans Breitegger published a story in Kleine Zeitung on how Jack Unterweger was heavily suspected of murdering Marcia Horvath in Salzburg, but the Justice Ministry had blocked any prosecution of Unterweger in 1983. The whole thing was a major scandal that threatened to topple the government. Holy shit. Which had remained in power for the last 22 years. A government toppling scandal is... That's like some Watergate right there. The Austrian intelligentsia and literary elite who had campaigned for Unterweger's pardon and parole were conspicuously silent during this time. Oh my god, were they? Maybe feeling a little bit of guilt while sipping on a martini, you douchebags? Meanwhile... Sorry, I just don't like these people. It's just so snobby sometimes. Meanwhile, Unterweger and Bianca had crossed the Swiss border into France, where they spent the night of the 15th sleeping in Unterweger's VW Passat in the countryside. Has he run out of money? No offense to like Passat drivers, but wasn't he like driving a BMW or something before, a Mercedes? Unterweger had told Bianca that a retired detective from Salzburg was trying to frame him for the most recent sex work murders, and because the cops didn't have any other suspects, they were going along with it. Unterweger insisted that because of his past, he wouldn't be given a fair hearing and would go to jail for crimes he didn't commit. Then Unterweger threatened to self-delete himself, either genuinely or out of manipulation. He's a psychopath, he's not killing himself. This doesn't feel psychopath, especially psychopathic narcissist, no shot. And Bianca talked him down and promised to follow him wherever he went. On the morning of February the 16th, they had breakfast at a gas station and discussed where they would go. Unterweger decided on America. Why? What's going on? It's America in the 90s. They're going to have an extradition policy with Austria. And wait. You're going there, dude. You murdered people there. You know they kill people who murder people in America, right? They drove to Charles de Gaulle Airport. Charles de Gaulle Airport is such a piece of shit. And it's just the worst airport. What's up, Paris? And Unterweger ripped the license plates off his car. They caught an American Airlines flight for New York. Unterweger had no choice but to use his passport and pay for it with his credit card. After arriving out, I know this is the 90s, but how about you talk to each other? Where the Interpol? After arriving in New York, Unterweger and Bianca booked a domestic flight for Miami, again on his credit card. Hopefully, it would take several days for Austrian authorities to find record of Unterweger's flight from Paris and a few more days to find the domestic flight from New York. By then, maybe Unterweger and Bianca could be well concealed somewhere. After all, America's really big. No matter how you slice it, Unterweger's flight from justice was not well planned or executed. Poor preparation, no large sums of money, no fake IDs. More likely, Unterweger had some sort of nervous breakdown once his life started falling apart, and panicked when he learned the police had issued a warrant for his arrest. I don't understand. If I was this guy, God forbid, then I would absolutely have a fake ID and a go bag, and I'd just be ready to uproot my life and fly off to Panama or wherever people go, where they can't get you. Like, I don't understand how you can live a criminal life and just not be prepared for that. It reminds me of that crypto dude, the Forex guy. Not Forex, not FedEx. FX? FX? FXX? Sex? FTX. The Sam Bankman-Fried. There we go. And he was like, oh no, I'm going to go back to America where I will face the music. And it's like, bro, you're insane. You're insane, bro. You're going to prison for a long time. Then he gets 25 years in prison. Dude. Unterweger and Bianca arrived in Miami on the evening of February the 16th, local time, and checked into the cockroach-infested Franklin Motel. Unterweger wouldn't be able to use his credit card for much longer, and he only brought a small amount of cash with him, a few thousand. Meanwhile, Bianca had earned the modern equivalent of $2,700 during her 2 weeks serving topless at the Gossau pub. Wow, I mean, I guess you're serving topless in a pub, but that's pretty good money for, like, the 90s as a waitress. Not an inconsiderable amount of money for the work, but it would only last so long. Let's assume, it's triple today, so $7,500 roughly? Just guessing. But it would only last so long. Meanwhile, quite foolishly, Unterweger decided they'd stay in Miami for the time being, despite a paper trail leading straight there. Are you insane? What is wrong with you? You are not stupid. We know that. He must have had a nervous breakdown or something, because this is just foolish. Just get the $100, buy a Greyhound ticket with cash, and travel as far fucking away as you can from Miami, change multiple times, take different modes of transport, and then rent somewhere for cash. What are you up to? This is crazy. On February the 17th, Unterweger and Bianca found a one-bedroom apartment on Euclid Avenue, only a few blocks from the ocean, in beautiful Miami Beach. The somewhat shabby apartment only cost $315 a month, or $710 in modern money. How? Insanely low for the area, even in modern times. But separate from the monetary inflation, gentrification and a housing crisis have raised rents on Euclid Avenue to 2 or 3 times as much today. But there was also another factor. The landlord was obviously renting out the flat off the books to evade taxes. Well, that's perfect for him then, because he's like, you say nothing, I'll say nothing. And I'll tell you what, your crime's a lot less serious than mine, because I've murdered dozen people? He's not going to tell, dude. He's not going to tell. Unterweger and Bianca were not asked to show ID, and they paid the first month's rent, plus a 2-month security deposit in cash. Yeah, this is great, this is a good plan, but why are you doing it where you took the flight with a credit card to? You're a small, good-looking Austrian man. You're probably wearing white snakeskin boots. You're gonna stand out, my dude. That afternoon, Unterweger and Bianca went out and easily found the 18-year-old and reportedly quite voluptuous girl a job at a strip club. Again, this was all done off the books. Yeah, I mean, look, America's intense on visas and, like, getting in if you're a criminal. You can't just go there and get a job legally. They're very much against this. There's a friend of a friend who, maybe I shouldn't tell this story. No, there's no way. But he worked in America illegally for decades or some shit. It's not a guy I personally know. It's like a friend of a friend's family friend. But I'm like, that's wild, dude. He's just an illegal immigrant for all that time. The next day, February the 18th, they spent the morning lounging on Miami Beach. In the afternoon, they went and bought a bed, dresser, and table for their apartment. That evening, Bianca went to work at the strip club fortifying herself by drinking rum and made $150 from her first 4-hour shift. That's approximately $337 in modern money, or half their month's rent in a single shift. Yeah, I get the feeling like, I don't really know much about stripping, but apparently it pays quite well. Unterweger made Bianca hand it over to him. Of course he did. The next days became a routine. Mornings at the beach, afternoons window shopping, and in the evenings Bianca would go to work at the strip club. On February the 20th, on Unterweger and Bianca's 3-month anniversary, he called the ORF in Vienna. He told them that he would call again at 5 p.m. the following day, during the show Inland Report, to give a live interview. Are you crazy? What's going on? What happened to your brain? He was live on air. The show's host, Johannes Fischer, asked him, "Why have you fled when you believe yourself to be innocent?" Unterweger replied, "Because I won't go back to a cell. I will give myself up to any authority, but not if they lock me in a cell. I am not fleeing because of any sense of guilt, but because my initial intention was to commit self-deletion. Now I won't do that. Now I will begin to fight back. First, the arrest warrant must be rescinded. Then I am willing to clear up any unanswered questions." Then Fischer asked, "Herr Unterweger, can you tell us if Bianca Mrak is in danger or is still with you? Can you tell her to call her mother? Ask Bianca herself." Unterweger snapped, but he did not put Bianca on the line. After an awkward pause, Fischer replied, "I obviously can't ask her. I'll put the question to her. I must hang up now. Both of us would prefer to be in Vienna to fight this, but because of the arrest warrant, that is not possible. I'm working with contacts in Vienna to help me, but I cannot expose them to any more rough treatment by the police," Unterweger said. "Would you grant us a television interview, Herr Unterweger?" Fischer asked. "Certainly, I'll call you sometime next week." The line went dead. Despite the interview lasting several minutes, the Austrian police failed to trace the call, and they had also not discovered the records of Unterweger's flight out of Paris. How? I know it's the 90s, but isn't the first thing you do like phone, Ostrobank or whatever, and be like, yo, Ostrobank, got a warrant on his credit card statements, can you send them over? And they'll be like, oh, look, an American Airlines flight to New York, and then another one to Miami. Oh, boom. Get that American arrest warrant issued and get him on a plane. Or actually keep him in America, because then he can stick a needle in his arm. That'd be great. I hope he does end up executed. That'd be joyous. Investigators were currently working with the theory that Unterweger was hiding out in Italy or Spain. Oh no, guys. The next morning, February 22nd, while they were at the beach, Bianca asked Unterweger if she could call her mother. He refused, pointing out the cops would probably try to trace the call again. Bianca wouldn't be dissuaded. She got up, walked to a nearby currency exchange store. The whole way, Unterweger pleaded with Bianca not to do it. She went to a payphone and dialed. "Hello, Mama, it's me," Bianca managed to say before bursting into tears. At the other end of the line, her mother also started crying. "It's all right, Mama, don't worry, I'm all right," Bianca said through the tears, and hung up. Austrian police did not have time to trace the call. They walked to a McDonald's, and Bianca brought a Coke. They then walked back to their apartment. Suddenly, Bianca was seized by a thought. Unterweger said on the radio that he had contacts in Vienna that he was working with. She asked him, "Is your contact a woman?" Unterweger's face fell. His expression spoke 1,000 words. Bianca became convinced he'd been cheating on her. She removed the lid from her Coke and threw it in his face. She said, "I can't believe I dropped everything to run away with you." Wait, that's the thing that clues you into him having an affair? That's the thing? He went on a skiing trip at Christmas. What, just by himself? Like, what do you think's going on? And why is this the thing that triggers you to realize? Unterweger stood there shocked, and Bianca locked herself in the bathroom. She stripped off and got in the shower. Oh god. Uh-oh. A few minutes later, Unterweger kicked down the door, tore the shower curtain aside, pulled Bianca out of the shower, and beat the out of her. During the assault, she wailed that she just wanted to go home. After the beating, Unterweger became tender and calmed her down. "You gotta get out of there. You gotta go to the police right now." That evening, Unterweger walked Bianca, sporting a few fresh bruises, over to her shift at the strip club. By the next morning, all seemed to have been forgiven. "Please just tell me that you're playing along and you're not, fully Stockholmed into his Please just tell me you're playing along until you can escape." Meanwhile, on the same day, February 22nd, Austrian police were busy trawling the long list of Unterweger's known associates. They got a hold of his 20-year-old side piece, Elizabeth, who worked as a secretary at Success magazine. Under pressure, Elizabeth admitted that she had received a few phone calls from Unterweger over the past week. In reality, his calls have been almost daily. Yeah, it's the sort of lie that you tell her, isn't it? He's called once or twice. Daily. The police cautioned Elizabeth that it was a criminal offence to aid and abet a fugitive. Well, was she aiding and abetting him? She was just talking to him on the phone. Does she have a duty to report that? Elizabeth told them if Unterweger called again, she'd immediately let them know. That night, Unterweger called Elizabeth from Miami, and he said he was in dire need of money. Could she wire him some? He'd pay her back. Elizabeth replied that she'd see what she could do, but it would be difficult with the cops sniffing around. Despite what she told investigators, Elizabeth did not report the conversation to police, and she began to hatch a plan to get Unterweger the money. God, he has him right under the thumb, doesn't he? Jesus. I don't know if her just taking the call was a crime, maybe, but sending him money so he can help escape, definitely I feel like that's aiding and abetting, yo. The next few days were restful for Unterweger. Beach, boardwalk, and then taking Bianca off to the strip club to earn some money. During one of their daytime strolls, Unterweger spotted a gleaming 1967 Mustang in candy apple red for sale at the local car dealership. He told Bianca that he wanted to save up enough money to buy it. Bianca told him that he was insane. Back in Vienna, on February 24th, Profile magazine published an article by political correspondent Robert Buchanan called The Grotesque Murder Witch Hunt, Mishaps, Malice, and a Lust for Character Assassination. Great title. That's really nice. That's a good title. I wouldn't use it on YouTube ever, but it reads nicely, doesn't it? It argued that Jack Unterweger was being persecuted because of his past, that the Austrian police had selected him as a suspect because they'd made no progress in the Vienna Strangler investigation, and that they had no concrete evidence indicating his guilt. Dude, what are you doing? As the kids would say, Robert, why are you dick riding so hard? Unterweger had wisely fled because the police were going to pin the murders on him no matter what. Buchanan also defended the ruling government, their commitment to rehabilitation, and their efforts to foster Unterweger's talents. Oh god, dude, you're so cringe. Buchanan criticized the opposition for trying to score points off the whole affair and trying to smear the SPO with a false claim that they had released a serial killer. My dude, you could not be more wrong. I know hindsight's 20/20, but goddamn, dude. Doesn't age well, does it? Meanwhile, Elizabeth had worked her magic. She had convinced her boss, Gert Schmidt, editor-in-chief at Success magazine, to pay Unterweger $10,000 or $22,500 in modern money to give them an exclusive interview. She phoned Unterweger with the happy news on February 26th. Unterweger was thrilled. He knew Gert Schmidt, and they got on well together. Unterweger gave Elizabeth the address of the USA Money Exchange and instructions to wire the money to Miami Beach. That's bold, dude. Really? You need, what do they call it in, the drug mules, not mules, where the people who go and buy the drugs to make the other drugs. Fairies? Nymphs? What's the word? They're I learned this from Breaking Bad. The people who go out and buy the pseudoephedrine, or whatever it is for making meth. You need one of these. Just go find some kid and be like, yo, kid, $100, just go to that shop, pick up a parcel for me. Smurfs. They're called Smurfs. I don't know if they are. They were in Breaking Bad. To celebrate, Unterweger took Bianca out shopping. In a souvenir shop, he saw a baseball cap with the words Panama Jack stitched on it. Bianca looked at the price tag, $15. Said they probably shouldn't buy it until they'd been wired the money, but Unterweger wouldn't take no for an answer and shoved the baseball cap down his pants and walked out of the shop. Okay. This is crazy. Shoplifting, okay, it's not the worst thing he's done. But when you're on the run, why on earth would you risk this? On the evening of February 26th, Austrian police got a phone call from a potential informant who wanted to meet them at Café Landmann in Vienna. Two inspectors, Geiger and Windisch, went to the meet. The informant was Gert Schmidt, editor-in-chief of Success magazine. He told the officers about the wire transfer of $10,000 and gave them the address of USA Money Exchange in Miami. Good for you, Schmitty. Schmidt said the money would be ready for Unterweger to collect tomorrow. They had 18 hours. Inspector Geiger's infamous reaction was to quietly put up his hand and ask the waitress for the bill. Why is it infamous? I'd just be like, Bill, we got work to do, son. I don't think that's infamous. That sounds like he's a legend. Unless he's being like, no, I'm done. This isn't worth my time, which would be insane. So surely that's not what happens. Have a nice day. In the age of the internet, it's difficult to comprehend how this whole cluster could have happened. Unterweger's passport would have been automatically flagged by Interpol at Paris and New York. His calls could have been traced instantaneously. His credit card transactions could have been tracked in real time. Instead, they were imprinted on a carbon slip and mailed to the credit card company in Austria, taking nearly 2 weeks to be processed. Oh, is that why? Was that really still in the 90s? I guess it was. Shit, that's true. Things have come so far, it's going to make me seem super old, but I don't know if this was an American thing as well. Does anyone else remember the chunk? Like, I remember I'd go to like a restaurant with my parents as a kid or whatever, and my dad would be like, yeah, I'll pay by card. And then they'd take the card and there'd be this machine, like a mechanical machine, which would like carbon copy the card. And they'd be like, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. And it would take a copy of the card. They'd write down how much is going to be billed to it. And then I guess someone in accounts at the restaurant is later on punching all these numbers in on the phone, or goes to the bank and then it charges the cards. Oh, I totally forgot about that. So he does really have some leeway here. How the internet would have also prevented Unterweger from lying for years in public interviews about how Margret Schaefer died. Instead, Geiger and Windich raced back to police headquarters. They had 18 hours. Yeah, this isn't infamous. This is awesome. What a legend. They didn't have time to go through Interpol, another process that would take days to get men in Miami. And so they called the Austrian embassy in the US and got them to look up the number for Miami homicide. Then, this is a great plan. I love this, because yeah, you could go through Interpol, but it's going to take forever, and they didn't have the time. Can you imagine just being Miami homicide, getting a call from someone in like Vienna homicide, and they'd be like, hello? And be like, good day. I don't know why I gave him a Russian accent. Austrian accent. Something like that, right? Oh God, it doesn't matter. But they're just like, hey, you got a murderer on the loose. We need him. And they'll be like, yeah, we'll do you that favor. It's not like, I guess they don't legally have to or anything. It's not Interpol. But they'll just be like, dude. We're homicide detectives too. That guy. Then Vienna Inspector Hoffman got through to Detective Jose Granado and explained the situation. Granado said that because Unterweger was an international fugitive, his men couldn't pick him up, but the US Marshals could. Excellent, here we go. Hoffman warily asked for their contact information, but Granado offered to contact them himself. I love this professional courtesy. I really like this when they're just like playing together nicely because they're all on the same team. And you kind of think, I don't know, cross-jurisdictional is just going to be a big headache, but they're just like, no, we'll get him. Let's go. I'll call the marshals. The next day, 9 a.m., on February the 27th, 4 US Marshals and 1 ATF officer, that's alcohol, tobacco, firearms, right? What's that got to do with it? Sat on our hotel patio across the street from the USA Money Exchange in Miami. They didn't think the suspect would be stupid enough to show. Then Jack Unterweger and Bianca Mrak walked around the corner. Unterweger immediately started staring at the 5 men, clocking them as law enforcement. Nevertheless, he had Bianca continue toward the USA Money Exchange. Unterweger waited outside, eyeballing the marshals, while Bianca went inside to collect the money. When Bianca came back out, the 5 men across the street rose from their table. Unterweger immediately bolted down an alleyway. US Marshal Darren Bruce gave chase. Bianca saw this happen and tried to run down the street, but she only made it a few paces before another one of the marshals grabbed her and slapped her in cuffs. Bro, you think they haven't thought that you're gonna run? What are you up to? What happened to your brain? Meanwhile, Unterweger emerged on the other side of the alleyway and ran into a hotel. US Marshal Bruce followed. Half a minute later, Bruce emerged from the hotel, holding Unterweger by the scruff of the neck, the little Austrian's hands in cuffs. US Marshal Sean Conboy walked up to him and asked, "Are you Jack Unterweger?" "Yes." "Why are you arresting me?" Unterweger snarled. Dude, why do you think, dude? It was about the hat. The 4 US Marshals and the guy in the ATF windbreaker. They're arresting you because of the hat that you stole. Marshal Conboy answered, "You failed to disclose on your tourist visa that you have a felony conviction." He said this because the provisional warrant from Interpol still had not been processed. Conboy put Unterweger in a car. Oh, okay, so they're just getting him for that so they can hold him. Clever idea, well done. Conboy put Unterweger in a car and drove him to the Miami Metropolitan Correctional Facility. Much like his arrest in 1975, Jack Unterweger had been caught trying to collect a money transfer. Meanwhile, Bianca Mrak was taken in cuffs back to Euclid Avenue, where US Marshals searched her apartment. They picked up anything they thought they could use as evidence. Then one of the marshals walked over to Bianca and uncuffed her. He said, "Your visa is valid. You're free to go." Dumbfounded, Bianca asked, "What am I supposed to do?" The marshal replied, "You've got $10,000, don't you? Have a nice day." You're f***ing legend. He's just like, enjoy. Fuck that guy. Although I feel like she's aiding and abetting and stuff, but he probably knows what's going on. She's just like under his thumb, and she was beaten the shit out of like 2 days ago or a day ago. Come on. Bianca Mrak walked down Euclid Avenue in a daze. She went to her payphone and called her mother, who was astonished to learn that her daughter was in Miami. Then Bianca went to the Austrian consulate. Inspector Hoffman hopped on a plane and collected her the next day. Upon Bianca's return to Vienna, she was interrogated by the police. She seemed thoroughly convinced of Jack Unterweger's innocence. Under the thumb. Wait, what's that then? Under my thumb. Ba-da-da. Rolling Stones. Second Rolling Stones reference in this video somehow. If this was a movie, I'd like to think Rolling Stones would be the soundtrack. And that it wouldn't be glorifying Jack Unterweger, it would be making him look like the massive douchebag that he is. Meanwhile, Jack Unterweger was held at the Miami Metropolitan Correction Center for 3 months. He spoke frequently on the phone to Bianca. He also spoke with Margret Haas, who still believed he was innocent. Under the thumb, but Unterweger also got a hold of influential entertainment lawyer George Zanger, who agreed to represent him in Austria. Stateside, Unterweger hired Fort Lauderdale attorney Joe Slammer. Unterweger told Slammer that he didn't want to fight his extradition back to Europe. He wanted to go home at the earliest opportunity to defend himself. But now that Unterweger's story had hit the American press, there was another more urgent reason he wanted to get out of the United States: to avoid the gas chamber. Yes, get that gas. Oh, please tell me he gets gas. That would be f***ing great. On March the 5th, 1992, Detective... It's so, like... European, what's the worst case? He's going to get like 20 years. No. He went to America where they kill people. Yes! On March the 5th, 1992, Detective Fred Miller of the LAPD contacted Vienna police. Miller had read Unterweger's story and found similarities between the Austrian murders and the deaths of the 3 sex workers in Los Angeles. Miller consulted his records and discovered that Unterweger had been in LA at the time of the killings. The Austrian supplied Detective Miller with a wealth of forensic information to compare to the LAPD's victims. Everything Miller saw seemed to confirm that Unterweger was their man. On March the 12th, Miller flew out to Miami to see Unterweger and have a little chat. He bought Unterweger a Coke from the machine, sat down, and said, "Jack, I know you want to go home and take your chances with your own judicial system, but we're not going to let you do that. We're going to take you back to California, put you on trial for murdering our girls, and in California, we have the death penalty." Yes, dude. This is great. I can't believe this. I'd have never thought death penalty would be on the table for today's episode, but yes! Unterweger's face remained impassive. He said, "I'm happy to answer your questions, but to be honest, you don't have any evidence against me. What is the point of this?" "The point is bring you to justice if you're guilty and clear you if you're innocent," Miller replied. Very straightforward, exactly what the law is supposed to do. The detective asked him several questions about his movements in Los Angeles, and Unterweger spun him a line of vague shit about his locations on the dates of the murders. No clear alibis. Miller collected some hair and blood samples and left feeling certain that he had met a serial killer. He's got that cop sense. I like you, Miller. On April the 19th, 1992, while Unterweger was still rotting in a Miami jail, a retired policeman and his wife went hiking in the Vienna woods and climbed to the top of the Hermannskogel. The retired cop kicked a branch only to realize that it was a human femur. It belonged to Regina Prem, murdered a year ago. On April the 28th, 1991, the last Vienna victim to be found. Wildlife had scattered the bones. Her skull was never recovered. Some jewelry was found in the soil. That's how her husband identified her. On April the 29th, 1992, Detective Miller returned to the Miami Correctional Facility to collect some more blood samples for comparison with the semen found in the LA victims. The first batch of blood had yielded inconclusive results. This time, Miller also got some saliva samples. During their second meeting, Unterweger burst into tears at the prospect of being executed in a California gas chamber. Miller just... David doesn't write this. I don't know if it happens, but I like to think that the next 3 words would be, Miller just smiled. The new DNA samples would take 8 to 10 weeks to process, but the US extradition treaty with Austria only gave them a 90-day window to charge Unterweger with murder before he was deported back to his home country. Okay, well, just get the DNA rushed. It's like, you could get your photos done cheaply back in the day for like a week, or you could do them in an hour if you're willing to pay a lot of money. Come on. It was due to expire on May 27th before the DNA could be processed. The Los Angeles DA wouldn't lay charges in the meantime, only to be made to look like a fool by a negative DNA test result. And that is how Jack Unterweger escaped the death penalty. No! No, David, no! Oh, I was getting so excited. Oh, no. Oh, that's lame. I'm so bloodlust, man. F*** this guy. On May 28th, Unterweger was flown back to Vienna in chains. He came off the plane with a US Marshal on either side of him and was duly handed over to Austrian authorities. He was taken to Graz, where he would answer for the murders of Brunhild Masser and Elfried Schrempf. Unterweger wrote a letter to Mrs. Muller, trophy wife of an Austrian manufacturer, with whom he had an affair in October 1990. Unterweger asked Muller to provide him with an alibi for the night of Brunhild Masser's murder, on October the 26th. Mrs. Muller refused, so Unterweger telephoned her and threatened to expose their affair to her husband. Mrs. Muller's response was to go to her husband herself, admit the affair, and together they went to the Graz police to inform them that Unterweger had tried to extort an alibi out of her. Fucking good for you, Muller. That takes some fucking balls. When Inspector Windisch confronted Unterweger with Mrs. Muller's testimony during an interrogation in Graz, Unterweger's response was to turn and spit in Windisch's face. Meanwhile, at the end of May, Inspector Geiger attended a police conference in Prague where he spoke to the head of Central Czech Homicide. That's where he learned of the murder of Blanka Bokova on September the 14th, 1990. The MO was identical, and Unterweger's diary and the two female university students he was with placed him in Prague at the time. Blanka Bokova was added to the list of Unterweger's victims. Bianca Marak, Unterweger's 18-year-old fiancée, visited him 3 times in prison between the end of May and the end of June 1992. At that point, Bianca's mother got a court order forbidding Bianca from visiting Unterweger until she turned 19 in November, the Austrian age of legal adulthood. Wait, what's going on, Austria? You're not an adult until you're 19, but you can have sex with someone at what? It was like 15 or something crazy. What the What's going on, Austria? That'd be like the Americans being like, oh no, you can't drink until... Why are they Australian? I'm going to stop trying to do accents. You can't drink till you're 21, but age of consent, 12. On June the 29th, Unterweger slashed his wrists with a razor blade that had smuggled into his cell, but he did not cut any arteries, just drew a lot of blood. Unterweger had previously written about the proper way to slit one's wrist, so it seems likely that the attempt was performance rather than genuine. Meanwhile, on the same day as Unterweger's razor blade attempt, the DNA tests came back in America. The results were inconclusive, with only a partial match of the semen found in the bodies of Shannon Exley and Irene Rodriguez. All they had was Unterweger being in Los Angeles around the time that the women were slain. As such, the LA District Attorney still refused to lay charges. That's extremely unfortunate. I really thought the DNA would lock that down, but I guess it's not always as clear-cut as it is on CSI, is it? The Austrian cases were in no better a position. Sure, Unterweger had no solid alibis, and had even been caught trying to fabricate one, but this was not enough to put a man away for a life sentence. With no hard forensic evidence tied Jack Unterweger to any of the murders, with the case in Austria being heavily politicized, and with the track record of the SPO government hanging in the balance, it was starting to look like Unterweger might get away with brutally killing 11 women. God damn, this took a twist. I mean, I don't think he will, because otherwise David would have made me say allegedly 1,000 times throughout this script. David, if he turns out to have not been proven guilty, I'm going to be really upset, because this is like hour 5. I don't want to have to go through it and be like, allegedly. Balls to the wall. Word of Unterweger's attempt on his own life was splashed across the newspapers and blasted from televisions and radios. One person who heard the reports was 29-year-old Astrid Wagner, lawyer and Socialist Party candidate for the Styrian state legislature. She had read Purgatory and was a fan. She wrote Unterweger a sympathetic letter, and an amorous correspondence began. What do you mean by amorous there? I hope it's not that kind of amorous. On August the 14th, Astrid visited Unterweger in Graz prison, and then continued to visit him 3 times a week for the next several months. What is going on? Astrid began making statements to the press about Unterweger's noble character and innocence. Under my thumb. Da-da. Behind the scenes, Bianca Mack, who was also banned from visiting her fiancé, became intensely jealous. Astrid, meanwhile, could not understand why he didn't cut the 18-year-old BDSM plaything loose. The Cold War between Bianca and Astrid for Unterweger's affections continued under the thumb, with Unterweger trying to string both women along. In a letter to Bianca, Unterweger wrote that Astrid was merely a pawn for her public influence. In a letter Astrid written on the same day, he said that Bianca was nothing but a foolish girl that he used for sex, but he needed to retain the illusion of their engagement, so she would testify favorably on his behalf during trial. All letters that came and went from Graz were read by a censor, and someone who read Unterweger's letters to Astrid and Bianca decided to make the quote-unquote mistake of placing Astrid's letter in the envelope addressed to Bianca and the Bianca's letter in the envelope addressed to Astrid. Genius move. Each woman then read what Unterweger had to say about them to the other. This caused an awkward situation for Unterweger, to say the least, but because hybristophilia is a hell of a drug, both women forgave him anyway. Oh my good lordy lord. Meanwhile, the Austrian prosecutor's office, the Staatsanwaltschaft, decided to go balls to the wall and prosecute Jack Unterweger for all 11 murders. Under Austrian law, there was a provision to place a citizen on trial for crimes they committed in other countries. The Staatsanwaltschaft had actually used this against Unterweger back in 1976, bringing him to trial for the murder of Margret Schafter in West Germany. The district attorney in Los Angeles and state prosecutor in Prague were all for it. They're like, fuck yeah. The offer certainly took the pressure off them. They vowed to cooperate in whatever way possible, and it now fell to the Austrians to convict Unterweger of some or all of the murders at a single trial, armed with only circumstantial evidence. If they failed, Jack Unterweger would be a free man. Why not split it up into multiple trials and in multiple countries? Because if they fail in Austria, why not just be like, well, we're going to extradite you to West Germany, and if that fails, we're going to extradite you to Czech Republic, and if that fails, well, I'll hopefully come up with something else. On November the 25th, 1992, Unterweger petitioned a judge to let him out on bail while he awaited trial. The motion was rejected on the grounds that he was a flight risk. Unterweger appealed the decision to the Graz High Court, and on December the 16th, this too was rejected. Dude, you've already proven yourself to be a massive flight risk. They're not giving you bail. And so in January 1993, Unterweger appealed yet again to the Supreme Court of Austria. On March the 11th, they rejected his appeal. Unterweger had skipped the country before, and he might do so again, obviously. And it's like, oh, they'll freeze his passport. But it's like, you're in Austria. It's a landlocked country in Europe. You just slip across the border. After the Supreme Court decision was handed down, Unterweger's landlady told his fiancée, Bianca, that she had to move out of his flat. For the past year, Bianca had paid her bills with the exorbitant fees she charged for interviews. She'd been offered lucrative work as a stripper now that she was known as Jack Unterweger's teenage submissive sex toy, but she declined. Money was not an issue, and yet Bianca discovered that no landlord in Vienna would rent to her. The fear was that if Unterweger was acquitted at trial, a suspected serial killer would be moving in. Bianca finally found a place in the rough neighborhood of Mariahilf, where Unterweger had found two of his victims. Society girl and columnist Margret came over to Unterweger's apartment to help Bianca pack everything up. During the process, the two women discovered the trial records from the murder of Margret Schäfer. They sat down to read them. And that is how Jack Unterweger's best friend and fiancé learned how Margret Schäfer died, terrified and naked in the woods, brutalized and strangled on the snow-covered ground. And it did not escape them that the MO perfectly matched the 11 murders of which Unterweger now stood accused. How under the thumb are they? Are they going to be like, oh my god, what a coincidence? Or are they going to be like, oh my god, what have we done? From that point forward, Margit Haas and Bianca Mrak cut off all contact with him. In November 1993, the Staatsanwaltschaft petitioned the court for more time to prepare their case. Given that the crime spanned 3 countries, they'd be calling dozens of witnesses, and they wanted to take another look at the DNA evidence along with the microscopic fibers found in Unterweger's various vehicles. That same month, the appointed judge for the trial, Helmut Borchardt, recused himself because he had previously hired Astrid Wagner as an intern. In the months since Bianca had called it quits, Astrid had enjoyed Unterweger all to herself and stayed loyally by his side. The new judge was Kurt Haas, no relation to Margit. The trial of Jack Unterweger began on April the 20th, 1994, 2 years after his arrest in Miami. But he's been in prison the whole time, right? Or in jail, which is good. The prosecutor, Karl Gasser, said in his opening statement, Jack Unterweger, a winning, friendly facade, not at all a caricature in a horror film. He was a darling and a charity case. Women chased him in flocks. He fooled the justice ministry, the media, parole judges, and artists. He had an unbelievable effect on women, but also unbridled aggression toward women. He is a master manipulator, a master showman. Do not allow yourself to be taken in by him. I can think of nothing good to say about him. His parole 4 years ago was a curse for his victims. That is a lovely opening statement. Very nice, Mr. Gasser. Meanwhile, defense lawyer George Zanger said, rather bizarrely in his opening statement, "You must consider the psychology of the accused. Jack Unterweger is a narcissist who is compelled to be the center of attention. It would have been impossible for him to have committed such high-profile murders and remained anonymous. He would have left a sign of himself at the crime scenes, a red rose, for example." An odd tactic, to say the least, but the man was an entertainment lawyer by trade. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's the right guy for you. I know you're in the entertainment world, but this is crime. You need a criminal lawyer. As per Austrian law, Jack Unterweger was also allowed to make an opening statement. Oh, it's interesting. Quote, "We will be together for the next 2 months. I want to talk to you as if we were sitting in a coffee house. If you have questions, simply ask, and I will tell you everything. You see, I have the great advantage of having nothing to hide because I am not the murderer. As to whether I'm a ladies' man, I'll leave that judgment to women. I'm not going to tell you that I am. I saw, and women swooned. Prosecutor Gasser says he can't think of a single good thing to say about me. How about this? I donated some of the profits from my children's stories to the SOS Child Shelter, anonymously. I'm not going to wait for my innocence to be proven on its own. I will go on the offensive and prove my own innocence. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please be strict with me, but be just as strict with the others who will take the stand. Thank you for your attention. God damn, he's very charismatic and persuasive, isn't he? Unterweger claimed to have donated the modern equivalent of $5,000 to the SOS Child Shelter. In reality, he had made a one-time payment of $7. Bro, that's f***ing cheap, dude. Like, I don't want to shame anyone for giving to charity at all, like, any amounts, because obviously it can make a difference. I mean, he didn't lie about it, did he? He said, I donated some of the profits. It's true, $7. You dickhead. For the Prague murder of Blanka Bakova in September 1990, Jack Unterweger was not able to provide an alibi, and the translator he used that evening, Regina Bachova, parted ways with him in Wenzelslav Square around midnight, shortly before Blanka disappeared from the same location. For the Graz murder of Brunhild Masser in October 1990, Unterweger claimed that he was alone in his Vienna apartment making posters for his stage play. This could not be verified, but the prosecution also had no evidence placing Unterweger in Graz that night. Yeah, I mean, not having an alibi is not, like, super surprising. I mean, I'm married and have kids, but I work alone in my studio, like, most of the day. Like, I don't have an alibi right now. Like, someone gets murdered and they're like, oh, someone saw you there, whistle boy. I'll be like, no, they didn't. I was in my office. And they'll be like, can you prove that? And I'll be like, no. I mean, I guess you could, because this video's got a timestamp. And yeah, but that could be manipulated, couldn't it? My computer, I'm doing stuff on the internet. There be a record of that. I hope. It was just another bald, bearded dude. I'm sorry. For the Bergens murder of Heidi Hammer in December 1990, Unterweger said he was in his hotel room asleep. Again, alone. But this time, the prosecution had a witness who spotted Heidi with Unterweger and described the red scarf, black pants, and leather jacket he was wearing that night. A second witness said that she'd seen a Ford Mustang with the license plate W. Jack near Heidi's corner. This was damning stuff. For the Graz murder of Elfried Schrempf in March 1991, Unterweger again had no alibi and claimed that he drove straight from his reading in Kauflach near Graz back to Vienna. When he returned, he walked his dog, Joy. No witness could verify this, but no evidence could place him in Graz either. Unterweger explained away his initial lie that he spent the day with Catherine the schoolgirl as a lapse of memory. Catherine had previously told police that they'd broken up 3 weeks earlier. For the Vienna murder of Sylvia Zagler in April 1991, Unterweger trotted out another one of his many women, a 39-year-old graphic designer named Fraser. She claimed that at the time of Zagler's disappearance, Unterweger had been on the phone with her in a conversation that lasted hours. Fraser added, I feel he couldn't have done these things. He is an exceptionally tender man. Under my thumb. Prosecutor Gasser pounced like a leopard. Do you believe he was capable of committing the murder in 1974 that he's repeatedly confessed to? Freya replied, yes, but he was young then. You walked right into that shit. Gasser continued, do you believe he was capable of raping a girl with a steel rod? No, Freya answered, ignorant of the fact that Unterweger had done exactly that to Margret Schaefer. No further questions. Gasser said, fucking Gasser, you legend, dude. This guy's a boss-ass lawyer. On the way out of the courtroom, Freya gave the bailiff a care package for Unterweger. For the Vienna murder of Sabine Moitzi, Unterweger trotted out another one of his women, a 25-year-old named Melanie, who claimed they spent the night together having sex in his apartment. For the murder of Regina Prem, Unterweger had no alibi. After going to see Silence of the Lambs with someone else's girlfriend, he went home alone. For the final Vienna murder of Karen Iroglu, Unterweger claimed he was in Munich visiting his mother. For some reason, he was banking on Teresa lying to protect her son. People have since speculated that she was bribed. In the event, Unterweger's mother could not be located for several weeks, and when a videotape of her standing in a German courthouse was finally played at Unterweger's trial, Teresa denied that her son had visited her. Perhaps it is not surprising since she'd parted ways with him as an infant, and he had spent the last decade calling her a sex worker in front of the whole world. You miscalculated there, didn't you, Jacko? Perhaps this was revenge. And if she was bribed, she had simply conned her son out of money. Legends. I hope that's the case. After all, Theresa had a reputation for fraud going back to the 1940s. Oh, right. Oh, my God, that was so many hours ago. Jack Unterweger had no clear alibi for the Los Angeles murders of Shannon Exley or Irene Rodriguez in June 1991, but for the murder of Peggy Booth in July, Unterweger claimed that he was on the phone all night with his girlfriend Catalina Aruca, the receptionist at the Cecil Hotel. In reality, Unterweger and Catalina were not dating yet, and he had gone over earlier that evening in his cowboy outfit to watch Catalina walk into her apartment with another man. I forgot about the cowboy outfit. What a ridiculous man. On April the 27th, the prosecution called Dr. Michaela Parla, a 28-year-old psychologist who 4 years earlier had conducted a favorable evaluation of Unterweger, contributing to his parole in May 1990. I just had a thought. It's completely random. But DNA technology is pretty good now, right? And they keep all those samples, and they can get a sample from him. Can't the people in Los Angeles go and run those samples again with, new fancy technology, and then get him extradited and put him in the gas chamber? Or whatever they're doing these days. California doesn't execute people anymore, does it? That's a shame. But couldn't they do some federal thing and then kill him anyway? That'd be fun. In just 2 conversations, each lasting half an hour, Dr. Hapala established that Unterweger had no medical abnormalities, he had worked on his problem with intellectual rigor, and was fit to re-enter society. She neglected to delve into his motive for killing Margret Schaefer. She took his claims of an alcoholic grandfather and sex worker aunt and mother at face value, and she was ignorant of his convictions for the sexual assault of 4 other women. She had not read his entire file. In addition to being hoodwinked by Unterweger, the young psychologist was under pressure from senior figures in the justice system to conclude he had been rehabilitated. On May the 2nd, a retired Salzburg detective, August Schenner, gave the court details of the 1973 murder of Marshall Horvath and Unterweger's attempts to lie about his presence in the city that night. Schenner was asked why Unterweger wasn't prosecuted and replied that Staatsanwaltschaft had told him it wasn't worth giving him a second life sentence. All of this could have been avoided. Schenner added a detail about the 1983 interrogation, where Unterweger flatly told the prison warden, Karl Schreiner, to get out of his cell. Schreiner meekly obeyed. When the Salzburg detective asked Schreiner why he did so, the prison warden replied, Unterweger has many powerful advocates, and I have no desire to be called to the Ministry of Justice to explain myself. On May the 4th, Bianca Mrak was called by the prosecution. She had fallen out of love with Unterweger. I wonder why. Was it finding out he's an insane psycho who brutally murdered someone? And refused to look at him the entire time she was on the stand. Bianca testified that she had found garbage bags containing women's clothing in his apartment and a pair of pantyhose in the glove compartment of one of his cars. The following week was devoted to character assassination. Several women came forward with stories about Unterweger had used them for sex and never called them again, or lured him into thinking they were in a relationship, or used them for money. A Viennese nurse named Leila testified that Unterweger had convinced her they were in a relationship and conned her into investing the modern equivalent of $33,000 in his place Scream of Fear and giving him an additional $26,000 when he phoned from LA saying his credit card had been stolen. But the highlight of the character assassination week was when the prosecution called Claudia, Jack Unterweger's illegitimate daughter, who he had sired in 1970 with a 16-year-old hotel maid. He learned of Claudia's existence in 1986 when the government allowed him to attend the premiere of his play End Station Prison. Unterweger had visited Claudia and her own children a couple of times after his parole in 1990, but cut off all contact in autumn 1991. The point of the testimony was to establish that while Unterweger had made a great play of being abandoned by his mother in his childhood, he had done the same thing to his own daughter. Well, I think this is something that can perpetuate, through generations. What's that stat? Parents who are divorced are much more likely to have kids who get divorced or something like that? I think, or the bullied bully and the abused abuse. It's a... Oh God, where's my brain? It's been such a long episode that I can't even think of words anymore. It's like a cycle of something, a vicious cycle. Thank you, brain. You're catching up to me. So I don't think that necessarily says anything, but it's an interesting attempt at character assassination. This is the only time I've defended old Jacko in today's episode at all. The obvious shame and humiliation Claudia displayed while testifying against her own father had a pronounced effect on the jury. On her way out of the courtroom, she passed Unterweger a note that read, "Why have you done this to us?" On May the 19th, Rudolf Prem, husband of the murdered Vienna sex worker Regina Prem, took the stand. It's Regina, isn't it? I keep saying it like Regina, which is not correct. It's Regina Prem. apologies for that, took the stand. He claimed that in July and October 1991, he received menacing phone calls that mentioned 11 victims, something known only to the killer at the time. Later, Rudolf Prem recognized the voice of the caller when he heard Jack Unterweger talk on the radio. Further, Prem came across an entry in his wife's diary, which described a semi-regular client who was a writer who had an apartment in Unterweger's neighborhood, who spoke of film projects and public readings, who owned a German Shepherd, and who had prison tattoos on his arms and torso. That's you, Jack! The unnamed client had a predilection for handcuffs and rough sex. In short, Unterweger had likely picked up Regina Prem on several occasions prior to murdering her. It might explain why she felt comfortable enough to let him drive her to the Vienna woods the next time they met. It might also imply that Unterweger hadn't just randomly decided not to murder the 19-year-old Graz prostitute named Joanna in October 1990. He was scoping her out and might have killed her the next time he picked her up. Either way, she was lucky to be alive. Yeah, like that one girl, the American, who managed to escape and just seemed to disappear. Good for you. The Americans arrived. Sergeant Steve Staples, who had taken Unterweger for a ride along, testified that the Austrian lied about writing for a police journal and that he was keenly interested in policing methods rather than specific crime stories. He was checking out the opposition to reduce the chances that he'd get caught. Prosecutor Gasser asked Staples what his position with the police was. He replied, "Back then, I was on patrol. Now I'm with Vice." The next day, he was tickled to see an Austrian tabloid with a mistaken headline, "Sergeant Steve Staples, Miami Vice." He was Los Angeles Vice, though, right? I can see where the confusion came from, but it's got to feel pretty cool. Detective James Harper of LAPD Homicide gave an account of how his colleague, Fred Miller, who was home in the US with a back injury, had uncovered the similar MOs, the state of the 3 LA crime scenes, and what they'd discovered during their 2 interrogations of Unterweger in Miami. LA County Sheriff Ronnie Lancaster rolled out a map of Los Angeles County and showed the jury where Unterweger was staying at the Cecil Motel not far from the avenue where the 2 victims plied their trade. Lancaster then told the jury about how Unterweger had moved to a motel on Sunset, close to where his 3rd victim was last seen. So, this is quite an interesting court case, isn't it? Because all of this is entirely circumstantial. It's just more circumstantial evidence than I've ever seen in the however many hundreds of episodes we've done. The amount of circumstantial here is just crazy high. During a court recess, Lancaster bumped into Unterweger in the hall. The Austrian asked, "Are you having a nice time at Graz?" Lancaster replied that he was. Then Unterweger said, "I'm glad. But you know, Lancaster, you boys aren't going to convict me. You don't have any evidence. But I do hope you enjoy your visit." Next up was Special Agent Greg McCrary of the FBI Behavioral Science Unit. That's the guys from that TV show. My brain is not working today. What's the name of that TV show? With, it's got that beautiful opening with the tape recorder playing. Mindhunter. I watched that opening so many times. You know, you get that skip thing? I'm like, no, I'm going to watch this. I enjoy it so much. The Austrian police had brought in McCrary to build up a psychological profile of Austria's first modern serial killer. He determined that the perpetrator was likely a sexual sadist and a probable psychopath who got gratification from the cruelty inflicted and the fear he inspired. Nailed it, McCrary. Then McCrary went through the crime scenes and explained to the jury how all 11 murders had likely been committed by the same person. He also discussed their similarity to Unterweger's murder of Margret Schaefer in 1974. During the recess, Unterweger slipped past his guards and walked up to Agent McCrary and said the first murder was not a sexual homicide. McCrary coolly replied, "Is that right? But the others were?" You just walked into it. That's so... What? Oh, it's at recess. Okay, so it's off the record. Unterweger's face broke into a grin as his guards dragged him away. He yelled, "A clever question!" But the real clincher the Americans brought in was Dr. Lynn the Boa Herald from the LA County Crime Lab. First, Dr. Herald discussed the bras used as ligatures left on the necks of all 3 victims in Los Angeles. She had seen several hundred ligatures throughout her career and said how the 3 bras had been altered was unique. She pointed out 7 conspicuous similarities in how the bras were cut, repurposed, and tied. Herald said the purpose was to have control over the tension of the ligatures, so the assailant could drag out the process. She showed the 3 bras to the jury as she spoke. A 3rd bra, belonging to Peggy Booth, had to be left in a Ziploc bag because it was still covered in putrefied body fluids. This raised a loud gasp from members of the jury. But it's all circumstantial. But here was the kicker. The 3 bras were all tied with a highly unusual granny knot. How is a granny knot highly unusual? Am I mistaken? A granny knot's just like if you're tying your shoelaces and then you do that first like pre-knot before you do the loopy bit. That's a granny knot, no? A granny knot's just the most basic of knots, and then you double it to make it not come undone. Isn't this the knot that everyone knows how to tie? It was the same knot used on the pantyhose found on Heidi Hammer and Sabine Moitzi, and the leotard on Karen Iroglu. The other 5 victims had the ligature removed from their necks after they were killed. But what were the odds that the same knot would be used in Austria and Los Angeles around the same time that Unterweger was present in both locations? I don't know, it's a granny knot! I gotta look this up. This is the most basic knot that exists. Oh my god, the knots make it sound so confusing. In knot theory, the granny knot is a composite knot obtained by the connected sum of 2 identical trefoil knots. A trefoil knot is the simplest example of a non-trivial... Oh my god, how is this so confusing? The granny knot is a mathematical version of the common granny knot. The granny knot is the mathematical version of the common granny knot. What does that even mean, Wikipedia? Oh my god, this is so confusing. I thought this... I give up trying to figure out knots. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll just assume it's rare and I've got it wrong. And then there was the final blow. The unique granny knot was used on the bra around Margret Schaefer's neck back in 1974. The prosecution followed this up with the testimony of forensic analyst Walter Bruschweiler, who determined 295 microscopic fibers found on the body of Bregen's victim Heidi Hammerer matched the red scarf and black wool pants found in Unterweger's apartment, the same clothes a witness had seen Unterweger wearing that night. Then, on June the 16th, Professor Dernhofer of the Bern Institute of Forensic Medicine explained how skin fragments lodged under the nails of Prague victim Blanka Bokova were a type B blood type. They couldn't run a DNA test. The problem was both Blanka and Unterweger were type B. However, there are no scratch marks found on Blanka's body. More compelling were the blonde hairs found in the backseat of the BMW Unterweger was driving in Prague. From May 1993 to May 1994, they subjected the roots of the hairs to multiple DNA tests. The result was a 99.9999999% match to the DNA of Blanka Bokova. Well, that is beyond all reasonable doubt, isn't it? A woman Unterweger claimed to have never met was in the back of his car. That's a little bit more than circumstantial, isn't it? On June the 26th, as the trial was drawing to a close, Astrid Wagner visited Unterweger in his cell in the Graz courthouse jail. Unterweger asked her to marry him. Astrid said yes. Oh, I don't understand. I'm looking up Jack Unterweger. Oh, he is quite handsome, isn't he? He's kind of weird looking. But yeah, okay, I can see why people think he's handsome. He is weird looking, though. The next day, during a summation, Prosecutor Gasser said, Unterweger takes a sinister pleasure in power, and its summit is the mastery over life and death. Do not allow this man, who has so often lied to you, to make fools of you. Consider that the parole of Jack Unterweger was the irresponsible mistake of a few people. Now, you have a responsibility to the citizens of this republic. Earlier, Jack Unterweger told you, if you catch me lying once, then judge me. Do not fail to fulfill his request. George Zanger, speaking for the defense, said something that did not age well. I said earlier that this trial hangs by a hair, the hair found on the seat in Unterweger's car. Consider that DNA analysis is a very young science, brah. The prosecution says 99.9999999%. Bro. And Professor Dernhofer's evaluation has not been confirmed by any other institution. In every murder, there was at least one other suspect, with Brunhild Masser, one of her clients who enjoyed rough BDSM. With Elfried Schremp, there was an unknown driver of the white Golf with red stripes. With Regina Prem, there was the loving husband and pimp. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you are free of doubt, then cast the first stone. That evening, at 11:45 p.m., a small bomb went off at Graz courthouse. Really? Wait, I thought David meant a metaphorical bomb. Next to the sleeping quarters of the court officials, it blew down the walls and smashed the water mains, flooding the area. Luckily, no one was killed. Police never found the culprits or who might have commissioned the crime. Holy shit, I thought the bomb going off was going to be the jury being like, guilty! The next morning, June the 28th, Astrid Wagner visited Unterweger in his cell, which was undamaged by the blast. He looked out of the window and saw the shards of glass on the ground and said it was a good omen. He added, I hope you filled up your car, because when I get out of here, the last thing I want to do is spend another night in Graz. Oh, bro, you're never leaving that jail cell. I mean, you are, just to go to another jail cell. In the courtroom, which was also undamaged, Unterweger spoke to the jury before they went into deliberations. Quote, sometimes I've asked myself, Aren't you the idiot who maneuvered yourself into this position? My attorney told me to admit that I had a Prague hooker in my car to explain the hair, but it doesn't mean I killed her. I told him no. Lies don't interest me. I want to tell the truth. It's true about what the prosecutor says about me consuming women instead of living with them and loving them. But after 15 years in Stein prison, how should one learn to have these feelings? Even if you disapprove of my morals and lifestyle, I ask you to consider only the arguments which pertain to the crimes of which I am accused. I'm counting on a verdict of not guilty, because I'm not the killer. Your verdict doesn't just affect me, but the real murderer out there, who is laughing up his sleeve. There are so many people who stand behind me, who know me from my 2 years of freedom. For that, I am humbled, but also proud that they have not made a mistake. I am innocent. Thank you. The jury deliberated for 11 hours. Wow. At 8:50 p.m. I guess there's a lot of evidence to go over and stuff. At 8:50 p.m. on June the 28th, 1994, they came back with the verdict that Jack Unterweger was guilty of 9 of the murders at a ratio of 6-2. In Austria, a unanimous verdict is not required, only a majority. The 2 murders where the jury acquitted him at a ratio of 5-3 were of Elfried Schempf and Regina Prem, whose remains were too decomposed when they were discovered to establish a cause of death. Judge Haas turned to Unterweger and asked, "Have you anything to say?" Unterweger simply said, with tears in his eyes, "I will appeal." An unorthodox confession. Jack Unterweger spent the night of June 28th in the courthouse jail. The next day, he'd likely be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and transferred to Graz Carlisle prison to begin his sentence. At 3 a.m. on June the 29th, Unterweger took a thin metal wire that he'd secretly pulled out of a pair of scissors in the courthouse and looped the wire around the small coat hanger affixed to the wall of his cell. Then Unterweger took the drawstring from his jogging pants and fashioned it into a noose. Why is he allowed a drawstring? He attached the drawstring to the wire, so the whole contraption was high enough off the ground for him to stand on his tiptoes and stick his head through the noose. Then, Jack Unterweger forcefully lowered himself toward the ground and strangled himself to death. He had connected the drawstring to the metal wire with the same unique granny knot found around the necks of 7 of his victims. It was a posthumous, if grisly, admission of guilt. A few hours later, Astrid Wagner sat on the steps of the courthouse, uncontrollably weeping. She would go on to write 3 books about Jack Unterweger, the first asserting his innocence and demanding the hunt continue for the real murderer. The next 2 were a bit more ambiguous and wrestled with why Unterweger had turned bad and whether he really deserved a life sentence. Meanwhile, Astrid's involvement with Unterweger had torpedoed her promising legal and political career, but she'd eventually found work as a low-level defense attorney. I feel bad for Astrid. She was just taking in, all these other people. That sucks. His ex-fiancée, Bianca Mrak, woke up at 6 a.m. to the news of Jack Unterweger's death blaring from a bedside radio. She needed to rise early because she'd blown all her interview money on living large and now needed to work a regular 9 to 5. Her reaction to Unterweger's death was numbness. She felt nothing. Bianca got up, made herself a coffee, so that she could rush off to work. Society girl and columnist Margret Haas developed a theory that Unterweger meant to fake a self-deletion attempt, just like he'd done numerous times before, to create some public sympathy in the run-up to his appeal. After all, the guards were supposed to keep around-the-clock watch on his cell. Margret speculated that what Unterweger had not planned for was, when he lowered himself to the ground, that the guard would just stand by and let him do it. Fuck yes! Yes! The guy, he's like out there, and the guard's just like... And what was that line I said earlier about the detective? It would be like, the guard just smiled. A spokesman for Nicholas Michalek, the party independent minister of justice, did not mince words. He said that Jack Unterweger's death was, quote, his best murder. I like you, Michalek. Yes, this was the best murder ever. Unterweger's lead defense attorney, George Zanger, did not let the grass grow. On July the 6th, a week after Unterweger's death, Zanger announced that he would produce a movie called Jack that depicted Unterweger as a serial killer and would graphically reenact all 11 murders. All right, it's a bit intense, mate. He finished the screenplay before the trial's verdict. He wanted to cast Anthony Hopkins in the lead role, but the film was never made. Yeah, I mean, great. And I want to cast Tom Cruise in the movie about my life, but it's a fantasy that, that's not happening. Tom Cruise is far too old to play me. That's why. Another member of Unterweger's defense team, Hans Lehofer, began to suspect Unterweger was guilty long before the trial's conclusion. Larva's wife, Anna, was also curious about him, so they concocted an experiment. Larva got his wife to pose as an intern for the day, being introduced to Unterweger as Anna Schmidt. She had the statuesque good looks of a supermodel, and they wanted to see how Unterweger reacted to her. Whether he got creepy, or whether he turned on his legendary charm, which had allowed him to bed 67 women in 18 months and transform so many of them into his willing dupes. Throughout the day, Anna studied Unterweger. She found him completely non-threatening. She tried to detect whether he was ever lying or being insincere, but to no avail. He was completely believable and persuasive. At one point, while Unterweger and Anna were talking, Hans Lohofer noticed his wife blushing and her hands quivering a little as she fixed her hair. At the end of the day, Hans asked what Anna had made of him. She replied, "I can't believe how small and childlike he is. Like seeing a wounded animal. I understand why he makes women feel motherly and protective. Any woman with a helper syndrome would be enthralled. Mostly, I was just amazed by his sweet little boy appearance. I can't imagine a more harmless looking man. No wonder he's so dangerous." Jesus Christ, it's chilling, isn't it? Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Jack Unterweger was convicted of 9 murders, but likely killed 11 women between 1990 and 1991. If you add Margret Schaefer and Marsha Horvath to that list, that makes 13. However, if you count the number of his suspected victims killed in Central Europe between 1966 and 1974, with some or all of the hallmarks of his MO, that number more than doubles to 31. 2. Unterweger was a classic Ted Bundy type, a congenital psychopath and sexual sadist. Approximately 1 in 100 people are psychopaths, which is crazy high. Also, surely it's a scale. Surely it's just not like pure psychopathy, no emotions. And then someone at the other end of the scale who's just an emotional roller coaster of feelings. Surely it's just a scale from like dead inside to overly alive. Right? About 1 in 10,000 people are sexual sadists and regularly get sexually excited from another person's pain, as opposed to the much larger group of people who act as a dom in a BDSM relationship, mostly for the sexual gratification of their submissive partner. Wow, I can't believe there's like more people who are psychopaths than are sexual sadists. Wow, that is okay. And finally, an estimated 1 in 1.2 million people are serial killers, either in prison or still at large. That translates into roughly 9 people in the Czech Republic, where Simon lives, 22 people in Australia, where I live, David, and 272 people in the United States, where the majority of the viewing audience lives. And that means like now, right? Currently. 3. Some writers about Unterweger have erroneously speculated that he murdered women because he suffered from impotence in regular sexual contact, as did fellow sexual sadist and serial killer Andrei Chikatilo, also covered on this channel. This is untrue. Unterweger not only was able to perform sexually in conventional situations, but he had a reputation for being extraordinarily good in bed. I don't want to think about that, to be honest. Number 4, countless YouTube videos, podcasts, online sources, and even television documentaries parrot many of Unterweger's lies as fact. Indeed, the Wikipedia page is full of errors. For example, it states that all of Unterweger's Austrian victims were garroted with bras. Furthermore, some sick has written on Wikipedia that all the LA victims were violated with tree branches, which is false, and cites a source that makes no such claim. I don't know if citing a casual criminalist video is sufficient citation, but someone needs to clean that Wikipedia page up. Number 5. In the October 1994 election, a few months after Unterweger's death, the SPO government, which had presided over his rehabilitation, still clung to power, but with a very frail majority, 15% lower than the heady days of the 70s when they dreamed of a prisonless population. They have since been turned out of power and struggled to gain more than 25% of the vote. None of the officials directly responsible for suppressing Unterweger's 1983 prosecution or presiding over his 1990 release were ever prosecuted or otherwise subject to discipline. Number 6. Hybristophilia has been present in several of the cases we've covered on The Casual Criminalist, but Jack Unterweger is notable for the sheer number of women that he got to do his bidding, including committing several felonies themselves, none of whom were ever charged. Numerous times during the writing of this episode, on a reputedly attractive psychopath and sadist, I had the song Never Smile at a Crocodile pop into my head, which was first written in 1939, later appeared in Disney's Peter Pan, and was most memorably performed by the Paulette sisters in 1953. The somewhat eerie lyrics for a children's song have a rather adult and grim subtext, which I'll leave you with today. Never smile at a crocodile. No, you can't get friendly with a crocodile. Don't be taken in by his welcome grin. He's imagining how well you'd fit within his skin. Yeah, like, old children's things are creepy. And on that note, good Lord, over 5 hours of recording time. I don't know how much it'll end up being, but that was an episode, David. Well done. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And that's where I'm going to leave you, folks. Thanks for being here.